The young people stood silently and watched as the computer equipment fell to the floor and broke. Suddenly, a luxurious red sports car stopped in front of the building, with a blond man in a leather jacket sitting at the wheel. The young people watched the stopped car closely, trying to figure out who this person was. One of the young men joyfully shouted that their respected boss had arrived. The guy with the yellow backpack and dark blue hair was glad that the boss had finally arrived. The respected boss looked like a very serious blond man with black glasses and a black jacket. The guy screamed and told the boss that they had been kicked out and that they had said something about disbanding the club. The young people nervously and calmly asked the boss what was the matter and asked him to at least say something. But the man tried to remain calm and was cold, looking sternly ahead. Through the lenses of his sunglasses he saw two men in business suits looking at him. One of them became extremely serious and looked at the youth leader. Three young guys gathered around the boss and treated him with respect. A man in a business suit asked him if he still remembered what he had promised 5 years ago. But the blonde only chuckled slightly, because he had not heard anything that was said. He took out his earplugs, which stunned those around him, and asked them not to look at him but to continue his story. Such rude behavior on his part greatly angered the man in the business suit. He ordered the entire premises to be completely destroyed and all computer equipment to be removed. The subordinates immediately began to carry out the boss's demands and destroy everything around them. The sound from the computer headset spread in all directions, and the noise did not stop for a long time. The young people looked with pain at the destruction of computer equipment, and their boss turned away. In fact, it is easier for a person to start all over again than to just fold his hands and give up. 5 years are equal to 1,825 days, that is, 43,800 hours. Over the course of 5 years, a person undergoes significant changes, both for the better and for the worse. In the same way, not only a person changes, but also the world around him. Team Korea managed to defend its title in the S6 final, becoming the first team to do so, unlike the Chinese teams. But in 2005, Jin stood on the podium at an esports tournament, holding the Chinese flag above him. The blonde boss was driving his car at great speed, and a flock of white birds was flying behind him. The wind was blowing through the young man's hair, and suddenly someone called him on the phone. The ringtone played loudly, and the phone itself vibrated from the call of one of the young men. Something prevented the boss from picking up the phone, and he was extremely doubtful whether he wanted to do it at all. He clenched his teeth and a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek because he was very nervous at that moment. And yet he threw the phone aside, but the young man continued to call him. That day he was shocked to see his compatriots crying with joy on stage. He made an extremely strong impression on the young man, which surprised him very much. This whole story happened 5 years ago, which also surprised the guy a little, because time flew by very quickly. The man told the guy that he had to be absolutely sure of his actions because there was no turning back. The confident young man told the director that, of course, he was confident in what he was doing. He said that he wants to assemble a team of the best players and make them world champions. The first was Lu Jingqing, who could stop watching the championship only for the sake of a huge sum of money. The second of the young players was the soul keeper, Yuan Shao, who wondered what a soul was worth. The third player was the blood ghost Zhang Minglian, whose armor would be on him until he began to defend the crown. The fourth player was the confident shooter defender Wei Lai, who considered his opponent weak and pathetic. The last of the team's players was bounty hunter Zhang Tu, who stated that he was serious from the very beginning. Having returned 5 years ago, the main character will not miss another chance to change everything. It was already getting dark outside, and the reporter announced breaking news. She said that a representative of one of the gaming companies, Ed Zhu, held a press conference and announced the closure. The girl said that he himself was also on the verge of bankruptcy due to economic disputes. 2 workers, dressed in blue work uniforms, moved around the building with everything they needed. The young man nervously hugged his boss, but Ed Zhu responded by asking him to leave him alone. Saliva flowed from his mouth, he hiccuped and looked at the floor with an empty and disappointed look. A man in a blue uniform was peeling off posters with the smiling faces of the team players. One of the workers stuck a new poster to the wall and began to smooth it evenly over the surface. The poster depicted a cute young girl sitting on the floor and tenderly hugging her knees. The young man anxiously informed the powerless boss, Ed Zhu, that everyone had left the club and the winter season was approaching. The boss got angry, shouted and demanded that he not say anything about the club in his presence. In anger he threw a glass bottle, which hit the poster with the girl. Eju grabbed his young friend by the jacket, shouting and demanding an answer to the question. With pain in his voice, he asked why she left him, because he did everything for her. Ed shouted that they had been together for 8 years. He knew that everyone else could betray him, but not her. Ju said in despair. Who would have thought that in the end only one fool would be left with him? The guy hugged his boss and said that there was no need to kill himself like that, and he would never despise him. Eju threw up near the water cooler, and the young man stayed nearby and supported him. He handed the boss a bottle of water and asked him to drink the water and rinse his mouth. But holding the bottle in his hand, the young man saw that the water in it had run out. Eju was still very sick, but the guy asked him to wait a little and said that he would now buy him some water. The chief covered his mouth with his hand because he still felt ill and continued to wait for water. Soon he rose from his knees, put his palm to his forehead and sighed heavily. People around noticed Eju and realized that he was the same person from the news. Some were surprised to see this man, while others mocked him, saying that he was bankrupt and hanging around doing nothing. Eju blushed slightly, sweat was running down his cheeks, and he tried to remain calm. The young man said that this machine could break your head because he did not understand how to bail out the water from it. Meanwhile, Boss Eju accidentally noticed a poster with a girl. His gaze immediately became very stern, and he bit his lower lip in anger. Rage took over his mind and he kicked the poster of his ex-girlfriend with all his might. Eju snatched the change from the guy's hand and said that he didn't even know how to use a vending machine, hinting at his own stupidity. The boss took a coin and inserted it into a special hole to quickly buy water. At the same moment, the machine dispensed a half-liter bottle of cold water, which immediately fell. The young man noticed the poster and asked who the girl was, because there had previously been an advertisement for their club there. He couldn't understand who this girl was and read that she was the owner of some company. Eju announced that she won the Best Leading Actress award for her role as Jingjinglizwa. The boss reached into the vending machine to finally get a bottle of water and drink. At some point he became wary when he saw something written on the advertising poster. Eju translated the characters he read and realized that the machine was faulty and could be used at his own risk. He realized this too late, because his hand was already in the machine and he grabbed a bottle of water. Ed panicked a little and couldn't believe his eyes, but his hand was stuck in the mechanism. The vending machine's electronics instantly burned out, and the boss could no longer reach his hand. The young man asked his boss what was wrong, to which Eju replied that his hand was stuck. The girls standing behind the two young men were frightened by what was happening, and Ed's friend was no less nervous than they were. A few seconds later something indescribably strange happened, and the young man asked the boss what had happened. He asked Eju how he got inside the car, but the boss remained silent for the first few seconds. The guy didn't understand how he got there because the hole was small, but the boss immediately asked him to help him get out. Those around him didn't care about Eju, but his student asked him to wait a little and said that he would call someone. A smoking young man walked past in the company of his friend and girlfriend. He immediately opened his mouth wide because he saw that behind the glass wall of the apparatus there was a person he knew. The guy sarcastically asked if this was Boss Ed and if this was a new game or performance. Eju looked at the boy and realized that it was the scoundrel Jiang Tong, whom he really disliked. Jiang asked why he was so upset about the bankruptcy, and said that he would be glad to accept him into his team. But Ed's friend, Zhu, shielded the boss with his body and, with an angry shout, demanded that the scoundrel shut up. But the scoundrel Jiang Tong only smiled slyly and said that I was just sympathizing with his boss. He also told the guy that he was not at all surprised that he was treated like a lowly dog because he was uneducated. These words greatly offended the club's young player, Ed Zhu, and he angrily demanded that he repeat what he had said. Jiang Tong smirked because he wanted to sow discord, and he succeeded. With a slight grin, he asked the guy if he knew that Ed Zhu had sold out their entire team. The young man continued to close the vending machine, looking at Jiang Tong with great surprise. What he heard opened his eyes wide, but he did not want to fully believe his own words. The guy immediately turned around and asked Ed Zhu with pain in his voice if this bastard was lying. But the boss, in despair, replied to the player of his disbanded team that Jiang Tong was telling the truth. After the boss himself confirmed the information, the young man became very angry and clenched his teeth. He hit the machine gun and asked why Ed Zhu did that because he despised those who treated their players that way. The glass of the vending machine cracked because the young man used all his strength. He was disappointed and said that they all trusted Ed Zhu, but he treated them like this. At this point the boss intervened and said that there were actually good reasons for this. He tried to find a few words to explain to the young man the reason for his actions. But in the end he asked the guy to forget about it, and said that he wouldn't understand him anyway. Frustrated team member Ed Zhu took a few steps back, intending to do something. He did not take his eyes off his boss for a second, continuing to feel anger and resentment towards him. The player from the disbanded team gritted his teeth in pain and tears of disappointment ran down his cheeks. At one point, he tried to run away and finally shouted to Ed Zhu that he was completely disappointed, and Jiang Tong just smiled after him. The scoundrel rejoiced in his soul because he had managed to push those who treated each other well together and take a few steps forward. With a sly grin, he asked Ed Zhu why he didn't run after his pet. The villain Jiang Tong's ridicule made the man extremely angry. He gritted his teeth in anger and called him a little degenerate. But this cunning scoundrel suggested that those around him take a lot of photos with the head Ed in order to make him look like a laughingstock. The crowd of people immediately started taking pictures of the guy on their phones, which made Ed Zhu very angry. The blonde clenched his teeth and continued to endure, experiencing indescribable humiliation. Ed imagined the news reporting on the incident where he got stuck in a vending machine. All this seemed to corrode the young man's brain, and he imagined how humiliating it would look on the news. Ed Zhu was puzzled as to why something so embarrassing had happened to him, and why he had become such a laughingstock. His mind was filled with memories of the director calling him a loser and telling him to get out of sight. Later, the words of the scoundrel Jiang Tong and his ridicule were leaked to the press, which made me very angry. In the end, the words of one of his team members finished him off because he trusted him and Ed betrayed them. In his thoughts, Ed Zhu told himself that he was just some clown, and he could laugh as much as he wanted, but there was one thing. Finally, he decided to gather his strength and break this vicious circle once and for all. Ed Zhu clenched his fist tightly and mentally said that he had given it his all. He reminded himself that his dream was not some kind of stupidity, and closing his eyes, prepared to break the glass of the vending machine. Gritting his teeth, he told himself that he would not let them laugh at him, and finally swung his fist. The people around were alarmed and realized that Ed Zhu was trying to get out of the car. The vending machine swayed from side to side because the young man really wanted to get out. People were very scared and screamed, because everything that was happening was completely unexpected. The police soon arrived, not understanding what was happening, and asked those around to step aside. 2 police officers ran up to the vending machine and asked people around where the noise was coming from. Those around looked at each other with concern, trying to understand why the man had stopped moving and whether he had really died. Strange sounds were coming from the vending machine, and the police went closer to it to find out what was going on. The clock began to tick loudly, and Ed Zhu lost consciousness for a while. The blonde's eyes were closed for a while, but gradually he began to come to his senses. Having come to his senses, the main character was surprised why the clock was ticking here, because it seemed very strange to him. The antique clock continued to tick, and Ed Zhu tried to look around and understand what was happening. At some point he opened his eyes completely, and was extremely surprised, not understanding what was happening around him. An antique, but at the same time very beautiful chandelier hung above the main character's head. The light from the chandelier blinded the young man, and he covered his eyes with his hand and complained of a headache. Turning his head slightly, Ed Zhu noticed a pendulum in the corner of the room and tried to determine where it was. Suddenly a female voice screamed and asked him how long he would lie there. Ed Zhu became wary and paid attention to it, wondering who it was. A girl with a child entered the room and asked the guy why he was sleeping there. The main character immediately jumped out of bed, and the girl angrily called him ill-mannered. Ed Zhu wore light boots on his feet and quickly moved forward towards the exit of the room. A strange room awaited him ahead, and he tried to understand how he ended up here. Ed Zhu looked around and realized that he was in a furniture store, which was even stranger. There were many luxurious sofas in the store, one of which cost 80,000 yuan. Ed Zhu was very nervous and quickly headed towards the exit of the store, apologizing to those around him. Eventually, he took up jogging because it all seemed so strange to him. On the street, people were advising each other which furniture stores to choose, and someone said that they might miss out on the latest models of the year. A man lured customers into the Jiaohui Furniture Center, politely greeting everyone. Ed Zhu stood motionless, and tried to catch his breath because he had no strength left after running. The man shouted that all the newest furniture of 2013 was in their warehouses. He said that it was their duty to provide them with the best service to improve the health of their customers and make their lives easier. News reports indicate that in 2013, Shenzhou 10 was able to dock automatically and manually. Ed Zhu didn't understand what was happening, because it was already 2018, and a moment ago he was under the sights of a machine gun. The loader asked the guy not to block their way because they were carrying a mirror that could easily be broken. Ed turned around and wanted to ask for forgiveness, but suddenly fell silent when he saw his reflection in the mirror. In the mirror he saw not a serious blond man in a leather jacket, but a brown-eyed boy with glasses. He looked at himself in the mirror and wondered if this is what he looked like 5 years ago. Ed Zhu was very surprised and wondered if he had really traveled back in time. He remembered how one of the players on his team handed him a cigarette to light. For a while, Ed Zhu stood motionless, not coming to his senses, and kept wondering if he had really returned to the past. Suddenly he felt a vibration in his pocket, and it turned out to be a phone call. The main character noticed this, and reached into his pocket for his phone. Ed Zhu turned on his phone and saw 253 unread messages. He saw messages from his mother, Li Ziki, Zhang Li, He Xin and other people he knew. Ed grabbed his head and said that although he had returned there 5 years ago, the same disorder still reigned there. But at least he no longer has to worry about the story of him getting stuck in a machine gun making the news. At one point, Ed Zhu literally had a revelation, his eyes widening as if he had realized something. Frozen in place, he began to think deeply about everything that was happening and realized that if everything was so, today there will be a meeting with one of the teams, which could not but please the main character. Ed Zhu realized that he could now also ask the light team to sign a poster for him, something he couldn't do before. After thinking even more deeply, the young man realized that he could now get a special edition of this team's uniform. The crowd of people was very happy and rushed towards the light team, which everyone admired very much. Ed Zhu squatted down and leaned his back against the wall, looking at a poster of his favorite player. Meanwhile, the weather outside was beautiful, and the leaves of the trees were swaying in the light breeze. 2 loaders were doing their job, moving a wooden platform, and simultaneously warning each other. Meanwhile, Ed Zhu, without wasting a minute, soon found himself at the entrance to the club. For several minutes he stood silently in front of the entrance to the club, deeply thinking about something. The movers entered the club through the main entrance, and Ed Zhu thought about himself in silence for a while. Looking at the club's logo, the protagonist realized that his esports team had only been formed yesterday. There was still surprise in his eyes, and he stood there for a moment in a daze. But soon Ed Zhu decided that he finally needed to gather his strength and enter the club building. He began to walk slowly towards the main entrance of the building, while thinking about the esports team. Red roses and white lilacs were blooming all around, which could not help but attract the attention of the main character. Looking at them, Ed Zhu remembered how the player he insulted asked what they should do with the plants because they were withering. Soon the main character entered the room and calmly continued moving forward. He walked over to the computer desk and placed his hand on it, silently remembering the past. Ed Zhu recalled how his team's frustrated players desperately asked if the team was really disbanding. Walking further down the corridor, the main character noticed a small photograph depicting the players of his team. The photograph showed 5 happy players from his team who were loyal to their leader. After looking at the photograph, Ed Zhu bowed his head slightly and stood there for a few minutes, reflecting on life. He put his hand to his face and thought deeply about everything important and about what concerned his team. At some point, he removed his hand from his face and, mentally addressing the team, said that he had returned. After some time, Ed Zhu stood at the entrance to the club building again and said that everything was starting from scratch. He took a black marker out of his pocket because he wanted to make some notes on the board. The main character wrote the name of his team on the board and added that they are world champions. Smiling slightly, he told himself that this time he would fulfill the promise he made to his team players. But a completely unexpectedly pleasant female voice addressed Ed Zhu by name, which could not help but surprise him. Ed Zhu turned around and, stuttering a little, asked Dear Yao in surprise why she was here. It was Li Yao, the girl he had dated for 8 years, but who dumped him without a second thought once his business failed. The beauty told Ed Zhu in a soft tone that she had brought him with her, and the guy immediately asked who they were talking about. Li Yao introduced a young man in camouflaged boots and said that he had recently come to them from the village. Ed Zhu was stunned because he knew this man, but tried not to show it. Li introduced the man as Jiang Tong and said it was time to add to their team. Yao said he was an honest guy, and Jiang asked Ed to tell him if there was anything he could do to help. The main character did not show any positive emotions in response, and simply remained silent for the first few minutes. He looked at Jiang Tong carefully and at some point noticed something interesting on his hand. The man's sleeve slightly covered a very noticeable gold watch that stood out on his hand. Deep down, Ed Zhu did not believe in Jiang Tong's honesty, because he was dressed in shabby clothes but wore a new watch on his wrist. The protagonist recalled how, in our time, Jiang had sowed discord by telling his player that Ed had sold the team. He also recalled how he mocked the main character viciously and told him that he had upset his little dog. These memories made Ed Zhu very angry, and he clenched his fist in anger, attacking Jiang Tong. But the young man still managed to contain his anger, and Li Yao was a little confused by what was happening. The girl asked in a sweet tone why Ed was so silent. Had he really drunk too much last night? But the main character just waved his hand with a smile and said that nothing had happened and he was fine. After this, he carefully adjusted his glasses and remained silent for a few more seconds. Ed Zhu asked Jiang Tong's name again and promised Li Yao that he would take care of this man. Some time passed, and the protagonist was still talking to the man in the club building. His gaze was absolutely cold and serious towards Jiang Tong, towards whom he had no positive feelings. Ed asked if there were any positions that interested him, as he was an old friend of Li Yao. Jiang Tong and the girl looked at each other and simultaneously grinned suspiciously at each other. At this point, the man joyfully exclaimed that, in fact, he already knew what position he would like to occupy. Ed Zhu decided to interrupt his joy at this moment, and lightly hit himself on the palm of his fist. He also smiled and said that they had one very important vacancy. When the protagonist had not yet finished speaking, Jiang Tong began to thank him, and Ed pressed the call button on the phone. He asked Chiu to bring him the contract documents for the cleaner's position, which amazed Jiang. Chiu was glad that there was a candidate for this position, because the toilet had been clogged for several days. Ed Zhu informed Jiang Tong that he could start work after signing the contract and expressed hope for cooperation. But the man was extremely unhappy with this, and shouted that he wanted to say something. But Ed Zhu decided to continue to play on his nerves and said that he needed to leave for a while, which surprised Li Yao. Jiang Tong turned sharply to the girl and angrily said that this guy wanted to deceive him. He was still very agitated and irritated and continued to think over the whole situation. Jiang Tong kicked the table and shouted that this guy was really cheating him. With an angry cry, he told Li Yao that she said he was easy to deceive, but he was just making a fool of himself. The girl found this strange and said that he used to be a good boy, but now something had happened to him. With a smile, she asked Jiang Tong if his rags could make Ed Zhu become serious, which made the guy even more angry. He shouted that he wanted to join the board of directors because only with the help of goal-oriented people can a lot of money be made. Li Yao began to calm Jiang down, and asked him not to panic because the club was short of funds ever since Ed had a falling out with his father. She smiled sweetly and said that Zhu was running out of money and was looking for investors, but Jiang Tong had money. The guy with brown eyes calmed down and looked calmly at the girl, continuing to think. Jiang hugged Li Yao, about to kiss her, and said that she was very smart, and the girl replied that Ed would be able to catch them. Suddenly the office door swung open as the boss decided to come back and finish the job. Li Yao and Jiang Tong immediately moved away from each other and sat on different chairs. Ed Zhu was still stern and silent as he brought the contract documents. He put the contract on the table, after which the young man had to read it. Ed Zhu asked to first read the contract and sign it if the terms were acceptable to him. At that moment, Jiang Tong's face became very serious and thoughtful, as he doubted the correctness of his words. Suddenly, the protagonist's white smartphone rang in his pocket, vibrating loudly. Ed Zhu immediately answered a phone call that could have very important meaning for him. The protagonist started discussing the topic of stocks on the phone and, looking seriously at Jiang Tong, asked him to wait. He decided to leave the office so that no one would disturb his telephone conversation. Ed Zhu said that he had already made his decision to sell the shares and asked him to stop trying to dissuade him from doing so. He realized that the fish was hooked and added that he did not care about its future value in billions of dollars. Jiang Tong overheard his conversation and thought to himself that it seemed like Ed really needed money. He told himself that if he could make billions by buying shares, he wouldn't need the team's income at all. But all this took time, and in the meantime, Jiang Tong had to do the cleaning work. After some time, he was already in the toilet, from where a disgusting smell was coming. Jiang Tong covered his face with his hands and wondered why he had signed this agreement in the first place. After some time, the sun began to set over the horizon, and Eju arrived at the internet cafe. He was full of energy and asked the secretary with a smile where Uncle Lao was. The nice girl replied that the boss had gone upstairs to answer the phone. Suddenly, Eju heard the rather loud sounds of fingers pressing on the keyboard. This attracted the attention of the protagonist, and he turned his gaze to the source of the sound. Eju saw a young man wearing headphones doing something while sitting at the computer. He immediately approached the guy and lightly touched him, which immediately attracted the young man's attention. The main character and the ash-haired guy looked at each other without saying anything. Eju was trying to figure out who this familiar man was, and the young man asked if he wanted to sit down. The main character suddenly realized what was happening and his eyes widened slightly in surprise, because it was a person he knew. It was a member of one of the teams, the player chosen as the best midfielder of 2014, Pan Zixuan. Eju asked the young man with a smile if he also played God of Battle and offered to play a couple of rounds. After some time, the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and the main character was still in the internet cafe. Eju and Pan Zixuan sat next to each other and started playing God of Battle. Both players deftly pressed the keys of the keyboard because they really wanted to play. God of Battle is a multiplayer online battle arena game where hundreds of players could compete against each other. These battle arenas used the classic map format, and players were divided into a jungler, mid laner, support, and laner. The middle line chosen by Pan is usually dominated by characters of the magic class. Zixuan moved the mouse from side to side across the carpet with sharp movements. Eju noted in his reflections that only a professional can perform such precise and necessary actions. News reports from 2013 indicated that the team's midfielder had been sidelined by a wrist problem. Pan Zixuan kept his cool but continued to fight hard to win the round. In the end, all his efforts paid off and he won the round. The young man's hands, which he held on the keyboard and mouse, began to sweat heavily. Pan Zixuan bowed his head slightly and finally let out a calm and tired breath. Eju was pleasantly surprised by the results, but said the young man had worked long and hard to win. His words left Pan stunned, because some completely out-of-place guy had attacked him. Eju provocatively called the young man a simpleton and asked if that was all he could do. The protagonist suggested having another match, but Pan said that he had problems with his hand, to which Ed ridiculed him. The protagonist's provocations angered the young man, and he clenched his teeth in anger, trying to contain his emotions. Shouting, he asked Eju, who replied that he would not be allowed to play another match. At that very moment, the young man grabbed the mouse tightly, sharply tugging its upper right corner. His nimble fingers began to tap on the keyboard, and he himself was determined to win. Eju remained absolutely calm during the match, and Pan Zixuan was extremely focused. After some time, the match ended with the victory of the guy who managed to commit a double kill. Victory was again on Zixuan's side, which seemed somewhat strange to him. The main character yawned and, putting his hand to his cheek, asked the nervous guy if he wanted to play again. Pan was not going to give up and agreed to play another match, which again ended in his favor. This greatly excited the young man, and he shouted in anger that he had lost again. The rival fights continued one after another, and each of them ended in favor of the opponent. Pan Zixuan managed to carry out a series of murders, and victory was always on his side. Pan was very nervous and sweating, but still made every effort. The opponents found themselves in close proximity to each other on the battlefield, and it was this minute that became decisive. Pan Zixuan experienced severe pain in his wrist, which made it very difficult for the young man to play. The young man was sweating all over and his eyes were wide open from the strain. The round ended with his victory, but he could no longer play. Pan leaned back and exhaled tiredly, as the intense game had practically drained him of strength. In his thoughts, the young man told himself that he could no longer play because he was in too much pain. He turned his gaze to Eju and wondered if this guy was a deliberate provocateur. The protagonist showed some concern and placed a bottle of drinking water on the table. He smiled at the guy and asked him not to worry too much about the game, but rather to sit down and relax. His words shocked Pan Zixuan, and he looked at Eju with great surprise for a few seconds. The young man reached for a bottle of water and told the protagonist that he was too arrogant. He added that he seemed to take other things seriously as well, and that this was merely an excuse for his incompetence. But Eju said that Pan Zixuan looked like a professional player, which surprised the guy even more. He shouted and asked the main character where he came from, since he was a professional player. Eju opened the article on the computer and asked Pan Zhishuan if the winner should sit with such a face. He enlarged the image of a photograph from the article, which showed a young man with his team after the victory. The lady jumped up from her chair in fright, because all this seemed very suspicious and strange to him. In his thoughts he told himself that he had been recognized, and he needed to run away immediately before the others noticed him. But when he was about to leave, Eju tripped him, and the young man fell face down on the floor. This vile act angered him, and Pan Zhishuan shouted and asked the protagonist what he was doing. Eju said that he should act more humble around people who knew his secrets, which made him look stupid in the eyes of this guy. Pan told himself that this guy knew who he was at first, but pretended to be a newbie in order to beat him in all rounds. A logical chain emerged in Zhishuan's mind, and he realized that after secrets and means of achieving the goal comes blackmail. He looked at Eju seriously, and said that he might not even try to blackmail him with money. But the protagonist calmly answered him that the situation was problematic, because he even took several photographs. Eju also said that it could have been resolved differently if he had paid him with his body. These words made Pan Zhishuan even more angry, and he shouted, asking the guy if he was a pervert. But Eju only calmly addressed him in response, and handed the young man his business card. Pan Zhishuan fell into a slight stupor because he did not understand what was written on the stranger's business card. The main character told the young man that he could call him at any time if he got into trouble. He also asked not to put undue pressure on himself, since a professional player needs to take care of both his health and his honor. Eju started to leave and finally told Pan that he still had a long way to go, so he shouldn't be so reckless. Zhishuan remained silent and lowered his head to read the inscriptions on the protagonist's business card. The business card contained the main character's name, as well as information that he was the owner of an esports team. An employee left the internet cafe and was glad that the working day was finally over. But suddenly his joy was destroyed by a blue car that drove through a puddle and got him dirty. Eju was sitting in the car and asked Uncle Dao if he couldn't buy himself a regular car since he was a businessman. Uncle replied that he was helping to reduce carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere, and in addition, he was getting free advertising. There was a sign on the rear window of the blue car about an internet cafe, and the prices were 10 yuan per night. After some time, it was already dark outside, and Ed Shu and Uncle Dao arrived at the right place. Behind the door, a man told an unknown guy that crying is not a crime at all, because he sings terribly. Ed asked if this was the 7th meeting, to which Dao replied that it had been 7 years and only the two of them had been playing video games. But the protagonist calmly replied that at least the two of them remained. Eju said that the time was almost up and suggested that they go and choose someone. Uncle Dao asked with a smile how important a person one must be to choose people himself. The protagonist began to walk forward and told him that he would see everything when they had already taken their places. Meanwhile, Pan Zhishuan was in the locker room, completely alone. The man grabbed his head and said that the inflammation was getting worse, and also complained of severe headaches. In the locker, among his personal belongings, he found a business card that the stranger had given him. Pan Zhishuan recalled that Eju allowed him to contact him if any problems arose. A young man read the transcript of an esports team and it turned out that it was not what he thought. At the door of Pan's house, complaints are heard that, due to his poor health, they are losing all night. The guy immediately threw open the door with a sharp movement, behind which stood 2 members of the team. One of the guys mockingly remarked that there was tension in the air, it looked like it would rain soon. Pan Zhishuan became angry and ran away, and the guy asked if he really thought he was so strong. The people around listened with curiosity to the conversation between the young man and the man, which they were having behind the glass. After some time, Pan Zhishuan, still angry, suddenly opened the door. He moved forward confidently, and the rest of the team members dispersed to the sides. Looking back at him, one of them said that he was glad to see him go, and the other asked him to be quieter. Pan was not going to waste time on them and left the building after a few minutes. It was raining outside, and Zhishuan stood with a backpack on his shoulders, holding a blue suitcase with things in his hands. He was extremely upset and disappointed with the whole world around him. The director called him an old player, and said that the team cannot afford to keep someone who does nothing. He apologized to Pan Zhishuan and said that after all these years, they still had not managed to win the world championship. The young man's eyes filled with tears, he raised his head to the sky and simply gave vent to his emotions. But suddenly someone put an umbrella behind him, and said that he would feel bad if he stood in the rain. Pan Zhishuan angrily asked Eju what he was doing here, to which the hero replied that he came to pick up this guy. But the hot-tempered youth began to leave and called him crazy, because his idea was crazy. The guy was still angry and started to quickly leave, and Eju remained standing under the umbrella, looking after him. But suddenly Pan Zhishuan slipped on the wet ground and fell down with his suitcase. For several minutes the young man did not get up and only coughed from exhaustion. Eju walked up to him and, bending down, picked up the wet paper that was lying in his hands. It contained a medical report about Pan Zhishuan's hereditary joint disease. The young man snatched the paper from the protagonist's hands with a sharp movement because he was very tense. The gentleman cried out and asked what he wanted, and whether he had really come to laugh at him. But Eju remained completely calm and only said that it was not the young man's fault. But Pan Zhishuan continued to scream in mental pain, calling it all terrible. He thought he just needed to train hard until he got used to the pain, but he still got kicked out. The guy grabbed Eju by the jacket and said with tears in his eyes that he could no longer participate in tournaments. Frustrated and powerless, Pan Zhishuan continued to cry, realizing how hopeless he was. Eju watched him for a few more minutes, giving himself the opportunity to relax a little. After which he asked in a calm tone why he could not regard failure as a new beginning. Pan Zhishuan replied to the protagonist that he must be joking, because who needs a disabled player? Eju suddenly announced that he needed such a player, which greatly surprised the guy. The main character invited him to join his team and said that he had found the best doctors for him. But Pan Zhishuan only grabbed the envelope that Eju gave him and tore it apart. The guy said he would rather leave esports than join another team. His behavior angered the protagonist, and he tearfully asked him if the opinions of others were really so important to him. Ed said that there could be no hope if he gave up without even trying. The protagonist continued to encourage the guy, asking him not to forget why he chose this path in the first place. After these words, Pan Zhishuan thought deeply and began to reflect on why he chose this path. This guy was deep in thought and thinking so much that he stopped paying attention to the world around him. He soon lost consciousness, and the protagonist immediately began to lift him from the ground. Some time later, Pan Zhishuan was lying in bed with a special compress on his forehead. He continued to reflect on why he chose the path of an esports athlete. This guy always had trouble finding the right words, and no one wanted to be friends with him. Deep down, Pan wanted to be more active and communicate with people, but he could never find the right time. Zhishuan recalled how at school he handed a boy something he had dropped, attracting the attention of the entire class. The guy immediately turned around and panicked, because it was a cheat sheet, and there was an exam in class, and Pan set him up. At that moment, little Zhishuan was very frightened, and his relationship with anyone did not improve. It seemed to the boy that all the people around him lived in a world inaccessible to him. And only in video games can he find a place where he feels like himself. While enjoying video games, Pan Zhishuan did not notice the passage of time and was completely immersed in them. The young man always concentrated on the matches with maximum concentration and was extremely attentive, which brought him victories. People around him always admired him because sometimes he managed to win 10 times in a row. The rest of the team players loudly supported him and begged him to bring the whole team. The boys patted the object of their admiration on the shoulders because they were very happy and grateful to him. Support played a vital role, and when Pan Zhishuan realized that they believed in him, he was able to bring the team many victories. A promising young esports athlete won victory after victory because he put in maximum effort every time. The rest of the team players were very happy and admitted that he was really good at it. Pan Zhishuan told himself that this was the only way to make friends, and it would be wonderful if it continued forever. But many of his friends were gone, and the memories of them refusing his offers to play together remained. He recalled how one child's parents found out about everything and did not allow him to play, and another dropped out of school because of work. Pan Zhishuan became more and more upset each time, and sadness filled his heart. Playing without close friends had no meaning for him, and he remembered how sadly he spent this time. But Pan Zhishuan still clenched his fist tightly, and told himself that he did not want to leave and give up this matter. There was a spark in his eyes, and in his heart there was still hope for a happy future. Pan Zhishuan had to answer one question for himself: why is this happening? The young man tried to understand whether he really did not want to give up, and whether he should stand his ground for the sake of others. After which Pan Zhishuan wondered whether this was really so, or whether all this was being done for his own sake. He remembered Eju shouting and asking him if he still had the confidence to perform on stage. It was as if a spark had ignited in the guy's heart, and he himself imagined how he would find himself on stage again. He imagined the bright and blinding yellow light of the spotlight that he would be able to see on the stage. Panzishwan recalled how he closed his eyes from the spotlight and heard people shouting his name. The young man remembered how he looked at the crowd of people, where everyone was glad to see him and sincerely admired him. Before his eyes stood a crowd of happy young men who were shouting his name without stopping. Panzishwan remembered his friends talking about how cool his actions were. There were tears of joy and happiness in the young man's eyes, and he himself was surrounded by support and love. The young man cried from happiness and joy, laughing slightly, because everything worked out well for him. Finally, Panzishwan found the answer to his question and does so in order to win. He does it for himself, for the desire to be accepted, for the desire to win, and for his dream. Panzishwan suddenly opened his eyes in fear, and a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He raised himself slightly, removed the compress from his forehead and tried to understand where it was. There was a green cup of tea on the table, and under it was an envelope with papers that Eju had handed to him. Panzishwan became alert and realized that he could not waste a minute, because it was time to act. He jumped out of bed, grabbed the papers and hurried somewhere. The young man clenched his fist and, gritting his teeth, said that now he could not give up. After some time, he came to the toilet where Eju and Uncle Dao were. They were having a good time and talking about various topics when suddenly Panzishwan entered the room. Eju immediately noticed the young man who entered the room and was ready to listen to him. Panzishwan unfolded the paper and slammed it down on the table, intending to loudly declare his intentions. With a confident cry, he declared that he wanted to return to the stage as soon as possible. His words made Eju smile slightly, because he couldn't help but be glad that he had come to his senses. He smiled even wider at Panzishwan and said that it could be done even now. The next day, Panzishwan was practicing in the training hall, while the other players were preparing for lunch. While others were worried about what would be for lunch, the young man stubbornly continued to train. Uncle Dao smoked a cigarette and looked at Panzishwan, saying that he had been acting like this ever since he had the operation. He told Ed that this guy's finest hour was almost over, and now he had also injured his hand. Dao asked if Shu really had so much money and wanted to do everything for the guys on the team. The main character smiled slyly and asked his uncle what he thought about this. Dao opened his right eye and paid attention to the place where Eju's finger was pointing. The poster featured a friendly match of God of Battle and stated that Esports is more alive than ever. Dao was stunned and asked if Eju really wanted to pit Panzishwan against his former team. The protagonist replied that he had long since lost his self-confidence, and that he needed to taste victory. Dao realized that he seemed to have planned this all along, and asked for more honesty. Eju again pointed his finger at the poster that said the match would take place in September. He smiled at Dao and said that since he had nothing else to do, they could go together. After some time, the main character and his uncle were already at the airport, and a charming blue sky stretched out above them. In addition, there were young guys from the team with them, who were admiring the surrounding views. One of the young men could not be more happy about this, because it was his first time in this city. Dao asked Eju where he found this monkey that was making noise all the way, to which the young man smiled. Due to carelessness, the boy crashed head-on into one of the men, which did not go unnoticed. It was the team's captain and midfielder, Huja, who turned around and looked at the boy seriously. The guy became very nervous and didn't know what to do because he had never met such serious people before. Huja said that before he could be kicked out of the team, he was already taken away by a rich daddy, after which he was ordered to watch his speech. But the team captain continued to smile and said that if he beat them, he would start to turn up his nose. Huja provocatively asked Panzishwan whether a cripple like him could defeat him. His words greatly angered the young man, and he could hardly contain his outbursts of anger. The rest of Huja's team also mocked Panzishwan, who simply stood silently with his fists clenched. But when the enemy captain began to leave, Eju put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop. Panzishwan still stood there with his back turned, but he paid attention to it. Huja boldly turned around and asked with a brazen cry what the man wanted. Eju said with a smile that if he loses, he wants Hu to apologize to Panzishwan on stage. These words angered the team captain so much that he could not find the words to respond. However, he brushed it off and said that he would never do such a thing in his life, except perhaps in his dreams. After some time, Ed Zhu and his team stood behind the arena stage, and he told Wen Jing that some random fan would take his place. The young player with brown eyes listened attentively to the protagonist, and said that he understood everything. Ed Zhu told the team that although it was only a friendly match, it would be their first meeting with an experienced team. The main character was confident in his team, and said that they should win this match. All 5 team members symbolically folded their arms on top of each other, and shouted that they would defeat the opposing team. It was announced that one of the oldest teams in the country would face a team that was less than 3 months old. The commentator suggested that the audience begin by welcoming the champions defending their title, namely the old team. After this, the commentator asked to greet his current rivals. Huzhe cast a serious glance at the opposing team, not having the most pleasant feelings towards them. His team discussed Ed Zhu, calling it all nonsense because there was also some big politicians speaking on stage today. Those around him were glad that Pan Zhishuan had left the old team and would no longer drag them along with him. The people in the crowd cheered for the old team and shouted at the top of their voices that Huzhe had become the winner. In the crowd there was a suspiciously secretive young man in a white cap. The commentator said that the old team would consist of a leader, 2 bottom laners and 2 fans. The new team is represented by Ace Pan Zhishuan, 2 players at the lower level, the team owner and a happy fan. The commentator stated that it was time to choose and ban characters, and asked who the new team would choose. Pan Zhishuan thought to himself that they couldn't match the old team in terms of character selection tactics now. But at that very moment, he remembered how Ed Zhu asked Huzhe to apologize to Pan on stage if he lost. Zhishuan guessed that Ed Zhu wanted him to play a rarely picked champion. At some point, the main character looked at the guy and in a calm tone asked him to play for the fox. This stunned the guy, and he immediately asked if Ed Zhu really wanted him to pick him to play against his former team. But the protagonist only smiled at Pan and asked him to remain himself, promising to do the rest himself. During the match, Ed Zhu asked Tiao Tiao and Little Bai to focus on farming the bottom lane. The guy smiled at the owner of the Esports team and said that he understood everything. Ed Zhu asked Little Bao to remind the newcomer about the frequency of the camps, to which he immediately agreed. The protagonist asked Little Xian if he could fight Huzhe, to which Pan immediately and confidently answered yes. Ed Zhu smiled, realizing that everything was going according to plan, and said that it was time to begin the performance. Pan Zhishuan smiled and thought to himself that he had not experienced anything like this for a long time. But suddenly his joy was interrupted by something that he noticed, and that caused him concern. He shouted and asked Ed Zhu why he was moving so slowly, since they were playing against professionals. The protagonist lightly tapped his finger on his head and told Pan that he would need it if he wanted to win. The room was filled with the sound of keyboards clicking loudly as the situation became extremely tense. The commentator announced that both teams were now loading, so the clash of old and new would soon begin. Huzhe was confident of victory because he had been watching Pan for 4 years and understood all his weaknesses. The commentator announced that the RH team is putting pressure on, while NSD is playing rather passively, and is perhaps afraid of this pressure. Pan Zhishuan realized that he would not be able to show his best side if the Forester did not help him. Tiao Tiao was extremely focused and told the boss that he was getting killed and needed help on the bottom lane. Ed Zhu kept his cool and asked the Forester to help him immediately. The newbie was confused and asked what would happen to the mid laner, to which the hero replied that he should sit on the bottom lane, and the mid laner would take care of himself. Hearing this, Pan Zhishuan became very tense, and wondered if this was Ed's plan to leave halfway. The commentator said that it looks like an epic battle is unfolding between former teammates Pan Zhishuan and Huzhe. The NSD midfielder became even more tense, and told himself that he would have to rely only on himself. The commentator noted that Pan Zhishuan apparently decided to go on the offensive first. His actions irritated Huzhe too much, and he tried his best to fight back. Pan Zhishuan approached the enemy, but after looking around a bit, he realized that an ambush was waiting for him. The commentator said that Pan was too impatient, and the RH Forester was already waiting for him there. He added that 20 minutes had already passed, but no team had yet drawn blood, and killing him would be important. The enemy was ready to inflict maximum damage on Pan Zhishuan, and was ready to strike. Huzhe shouted at the guy that he would never be able to defeat him, and he laughed joyfully because he was confident of his victory. Pan Zhishuan was very nervous because he knew he was about to draw first blood, but Ed Zhu said that he was nearby. The young man turned his attention to his boss with some bewilderment, since he did not understand what he was talking about. The main character remained completely calm and even smiled while looking at the monitor. He did something that made Hooja get up from the table and punch him in anger. He continued to be very nervous and hit the table, not understanding what was happening and how this was possible. The announcer stated that not only did Trent fail to cancel Ed's ultimate, but he was also forcibly teleported to the mid lane. The situation on the center line was tense, and the opponents were extremely focused on the game. The commentator said that he thought the audience was as shocked as he was because Ed had done something shocking. He said that the developers had just discovered this bug with Ninja's ultimate ability, and Ed was able to reproduce it the next day. The audience was shown a reconstruction of the error, which was supposed to clarify the situation. In it, a funny man with red horns grabbed a man who asked to be transferred from one zone to another. A teleportation hole appeared under the second man's feet, allowing him to be teleported from Zone B to Zone A. Hooja was still very nervous and couldn't believe his ears, saying that Trent should have cancelled Ed Ju's ultimate. Penzishwan was no less nervous than him, and had no idea what the hell was going on the battlefield. Ed Ju smiled and told the boy that everything was very simple, and Pan looked at him in bewilderment. Ed said that Ninja's ultimate lasts 3.5 seconds and the developers haven't fixed it, and it's impossible to stop the ultimate that quickly. Penzishwan asked how he could have known about this vulnerability if he hadn't played for the past 2 days. But Ed Ju only grinned and didn't say anything to him, because, of course, he knew all this. He talked about everything from beta testing to everything that happened in the game up until 2018. The main character played as Ninja and decided to use one of his signature moves, namely Purification. At one point, Ed Ju shouted at the top of his voice that he was using a ninjutsu dash right now. The protagonist's character suddenly rushed forward to inflict damage on the enemy. The commentator was surprised by his fast movements, and said that he uses Trance, Cleanse, and then immediately stuns the opponent by dashing. He said with a smile that this provocation caught all 3 players on the mid lane off guard, and the RH team found itself in a difficult position. Ed Ju asked the players not to stand there idly because he wouldn't be able to kill all 3 with his damage level. Penzishwan understood his situation and asked him to leave this matter to him, promising to deal with all 3 opponents. The young and promising player of the NSD team deftly pressed the keys with his fingers. He focused on the battle as much as possible and managed to use the character's ultimate ability. Penzishwan declared that he would immediately use a demonic attack, namely, Fox Flame. The commentator said that the young man had just activated his ultimate ability. He inflicted enormous damage on his main opponent, who was unable to resist. Penzishwan shouted to the rest of the team to return immediately. The commentator said that Hooja was under the control of the taunt, and was forced to take all the damage from the ultimate. The system recorded the first bloodshed, as well as a double and triple murder committed by Fox. Ed Ju smiled at Penzishwan and said that the match was still far from over, so he needed to gather his strength. The young man himself was not going to give up, so he continued to use various techniques against the enemy. Hooja was killed again during the battle, which greatly angered him as defeats followed one after another. Ed Ju told Tiao Tiao that they needed to go to the center, which made him very happy because he was already tired of the constant attacks. The efforts and maximum concentration paid off for the NSD team members and victory was on their side. The commentator announced that Team RH had been defeated and asked to congratulate Team NSD on their incredible comeback and victory. Hooja was furious, threw his headphones at the monitor, and shouted that they were most likely using cheats. Tiao Chiao told the boss he was out of bananas, and Little Bao told Pan he was incredible. The NSD players looked at the defeated members of Team RH and looked at the floor in despair. Ed Ju did not forget for a second about his agreement with the leader of his rivals and looked at him with a smile. He pointed his finger at Penzishwan and said that Hooja had lost and should now apologize to him on stage. Tiao Tiao stepped forward sharply and asked his opponent if he was going to apologize. Beads of sweat ran down Hooja's face, and for a while he simply stood there silently. The commentator suddenly announced some kind of emergency, which attracted the attention of the players. He called for calm and stated that the NSD team could have used illegal fighting methods. The RH team players immediately started discussing this, and saying that their opponents were most likely cheating. Hooja immediately began to mock him maliciously, and asked if those damned liars really wanted him to apologize. But all commentators stated that no illegal software was used and declared NSD the winners. He again asked to congratulate the team on their victory, and Hooja became very nervous again. He wondered if Ed Shu had discovered any residual errors in such a short time. Huzhe exclaimed that he did not agree with the jury's opinion, and the audience did not understand what was happening. The commentator decided to distract the viewers from this, and said that now it was time to invite a special guest. With a smile, he waved his hand and said that their favorite diva, Shi Qingyu, would present the prizes. The sweet girl waved to the audience, introduced herself with a charming smile and greeted everyone present. The RH team players were stunned by her beauty, and with love in their eyes they shouted how much they loved her. Shi Qingyu approached the winning team and presented Pan Zixuan with a silver cup, congratulating him on his victory. The young man held the NSD team's well-deserved award tightly in his hands and simply looked at it for a while. He remained calm and looked with warm pride inside at the award he had helped create. Tiao Tiao hugged little Xian and said that he was the best, and Ed Zhu and Uncle Dao looked after them. Dao was delighted because Ed tricked Huzhe into focusing on mid and exhausted Trent, forcing him to teleport. But the protagonist said that he could not compete with him, to which Dao asked him to end the conversation in a businesslike tone. Pan Zixuan and Tiao Tiao walked forward, but suddenly someone's feet stood in their way. It was Huzhe who addressed the young man, and thus attracted their attention. Tiao Tiao covered Pan Zixuan with his arms, shouted and asked his opponent if he really wanted to be hit. Huzhe clenched his fist and asked for forgiveness, saying that he could lose with dignity and admit defeat. Pan Zixuan was surprised by his revelations, but his rival asked him not to forget that one day he would take revenge. Ed Zhu, who was passing by, put his hand on Huzhe's shoulder, intending to finally say something to him. He called him a worthy opponent, and said that he was looking forward to his performance. Huzhe stood there for a few seconds speechless, pondering his words. He looked into Pan Zixuan's eyes and did not take his eyes off Ed Zhu, who called him an opponent. Pan smiled and invited them both to give it their all, after which he said that they would see each other again at the tournament. The young man joined the team and began to leave, and Huzhe stood silently in place for a while. He pressed his lips together completely, and continued to think about how they considered him a worthy opponent. After a while, the team went outside, and Uncle Bao was glad of the fresh air, and Ed asked if he would die if he stopped whining. The RH team members said among themselves that NSD only knows how to use cheap tactics. But suddenly a red-haired guy appeared behind the two RH team members and said that their dreams would not come true. He said that the strategy of using Huzhe as the main force against the NSD would definitely not allow RH to achieve victory. The guys from the RH team immediately started nervously asking what he was talking about, and asking him not to talk nonsense. The boy confidently stated that Huzhe would suffer a worse death if he fought him one-on-one, which caught Ed's attention. Tiao Tiao said that he was just bragging, and little Bao called the boy arrogant. Ed Zhu said that this guy's statements would not be empty in the future and asked if they wanted to take him into the team. After some time, the protagonists, Uncle Dao and Pan Zixuan, found themselves in an establishment where fragrant food was waiting for them on the table. An awkward silence fell over the trio's table, and Pan felt a little awkward. Dao, smoking a cigarette, said that he hated it when there was such silence around. He slammed the table and asked Ed Zhu when those idiots would come because he was already dying of hunger. He also looked at the protagonist's phone and asked if he was checking the league tables again. Ed Zhu stated that the main players of the four teams MZ, GCC, N1 and HR are currently at the top of the rankings. He said that these teams would be their main obstacles and suggested that the match would show the skill of the HR player. Dao asked if that was why he used the bug, to hide the team's true strength from them. Ed Zhu said that in fact, thanks to this mistake, they had a chance to confront their rivals. Suddenly, the protagonist received a call from Tiao Tiao, and a loud ringtone rang out in the room. Ed Zhu answered the phone and Tiao yelled into the phone at the boss that he tried to stop them but couldn't. The hero asked where they were, to which the guy replied that they would not be able to come to dinner, after which he hung up. The young man's actions angered the protagonist. He shouted and asked what was wrong, but the call had already ended. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, a dim yellow light was shining, adding to the romance. Shi Qingyu enjoyed the hot water in the jacuzzi, and her long, flowing hair became wet in the water. The girl looked charming, and her hair made her even more charming. The cameraman's assistant abruptly hit the clapperboard, indicating that the scene had been filmed. The producer asked everyone to take a break, after which the scene with the horse jumping will be filmed. A crowd of fans presented flowers to the charming Shi Qingyu, and some shouted that they loved her very much and asked for an autograph. Xi Jinping was signing autographs, and people were saying how polite and friendly she was, and that she had no star fever at all. Tiao Tiao picked up his yellow backpack and asked the beauty to sign it directly. Shi Qingyu asked if they had said they couldn't come because of dinner with the boss, but Tiao replied that she was more important. The girls smiled sweetly and asked if they would like to take a tour of the set, since they had finally arrived. Tiao Tiao immediately raised his hand and exclaimed that they would not refuse the excursion. Uncle Dao, chewing his food, wondered where those three fools could have gone. Pan Zhishuan looked at him silently, as he was also chewing at that moment. But at some point it dawned on him, and opening his mouth, he wondered if they had really gone there. After some time, the trio finished lunch and went to the film studio, where the boys might have been. The girl in the lilac skirt saw Ed Zhu and, waving her hands, asked him to come to her. She bowed to him and asked forgiveness for his unceremonious answer and for the inconvenience she had caused. The girl said that the boys were in the rest area, and Mrs. Qingyu became worried when she learned that they came here without telling him anything. Ed Zhu and Uncle Dao approached the trio who had fallen under the care of the sweet Shi Qingyu. Tiao told her that training was boring, there was no rest, and the boss was usually an old fox. Shi Qingyu smiled sweetly, covering her mouth with her finger, and said that it seemed like they were having a hard time. Ed Zhu listened to Tiao Tiao's stories and stood behind him and asked, "Does this mean that training is boring for them?" The boys were very scared because they didn't expect to see the boss here and didn't know what to do now. After a few seconds, the three lined up in a row, and the stern Uncle Dao glared at them. Meanwhile, Ed Zhu greeted Shi Qingyu and thanked him for taking care of the boys. But the girl did not respond to him with mutual politeness, but in response only lowered her serious gaze. She didn't say anything to him and started to leave, and Ed Zhu looked after her in bewilderment. He still held his outstretched hand in the air, and the three behind him were stunned by everything that was happening. The boys quietly laughed, saying that the goddess answered the boss coldly, but was kind to them. Ed Zhu immediately turned around and, laughing terribly, asked if, since they were having so much fun, they would like to eat only vegetables for a whole month. The Trinity immediately fell on their knees before the chief and began to beg him not to do this, and Dao said that he could not help them in any way. Ed Zhu and Dao walked around the set, taking in all its sights. The blonde asked the protagonist if he teased this girl in kindergarten, to which Ed replied that it was only in a dream. Pan Zhishuan waved to his friends and said that he had finally waited for them because he had been waiting for a very long time. He told Tiao Tiao, who was hugging the backpack with the autograph, that the boss didn't want to bring him here, but he still snuck in. One of the guys said that Shi Qingyu patted him on the shoulder, and now he will never wash this t-shirt. Ed Zhu asked and turned to the team, while behind him stood a guy with red hair. He shocked the heroine by claiming that they won thanks to the bug, and got her autograph thanks to his connections. The main character turned around and saw a confident red-haired guy who was looking at him seriously. In his thoughts, Ed Zhu said that in a few days he would go looking for him, but it seemed that fate itself was bringing them together. The red-haired guy was still serious, and said that it was just an autograph and there was nothing to brag about. Tiao Tiao was about to attack him for these words, but Pan Zhishuan stopped him with a smile. The red-haired guy angrily shouted that he had never won a match with the help of bugs and that he was much better than his old team. These words hurt Pan Zhishuan, and at that moment, he turned his back and simply fell into a slight stupor. He immediately turned around, looked sternly at the guy and asked what he wanted to say. The red-haired guy called him an old cripple and said that he only won because his boss took advantage of a mistake. Pan Zhishuan got angry, grabbed him by the shirt and offered to fight him one-on-one, but the guy didn't scare him. But suddenly someone exclaimed that Shi Qingyu was here again, and the boy's eyes filled with admiration. The eyes of the crowd of guys immediately lit up with love for the girl, and the red-haired guy shouted that he wanted her autograph all day. People in the crowd shouted that they loved Shi Qingyu and asked him to look in their direction, but Ed Zhu remained calm. In an instant their paths crossed, they exchanged cold glances, and the fans looked at the girl with great admiration. Shi Qingyu looked angrily at the protagonist, and Ed Zhu himself did not understand the reason for such a look. The girl's assistant told Mr. Ed that they were in a hurry for the next session. She informed fans that Miss Qingyu had advanced to the next stage and thanked everyone for their support. The red-haired guy and Pan Zhishuan let out an irritated sigh, and it was noticeable from the outside. But suddenly the guys remembered their enmity, and immediately exchanged angry glances. The opponents immediately ran in different directions, looking sternly into each other's eyes. The red-haired guy offered Pan Zhishuan a one-on-one fight, and the winner would call the loser daddy. The young man looked at him angrily and replied that there was no point in fighting him. Ed Zhu suddenly walked up to Pan Zixuan and, placing his hand on his shoulder, asked him to calm down at least a little. The young man calmed down and looked at his boss, who was absolutely calm at that moment. Ed Zhu asked the red-haired Zhang Tu if he wanted to join his team, to which the red-haired guy asked if he really knew him. He told Ed that if he knew him, he would understand that with his rating he didn't need a team, even if he wanted to go pro. Zhang Tu started to leave and said that Qingyu had already left anyway, so there was no point in wasting time on them. Ed Zhu smiled and asked, "What if he gives him the opportunity to become friends with Su Qingyu?" Zhang Tu's cheeks turned red, and he turned around and asked the protagonist if he was telling the truth. Meanwhile, Ms. Su Qingyu was riding to the set in the back of a black minibus. The assistant asked her if this was the guy Aunt Su had invited her on a blind date with. Qingyu replied that it was him, and he should learn good manners because he didn't even come, and she waited for him in the cafe all day. The girl did not leave behind a grudge against the main character, and in her thoughts she told herself that she would never forgive him. Meanwhile, Pan Zixuan turned to Ed Zhu, who was watching Zhang Tu leave. The young man asked his boss why he wanted to take this fat man into his team. The yellow-eyed boy Tiao Tiao supported the guy and asked what if the fat man was lying about his grade. But Ed Zhu was confident in this guy and told them with a smile that Zhang Tu was the future best shooter in the world. The red-haired boy's gaming world was related to the game Lufitzer, and he himself was a 16-year-old player on the GC team. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu was at home, deftly typing on the keyboard. The girl was wearing headphones and was extremely focused on the gameplay. Finally, her eyes lit up with joy, and she cried out that she had won. The sweet girl's joy knew no bounds, because victory after so much effort could not fail to bring her pleasure. She smiled sweetly and with joy in her eyes asked if this man wanted to play with her. The producer announced that the scene was filmed and asked for a rest, and the assistant thanked Ms. Qingyu for her work. The assistant also told the girl that one of the shareholders of Storm Peripherals wanted to invite her to dinner, which interested her. She handed her an invitation and said that at 7 in the evening they would be waiting for her at a revolving restaurant in the city center. Su Qingyu took the invitation from the assistant's hands and studied it silently. She did not refuse a possible meeting, and in the evening they were already waiting for her at a revolving restaurant in the city center. The restaurant had a nice atmosphere, everything was bright and colorful, and the environment was relaxing. Live music was playing in the revolving restaurant. A young man was playing the violin and another was playing the piano. At a table by the window, Zhang Tu enjoyed the luxurious view, while Ed Zhu sipped red wine. The red-haired boy was very nervous and asked when the desired Shi Qingyu would come and whether he was actually deceiving him. Ed replied that it hadn't even been 7 yet, and asked me not to say that he was so impatient. His words made the red-haired boy even more tense, and he was about to take back his words. But that was where it all ended. At some point he fell silent, because he himself realized that he really didn't have enough patience. A tense Zhang Tu got up from the table and said that he was going to the toilet for a while and asked when she would come. 3 guys sat at a table behind Ed Zhu and studied the menu. It turned out that they were team members who really wanted to see the beautiful Su Qingyu and were afraid of being noticed. Tiao Tiao removed the menu book from his face and at that very moment he was stunned, as if he had seen something charming. It turned out to be the beauty Shi Qingyu, who appeared in a blue dress with her snow-white legs spread out. The polite waiter bowed to the girl and led her to the table where she was waiting. The girl approached the table and noticed a man behind it, who was familiar to her even from behind. Su Qingyu found herself thinking that this man seemed quite familiar to her. The waiter told Miss Su that this was her table, and upon seeing Ed Zhu, the girl immediately became angry. The protagonist remained calm and told her in a calm tone that they had met again. Su Qingyu couldn't believe that she was seeing this scoundrel who never showed up for dates again. She was not going to tolerate the company of a person she did not like, turned around and began to leave. But Ed Zhu was adamant in his goals, and at the last moment he grabbed her hand. Shi Qingyu did not expect such an action from him and stumbled slightly because of it. She stepped on her dress with her heel, causing her to slip even more. The girl began to fall to the floor, but at the last moment something happened that made her blush. She fell right on top of Ed Zhu, which put her in an extremely awkward position and made her blush even more. Meanwhile, the red-haired Zhang Tu was returning from the toilet, wondering whether Su Qingyu had arrived yet. But completely unexpectedly he met Pan Zixuan, who turned out to be extremely unpleasant to him. Zhang Tu immediately became angry and calling him a cripple, asked what he was doing there. Pen Zhishuan did not respond to his provocations or get angry, but simply remained silent for a few seconds. Zhang Tut became even more angry and accused him of pursuing him to see Qingyu. Pen Zhishuan could not resist and asked him to take off the crown from his head, because he could see it without it. The young people literally glared at each other, barely restraining themselves from starting a fight. Suddenly they heard a familiar female voice and both realized that it was Miss Su's voice. They did not understand who dared to touch her, and immediately rushed to help the girl. The assistant calmed the girl down and said that Mr. Ed did not hug her on purpose, because he is a shareholder, and this is impossible. Zhang Tu ran up to Madame Su and asked what happened, but the girl just looked at him in bewilderment. The green-eyed boy immediately turned his angrily gaze to Ed Zhu, who was sitting at the table. He pointed his finger at the calm protagonist, shouting and asking what he did to her. At that moment, Zhang Tu was extremely serious and demanded that he immediately apologize to the woman. Ed Zhu calmly stood up from the table and said with a smile that he definitely needed to apologize to Ms. Su. But he also said that this should not be done because of a small misunderstanding that had just occurred. The protagonist looked at the silent Su Qingyu, who was looking straight into his eyes, with a slight smile. Ed Zhu extended his hand to her and said that he wanted to sincerely apologize for not coming to the meeting. The main character told the girl that from the moment they met, he became interested in something. He said that he was interested in the reason for her dismissive attitude towards him. Ed Zhu found out that his grandparents had arranged a date with him 3 months ago without even telling him. He apologized and said that he had decided to invite Ms. Su to star in a commercial for the company as an apology. The assistant thought to herself that his apology was enough, and there was no need to act so pretentiously, but Su Qingyu was already starting to get wet. Suddenly the phone in the assistant's bag rang loudly, and she immediately reached into her bag to answer the call. The girl put the phone to her ear and began to speak quietly, and Mr. Zhu called her. She was delighted and asked if the director had seen the demo reel and whether he wanted to invite Miss Qingyu to play the lead role. With joy in her eyes, she said that they were interested and would contact him soon, which caught Miss Su's attention. At this moment, Ed Zhu narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, because he did not lie to the girl. The assistant told Miss Su that this was the same director Guo who recently won the Best Director award. She immediately bowed to Mr. Ed and began to thank him for the opportunity he had given her. But Su Qingyu was not so happy and remained silent for a while. But she still boldly stated that even if his words were true, this was no reason to decide for her where she should work. Ed Zhu smiled and asked, what if this chance gives her the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of her career in a year? But at that very moment he said that she would probably win the Best Actress award even earlier than a year. 5 years ago, another actress stole Su Qingyu's opportunity to star in a commercial and quickly became famous. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu remained in the shadows for 4 years until she received her first major award. Ed Zhu covered his face with his fingers and said that this time he would return to Madame Su what was rightfully hers. Zhang Tu and Su Qingyu herself looked at the protagonist in silence, not knowing what to answer. In his thoughts, the red-haired guy said that he did not expect this, and that this guy not only had excellent connections and resources, but also good intuition. At one point, Su Qingyu spoke to the protagonist at the top of her voice, which greatly surprised Zhang Tu. She said that without her abilities and skills, none of this would have happened, and expressed hope that their paths would cross more often. She turned to the red-haired Zhang Tu and thanked him for his intercession, expressing hope for a meeting. At that moment, the red-haired boy was overcome with indescribable emotions, and his cheeks turned red. He immediately told Miss Su that he really liked her, and that he was glad that she liked esports. With a serious face, Zhang Tu confidently declared that he would become the best professional player. Su Qingyu wished the red-haired youth good luck and said that he still needed one more thing to make his dream come true. Ed Zhu noticed the girl who suddenly fell silent, as if she was about to say something important. Su Qingyu told Zhang Tu that he should forget about NSD and that she would recommend a better team for him. This statement caught the protagonist's attention, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. At this moment, the protagonist became very wary because he did not understand what Su Qingyu was leading to. She said that Team N1 will hold a selection soon and she can recommend Zhang Tu to them. The red-haired boy was very happy and could not believe that she would actually do him such a favor. At this moment, Ed Zhu sighed with a slight sigh of relief, as if he had come to some conclusions himself. He looked with a smile at the girl who was not looking at him and understood what team they were talking about. Team N1 was founded in 2011, and it was very worthy of it. They became famous for winning the Professional League Championship in their first year. But in 2012 and 2013 they dropped to third place in the ranking table. Due to constant internal conflicts and players' intolerance towards newcomers, their positions gradually worsened. But that was not all, because less than 2 years later they were completely excluded from the professional league. At that moment, Eju was extremely thoughtful and began to think about this person. One of his players asked if this was the team that Lo Cha, who was ranked first, played for. The player asked Tiao Tiao if he was really such a creepy person, and Eju listened intently to their conversation. He turned around and asked with a smile if they really needed 5,000 extra fin strokes a day as training. The boys were stunned that he knew about their presence, and Eju said that he guessed it when he saw little Xian. The protagonist immediately turned to Zhang Tu, who was standing silently next to Su Qingyu. Eju exhaled and smiled, asking his esports team players to follow him. He snapped his fingers and said that it was not up to them to decide what to do, but that they could always find a better shooter. Zhang Tu was silent, his gaze was extremely serious, but at the same time it seemed that he wanted to say something. Some time later, the red-haired boy was in his room, playing and eating chips. The whole room was filled with the crunch of chips, and on the wall hung posters of his beloved Su Qingyu. Zhang Tu stuffed chips into his mouth non-stop, looking at the monitor screen with particular interest. During the playful skirmish, he remembered Eju's words that they were not given a choice, but they could always find a better shooter. Zhang Tu was focused on the game and tense at the same time, but he managed to score a double kill. His main opponent was the Fox, against whom he used all his strength. The Fox was unable to resist the champion Zhang Tu, so she simply dodged his attacks. In the end, Pan Zishuan's character fell in an unequal battle, which brought joy to the red-haired guy. Zhang Tu grinned maliciously and said that stupid Li Su was clearly unlucky since he was playing against him for the second game in a row. At some point, the grading table was updated, which caught the boy's attention. His dominions came in second place, and Pan Zishuan's dominions came in third, and they could not help but rejoice. Zhang Tu happily exclaimed that with such a rating, he would definitely be able to crush most professional players. But suddenly the door to his room was kicked open by a man, which interrupted his joy. The brown-eyed man's gaze was as stern and angry as possible, as this person was disturbing his peace. On Zhang Tu's desk he saw crumbs, a can of soda, and an open bag of chips. The red-haired man jumped up from his chair and with a serious face asked the old man what he wanted. My father screamed that video games were bad for him, and he had already repeated many times that he had enough of playing. Zhang Tu tried to stop him and shouted at him not to touch his things, because becoming a professional player was his dream. The prickly man cried out and asked his son if his sleep could feed him. He shouted and asked the angry Zhang Tu if he and his mother had raised him only to play games. The father's words deeply hurt and angered the young man, and at some point he clenched his fist tightly. Anger and rage overwhelmed Zhang Tu, and he became even more angry as he gritted his teeth. But at some point he smiled strangely and told his father that he shouldn't have said that at all. The boy kept screaming that he didn't care about him when he abandoned him as a child at his grandparents'. He shouted that people like his father would never understand why a person needs dreams. Zhang Tu could not restrain himself, and gritting his teeth, rushed to the door so as not to talk to his father anymore. His father called after him, asked where he was running, and finally called him a brat. But the red-haired boy was deeply offended by his father, and, without saying anything, simply slammed the door behind him. Zhang Tu was deeply offended by his own father's lack of faith, and tears of disappointment flowed from his eyes. But the blue-eyed boy gathered his strength, wiped away his tears and confidently moved forward. After some time, the determined Zhang Tu was already at the airport, and the weather outside was clear. A polite flight attendant greeted passengers boarding the plane. She told the passengers that if they needed anything, they just needed to let her know. An impassive Zhang Tu sat by the window, eating chips and reflecting on his life. In his eyes one could see disappointment, sadness and pain, which did not leave him for a minute. He remembered how upset he was because Su Qingyu immediately ran out and started asking about what happened. At that moment, Zhang Tu was completely upset and just silently looked at the floor. At that moment, the girl treated him with sympathy and really wanted to somehow help the young man. Su Qingyu and her assistant hugged the guy and suggested that he go inside first. Sitting on a chair, Ms. Zhang Tu said that she had contacted Mr. Meng, the coach of Team No. 1. She also said that the plane leaves the day after tomorrow, and he can stay here if he has nowhere to go. Zhang Tu read out a message from Coach Meng, in which he said that they would pay for the tickets and accommodation. Since he ran away from home, he has been taken in by Lady Qingyu and will soon be heading to the selection competition in S City. Suddenly a young man came up and asked the young man if he understood correctly that this was seat 43B. Zhang Tu smiled politely and replied that he understood correctly, and it was the same place. He opened his eyes and became very nervous because he knew the passenger who addressed him. Zhang Tu was stunned and asked if it was an old cripple, and Pan Zhishuan himself was no less surprised. He was shocked by such a meeting and could not believe that luck had turned against him. Pan Zhishuan turned to Tiao Tiao and another member of their team who were sitting there. In his thoughts he told himself that everything could be fine if only he had not forgotten to choose his place. In desperation, Pan Zhishuan nevertheless sat between Zhang Tu and the stranger, intending to endure the flight. The red-haired guy looked at him sternly, and warned him not to talk to him. Both guys boldly turned away from each other, and the passenger sitting with them covered his face with his hat. But at some point, Pan Zhishuan seemed to have an epiphany, and a certain chain of logic formed in his head. He asked Zhang Tu why he was also flying to S City if they were returning to their team's base. The guy smiled and decided not to tell him anything about going to the qualifying competition. Zhang Tu just smiled and told Pan Zhishuan that he was going on vacation. Sitting next to the protagonist, Dao scratched his ear and told Edju that it seemed like little Xian was having fun there, and he envied him. He asked the protagonist if he would really allow Zhang Tu to join in one like this. Edju replied that the question is whether the person will return after being released, so he is not worried about it. Dao chuckled and asked the protagonist where he got such confidence from. After which he asked the protagonist if there was anything else bothering him now. Suddenly Dao turned his attention to Ed's book, where it was written about the stock price falling by 50%. He snatched the magazine from the protagonist's hands and anxiously asked if we were talking about his action. But Edju asked him to keep quiet and said that he had sold them a long time ago, and only one person had gotten into trouble because of them. He smiled and said that only his good friend had problems with this. Dao was stunned and shouted that he had not told him anything about leaving the business, and that he had spent a lot of money on it. Edju calmly asked how much money he spent, to which the man replied 500 yuan. Some time later, the plane landed in City S, and a joyful Zhang Tu strolled through the streets of the city. He enjoyed the city and convinced himself that this was exactly how he had imagined it, and that someone was spying on him from around the corner. It turned out that he was watching the young man Pan Zhishuan, who was convincing himself that he could not do anything about it. Because of this guy, he dropped to 4th place in the rankings, and now he's in a city with a lot of teams. Pan Zhishuan continued to follow in the footsteps of Zhang Tu, who, without realizing it, was enjoying this city. After some time, he took a selfie, satisfied, and Xian continued to spy. Pan Zhishuan continued to follow this guy even when he was ordering at the cafe. While Zhang Tu was happily feeding a white stray cat in the alley, the surveillance continued. Pan Zhishuan wondered if this red-haired guy really came on vacation. At one point, a man on a bicycle shouted at him to get out of the way and not stand in it unnecessarily. Zhang Tu immediately turned around to see what was happening behind him. He screamed that this cripple was stalking her again and called him a real stalker. Pan Zhishuan pretended that this was not the case at all, but an angry Zhang Tut asked him not to pretend. He asked him to just admit that he admired him, and maybe then he would give him a chance. The guy smiled slyly at Pan Zhishuan and asked if he should start the live broadcast right now. But the young man simply lowered his head and continued to silently listen to the red-haired guy. Zhang Tu was a little surprised because he didn't understand what was happening to the young man. Pan Zhishuan placed his injured hand on the floor, but she did not let him rest because she was sick. Zhang Tu was a little worried and was about to offer help, but the young man shouted that it was none of his business. He helped Pan Zhishuan stand up and said that he didn't want people to say that he was mocking him. At one point he abruptly waved the red-haired guy away, knocking the ice cream out of his hands, and said that he didn't need his help. Ice cream flew into a black luxury car, which really scared the guys. Both esports athletes became nervous and froze in a daze, not understanding what consequences this could lead to. A stern, stubbly man with a smoldering cigarette in his mouth immediately approached them. A stern blonde man approached the sweaty young people to resolve the situation. He immediately grabbed the red-haired boy by the t-shirt, and Pan Zhishuan didn't know what to do. The man hit Zhang Tu so hard that he screamed uncontrollably in pain. A stern man told the boy that he had dirtied his car and asked how they were going to solve this problem. Next to one of the wheels lay an ice cream cone, which, due to Pan Zhishuan's fault, flew out of Zhang Tu's hands. The stern, stubbled man asked the red-haired boy how he was going to solve this problem. The young man said that it was just ice cream and that the car could simply be wiped down. Pan Zhishuan realized that it was his fault and decided that he needed to intervene in the decisive battle. He admitted his guilt and said that they could pay for the car wash, and also offered to settle everything peacefully. But the blonde responded by asking the guy if he really thought that just an apology would help him. He grabbed the frightened Zhang Tu's head tightly and began to press it against the car with all his might. Crouching down, he began to tell the boy that on the streets people are judged by their actions, not by their words. He said he wanted that idiot to wash the car with his tongue, down to the last drop. The hot-tempered Zhang Tu broke free from the man's arms, and Pan Zhishuan asked him to calm down and said that everything could be discussed. The red-haired boy angrily said that it was useless to talk to him and that it would be better to call the police. Pan Zhishuan began to dissuade her and asked her not to create unnecessary problems, to which Zhang Tu only asked him to shut up. The boy immediately called the police and was going to describe the situation, but everything turned out to be not so simple. The unknown man took out his phone and asked who allowed him to be rude to Brother Pao, and if he was really tired of living. Zhang Tu demanded the phone back, to which the bandit merely threw it on the ground. After which, in brown patent leather shoes, he began to trample on the smartphone. Zhang Tu became furious and began to insult the bandits, and Pan Zhishuan was very nervous but remained silent. The leader of the bandits asked the trio to teach the young men a lesson, and the bandits obeyed Brother Pao. Pan Zhishuan realized that he had to act and suddenly grabbed Zhang Tu's hand. He shouted to him that he could not stand still and must run away immediately while they were still alive. Zhang Tu shouted at him that this would not have happened if he had not started acting harshly. Pan Zhishuan replied that it was he who tried to help him up, even after he refused him. There was no time to search for the criminals, as the bandits with bats were chasing these guys. They did not lag behind the young people for a minute and shouted after them to stop immediately. Old women danced in the streets of the city and did not stop the young men. Rude hooligans pushed the women away, rudely demanding that they give way and not obstruct the passage. The women did not tolerate such rude behavior and began to beat the hooligans with fans. This played into the hands of Pan Zhishuan and Zhang Tu, who continued to run with all their might. Suddenly one of the bandits tripped and fell, and the second continued the pursuit. The long-haired bandit in the Hawaiian shirt did not notice the hatch that was not closed. After which he fell there, stunned by what was happening. Zhang Tu mocked him, calling him an old cripple, and Pan Zhishuan said that now was not the time to laugh at them. The young man became even more nervous because his phone ran out of battery at the most inopportune moment. The hooligan, sticking his head out of the hatch, shouted to his comrades to catch up with the guys and beat them almost to death. The young people continued to run, but Zhang Tu accidentally stepped on a stone and slipped. The red-haired boy immediately fell to the floor, rubbing his knees on the ground, and Pan Zhishuan immediately turned his attention to him. Zhang Tu said that he was out of breath and tired, and told the boy that he could not run any longer. Pan Zhishuan asked him to wait a little longer because they had almost reached the club. Suddenly the boy's eyes were blinded by the headlights of an approaching black car. Zhang Tu rubbed his blinded eyes and tried to understand what was approaching them. Bandit Pao, whose car they had just doused with ice cream, got out of the car and said they were moving well. He said that since they had decided to deceive him, they would not have gotten away with just licking his car. Pan Zhishuan realized that they were surrounded on all sides, and the bandits said that now they had nowhere to run. The treacherous Pao walked up to the guy and cold-bloodedly kicked him in the stomach, after which Zhang Tu asked this boy what he was doing here. But the bandit got to him and grabbed the red-haired guy by the hair, causing him to scream in pain. Pao said that he didn't seem to understand what he was getting into, and ordered his arms to be broken. One of the bandits' henchmen smiled and told his brother that he would do it without any problem. Zhang Tu was very nervous because he was not a professional player yet, and had no intention of showing this old man what he could do. One of the bandits pressed his head to the floor, and the young man screamed at the top of his voice to be let go. When one of the bandits began to mockingly swing the bat, Zhang Tu almost fainted from fear. His blue eyes reflected fear so vividly that the bandit recognized himself in them. Pan Zhishuan realized that he couldn't just leave things as they were, and he shouted, demanding that they stop. After this, he pounced on Zhang Tu and covered him with his body, which could not help but surprise the young man, since he considered him an old cripple. The blow from the bat landed on Pan Zhishuan's back, who felt guilty about the whole situation. The pain was so strong that he could barely hold back a scream, but by gritting his teeth he managed to endure it. Zhang Tu looked up, his eyes wide open, and his mouth was covered by the shoulder of the young man lying on top of him. The red-haired boy immediately jumped up and turned to Pan Zhishuan with excitement, asking why he did this. The young man replied that he simply did not want to see them do the same thing to another person's hand that happened to his hand. Beads of sweat ran down Zhang Tu's face. He clenched his teeth tightly, looking at the guy. Meanwhile, the NSD club players returned to the team club, not knowing what happened to their teammate. Tiao Qiao collapsed on the purple sofa and was glad that he was finally home, because he really missed his favorite sofa. A young man asked Ed Shu if they could go see the movie Fast and Furious, because he missed the premiere and Paul is his idol. The main character, upset, looked at the floor and said that Pavel died in the 7th part. He said he wouldn't watch that part because he really didn't want to be upset about it. Tiao Tiao closed his eyes, the smile and all the positive emotions disappeared from his face, and he simply remained silent. Beads of sweat ran down Ed Shu's cheeks, and he continued to look at the floor in annoyance. Meanwhile, the bandit Pao, looking at the helpless guys, was wondering what to do with them next. Zhang Tu looked him in the eye sternly and insulted him and his friends while the powerless Pan lay on his lap. Pao did not succumb to the guy's provocation and simply spat to the side in response. He told the boy that he hated those who hindered him and interfered in his affairs, and ordered them to be beaten. One of the bandits swung his bat, and said that this is what happens when you anger Brother Pao. Zhang Tu hugged Pan Zhishuan, and at that moment, both of them were very tense because they didn't know what would happen next. The bandits were going to beat these guys almost to death, and then, despising them, they ridiculed them, after which they began to beat them mercilessly. After some time, the beating stopped, and the two powerless e-sportsmen lay motionless. The red-haired boy Zhang Tu had many bruises on his face, and Pao wondered if they had both already lost consciousness. Pan Zhishuan's face was no more handsome than the red-haired youth's, and the bandits mocked them, calling them weaklings. Bandit Pao looked at the boys, then told his guards that they could go. The trio of ruthless bandits followed their leader, and the boys lay motionless. One of the gangsters told the boss that the blonde guy looked like a cyber athlete, and that NSD was probably the team for this major tournament. These words interested Pao, who always strives for personal gain. He smiled and said that from now on the plans would change and they should take the boys with them. After some time, Pao and his team found themselves in a bar where there was a pool table. There was a charming red-haired girl with snow-white skin in the bar. The bad girl with pink hair invited Brother Pao to play again, to which the man laughed in response. Pan Zhishuan and Zhang Tu were tied up and sitting on the floor with their backs to each other, unconscious. Suddenly water was poured on them to quickly bring them to consciousness and make them speak. Pan Zhishuan was stunned and could not fully recover, not understanding where they were. Zhang Tu was as tense as he was, wondering what kind of place this was and what they were doing here. The cunning Pao smiled, lit a cigarette, and said that they didn't even have to try because this was his favorite place. Zhang Tu looked angrily at the treacherous robber, and asked what he wanted from them. Pao calmly asked the fair-haired boy to tell him how to contact his sponsor, after which he would let them both go. His frivolous attitude angered Pan Zhishuan, and he said that such a thing could only happen in a dream. The bandit did not tolerate insults directed at him, and hit the young man on the head with a glass bottle. Pao sternly asked the fair-haired boy to watch his language when he spoke to him. Pan Zhishuan shouted in anger that he would not tell him anything even if he killed him. The red-haired Zhang Tu was amazed by his courage and tried to understand why he revered his boss so much. Pao hugged the pink-haired girl and said that he was very curious how long these guys would last here. The bandit leader ordered two of his subordinates to look after the boys while he rested. But after he left, a woman unexpectedly entered the room and immediately turned to security. One of the guards, looking at the red-haired girl, was stunned by what he saw. It turned out to be Sister Hua, who smiled and said that she was receiving new guests. Both guards were stunned and their eyes filled with love at the sight of the charming sister. Zhang Tu and Pan Zhishuan, meanwhile, were wary because they did not understand who she was. The bandits asked the girl why she was there, to which the girl replied that these guys were brought here by Pao's brother. One of the bandits answered in the affirmative, because they are professionally sports players and are probably worth a lot of money. The red-haired Sister Hua looked into the eyes of the mesmerized robber, and asked if he really thought she didn't know this. The girl smiled sweetly at Pan Zhishuan and said that she had seen all of his competitive matches. But the tied-up young man just sat silently on the floor, maintaining complete silence. The blonde walked up to Sister Hua and asked with a smile what she was looking at because they weren't finished yet. The girl finally smiled at Pan Zhishuan and told the blonde that she was already on her way. Zhang Tu asked the guy if he knew the girl, to which he replied in the negative, and said that she just saw him on dates. The red-haired boy looked at the floor in disappointment, and said that they, professional players, were recognized everywhere. Zhang said he was tormented by the question of whether he would ever be able to get out of here alive and become a professional. Pan Zhishuan became nervous and said tensely that the ice cream fell at the wrong time. At this moment, Zhang Tu's eyes widened, but he himself remained tense. He said that he did not expect Pan to be so strong, because the robbers shook him quite hard with the club. Yet he dared to ask Pan Zhishuan why he was so careful to hide his boss's identity from them. At this moment the young man was deep in thought, planning to give the boy a detailed answer. Pan Zhishuan began to remember how some time ago, Ed Zhu extended a helping hand to him when he was in trouble. He remembered how his boss, standing under an umbrella, invited him to join his esports team. Pan Zhishuan's soul was pierced by warmth, and he said that the main thing is to be grateful to people for their kindness. John said he doubted his boss would come to save them, and Pan exclaimed that Ed was the best boss. The red-haired guy didn't believe it, and said that even the best team owner wouldn't say such things. Pan Zhishuan asked the boy with interest and bewilderment what he was talking about. Zhang Tu immediately turned around and angrily replied that Ed Zhu said that a better shooter could be found, which insulted him. After these words, Pan Zhishuan laughed, because all this seemed like a trifle to him. He said that in fact, all this time, Ed Zhu had kept the adjutant's position vacant specifically for Zhang Tu. Meanwhile, Sister Hua knocked on the door where Pao's bandits were watching the esportsmen. She entered and condescendingly asked the two guards for help, saying that she could not find her earrings. One of the bandits smiled enthusiastically and told Sister Hua that they should stay here to keep an eye on the hostages. The charming girl smiled slightly and said that she would go after the guys herself, and asked if they really didn't trust her. But the two robbers immediately declared that, of course, they trusted her, because even their brother Pao respected her. The two unsuspecting robbers obeyed and went in search of Hua's earrings. After they left, the girl began to take small steps towards the sports athletes associated with her. The guys looked at the girl in surprise, and there was no less surprise in her eyes. At some point, Hua was slightly taken aback, and her cheeks turned red when she met Pan Zhishuan's gaze. The young man did not lag behind and also looked at her, as if with slight surprise and excitement. Deep down, Hua was happy because she knew that Pan was looking at her, and knew what it meant to be in love. Pan Zhishuan tried to understand what the girl was thinking, and Zhang Tu asked if the bubbles were edible. Hua began to shake her head from side to side and mentally told herself that there was no time, and she could not put it off any longer. She immediately ran up to the tied-up guys and began to untie them, and Zhang Tu asked in surprise why she was helping them. Hua nervously replied that she was already tired of these idiots with their dirty deeds. She looked at Pan with love and asked if the fan was not supposed to save her idol if he was in danger. The boy's cheeks turned red, and Pan Zhishuan began to thank her for saving them from the bandits. The cyber athletes, without wasting a second, started running before the bandit Pao returned. After the esportsmen left, Hua became even happier, talking about how cool little Xian was. In the room where visitors could play billiards, 3 bright incandescent lamps were burning. The sports players were planning to pass by the pool table unnoticed because they didn't want any problems. But suddenly the long-haired bandit, previously appointed by him as an overseer, turned around. Pan Zhishuan became very tense, realizing that the situation had reached a dead end since they had been noticed. The cyber athletes immediately rushed forward, and the guard rushed after them. Meanwhile, another guard informed Pao that he had found the NSD's contact information. But the attention of the bandit leader was drawn to a man's shout demanding that the two guys be stopped immediately. One of the bandits still managed to grab Pan Zhishuan by the shoulder, while Zhang Tu ran forward. The red-haired guy tensed up and, turning around, shouted at the bandit to let him go immediately. Pan Zhishuan realized the hopelessness of the situation and shouted at Zhang Tu to leave him and run away quickly. Bandit Pao became angry and shouted at his subordinates, ordering them not to let any of them escape. 3 bandits surrounded a red-haired youth, who, in the chaos of events, became confused and fell into a stupor. But suddenly the door of the establishment opened, and a man in black patent leather shoes appeared on the threshold. John too and the bandits looked at him, and it turned out that he was the owner of the NSD team, Ed Zhu. He was completely calm and asked who dared to cause trouble for his players. Ed Zhu addressed the bandits sternly and ordered them to immediately take their hands off his players. John too was stunned and wondered if he really came to save them. Ed Zhu smiled and apologized for being late, justifying himself by saying that this issue needed to be resolved on the way. Evil Bao asked the protagonist if he was the owner of this esports team. After this, the treacherous robber ordered the rest of his subordinates to take all three hostage. He ordered Xiaoxi to keep an eye on the blonde man while Pan Zixuan tried to escape from his grasp. The bandits grinned evilly, rolled up their sleeves, and chased away all the visitors of the establishment. Xiaoxi twisted Pan Zixuan's arms, and the youth screamed for him to let him go immediately. But suddenly the robber was kicked in the head, and the force of the blow made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Uncle Dao delivered the blow, calmly exhaling and holding a smoldering cigarette in his hand. Pan Zixuan was delighted to see Dao, but the impudent robber lay unconscious on the floor, his face blue. The fair-haired savior smiled and said that he was not alone here, but had brought friends with him. Ed Zhu smiled, crossing his arms, and said that this was to be expected from a former gang member. Dao gritted his teeth and said that it was he who asked him for help, and asked if he could leave in peace. Tiao Tiao and another team member peeked out from behind the boss, delighted to see Pan Zixuan. The young man himself was glad to see all the team members, because he missed them very much at that time. Pan Zixuan and his uncle stood in one place for several minutes, watching the unconscious bandit. Suddenly, Sister Hua came up behind Bandit Xiaoxi, kicked him, and told him to get out of the way. She walked up to Pan Zixuan, gently took his hand and asked if he was okay. After this, Uncle Dao gave the order to his men to begin the decisive battle with the arrogant bandits. The athletes deftly began to deal with the bandits, knocking them to the ground one after another. Zhang Tu watched all this with surprise, and the long-haired bandit continued to hold him back. But the red-haired young man decided not to waste time and immediately hit the bandit in the groin with his knee. The atmosphere in the establishment was cheerful for the Dao boys, as they had kicked some bad ass to their heart's content. Bandit Pao, getting nervous, called his remaining subordinates worthless and ordered them to fight. Tiao Tiao and the rest of the team watched the fight from the sidelines, shouting that it was really cool. Pao became even more angry, shouted and asked who they were and how dare they do such a thing in his lair. When Ed Zhu wanted to hit the protagonist, he calmly dodged. Pao screamed in pain as his opponent's sharp blows sent him slamming face first into the wall. The painting hanging on the wall shook violently after the blow, and the robber himself could hardly stand on his feet. After this he spat out some blood, not understanding how it happened. Ed Zhu smiled, calmly looked at his watch and said, "They will be here soon." A short time later, the police car stopped at the Red Star Billiard Club. Loud footsteps were heard in the room, and the law enforcement officers, without wasting a second, did not hesitate. One of the police officers showed his identification and stated that they had become aware of illegal activity taking place in the establishment. Pao was very nervous because he didn't understand where the police were coming from, but they asked him to obey and go with them. Ed Zhu remained completely calm and smirked slightly, but someone shouted at the bandit that it was all his fault. The protagonist recalled how nervous he was because Xian had not contacted him for 3 hours. As a result, he contacted the police and asked for help in tracing the location of the phone number. Positioning can be used to determine coordinates based on signals between the phone and a cellular base station. A short time later, Ed Zhu learned that Pan Zixuan was at the Red Star Billiard Club. For 3 years now, this place has served as a haven for local gangs and their illegal activities, and in 6 months they will be caught. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by Pao, who once again angrily asked him how he knew about their location. As Ed Zhu left, he waved his hand and said that he was simply looking into the future of the bandit leader. He asked little Xian if he was okay, to which he replied in the affirmative, and said that it would not affect his training in any way. Zhang Tu, meanwhile, was taking care of the NSD team, who were happy with their work together. He looked at the hugging guys and told himself that they were like a family, and he was alone. Zhang Tu knew that if he could get into the NSD team, it would be a lot of fun. The red-haired boy realized that there might not be another chance, and decided to take his will into his own hands. He clenched his fists tightly and prepared to walk up to the team owner and invite him to join them. Finally, Zhang Tu plucked up his courage and turned to face Mr. Ed, after which the protagonist immediately paid attention to him. But in reality everything was not as this guy imagined, and from excitement he could not put two words together. John too blushed in embarrassment, and tried to ask if he could join the team. But suddenly his speech was interrupted by the beautiful Hua, who asked them to stop, which attracted their attention. The girl said that there was a hospital nearby and offered to take the guys there so that they could receive help. Pan Zishuan was very embarrassed, and the protagonist silently looked at the girl who wanted to help the young men. Edju smiled sweetly at the charming girl and sincerely thanked her for her offered help. He turned his back, and beloved Hua looked with admiration at the handsome Pan Zishuan. He was delighted and said that she could carry him to the hospital in her arms, but the young man refused. Some time later they found themselves in the hospital, where Hua nervously asked him not to move his hand. Four men, including the owner of the esports team, waited for Pan Zishuan to receive help. The blonde said with a smile that the guy was lucky, and Ed added that it was Dao who dropped everything halfway and started drinking with friends. The blonde looked a little nervously at the other guys and realized that they were all underage. Zhang too was very nervous because he still wanted to invite the protagonist to the team. Edju looked at the boy in surprise, realizing that he clearly wanted something, but at the same time he was worried. But suddenly Zhang too stood up and confidently declared that he wanted to ask Mr. Ed something. But suddenly a nurse came out and said that the next patient could come in, which upset the guy. After some time, the man received medical attention, and Pan Zishuan thanked Sister Hua. The girl in love took the guy by the hands and said that this was the least she could do and asked him to be careful. As she said goodbye, the girl waved her hand and asked him to take care of herself, promising that she would root for the young man. Dao asked Hua to leave her contact information, and whenever she wanted, he could arrange a meeting for them. The girl kindly agreed and left her contact information, which the blonde later began to brag about to Eduju. The protagonist said that he should arrange a meeting for them, and Zhang too decided that it could not be delayed any longer. He loudly apologized to Eduju and said that he wanted to tell him something very important. The protagonist turned his attention to the guy and turned to listen to him carefully. Having gathered his courage, the young man was about to ask if he could join the team, but something again prevented him. Zhang too was very embarrassed as his stomach growled loudly, and he felt uneasy. The young man grabbed his stomach, wondering why all this was happening right now. Edju smiled and said that if he was hungry, he could just say so, but he already thought that something had happened. After this, the main character said that there was a cafe nearby, and they went there, where they were politely greeted by a pleasant waitress. The girl, looking at the company of esports players, felt disgusted, because they were professional players again. She said they have discounts of 70, 50 and 30% for players of different levels. Tiao Tiao was happy because their team had 3 candidates and 4 masters, which meant the discounts would be huge. The guys were happy because the dinner would be practically free, and the waitress said that the discount was only valid once. A group of esports players sat down at a table, and the girl at the next table thought that these guys were from NSD. One of the players from another esports team smiled and said that you don't see that often. It was Li Chun, known by the nickname Rakshasa, currently the main ADC of the N1 team. On the table of the NSD team players there were plates with luxurious dishes, enticing with their aromas. The group of cyber athletes looked with admiration at the delicious dishes they were about to try. Zhang too grabbed the meat on a stick and, enjoying its taste, even blushed with pleasure. The red-haired young man experienced indescribable pleasure from the incredible taste of the dish. Tiao Tiao smiled and offered little Xian a small snack to get in shape, but the young man refused because he doesn't eat much. Blonde Dao watched the young cyber athletes with a smile, a little envious of their happiness. Edju said that this is not always the case because they would not do that if they lost the match. Dao asked with a smile what the protagonist's plans were, since the God of Battle Cup was coming up next month. Edju showed him the smartphone and said that he had already registered them, and now everything was up to them. The young cyber athletes were delighted with this news from their boss and began to look at each other with smiles. Zhang too sat silently at the table, realizing that they had to fight for the cup, and he was still not on the team. Tiao Tiao asked if participating in the cup meant they would have a chance to compete with the top 4 teams. Little Bao laughed and said that if they hit one of those targets in the first round, they were finished. The players of Team N1 watched the players of Team NSD and assumed that they were discussing them at the table. Team N1 was one of the top 4 national teams in the God of Battle game. The team's lead gunner, Li Chong, sipped a carbonated drink and smiled evilly, as if he was plotting something. He put his glass down on the table with a loud bang and was about to start playing in front of the audience. Tiao Qiao and Pan Zixuan looked at him with slight surprise, not understanding what was going on. Li Chun laughed and said that the NSD team was even short of people and asked if they were participating in the cup because of their connections. Another player, N1, said that the rich are clearly reckless and achieve everything thanks to their connections. The words of his rivals angered Tiao Tiao, and he asked with an angry cry what they were talking about. His emotions also bothered Li Chong, who was trying to figure out who was being rude to his team. Tiao Tiao confidently rolled up his sleeves and fearlessly asked him if this was the same Rakasa. Li Chun smiled and told the boy that he obviously had good eyesight, since he was even able to recognize him. Zhang Tu looked at him in surprise, because he saw Rakasa for the first time and realized that the guys with him were apparently from Team Number 1. Meng Chuan, the coach of Team N1, in turn, was slightly surprised when he saw the red-haired boy. He turned to the guy in surprise and, smiling slightly, asked Zhang Tu what he was doing here. The guy started to get nervous because he and the coach had an agreement that Zhang would come to the qualifying competition. One of the players told Li Chun that this particular guy should come to the selection tomorrow. Rakasa said that it turned out that he was the backup option that their boss had spoken about, and also mentioned that he had good connections. After hearing his words about connections, Zhang Tu became angry and confidently shouted that he could crush Li Chun with one hand. But Rakasa was not at all frightened by his words and in response simply began to laugh uncontrollably at the top of his voice. Another player told Li Chun that Zhang is actually a good shooter and is ranked 3rd on the telecom server. After these words, Rakasa became even more angry and with a sharp movement threw the plates of food off the table. He asked the boy to repeat what he had said again and asked if Zhang Tu was really a good shooter. Li Chun turned around abruptly and slapped the guy with glasses on the cheek, shouting and asking who he took him for. Zhang Tu was stunned by the events that were unfolding, while Ed Zhu, who was standing behind him, only watched everything that was happening with cold blood. The guy with glasses fell to the floor after the blow, his nose started bleeding, and Li Chun stood silently over him. The player who was hit by this guy became very worried and tried to turn towards Rakasa. Another player asked Li Chun to calm down, and Coach Ming silently watched the whole thing. Rakasa said with a serious face that 3rd place in the rankings for him is equivalent to bronze or silver. He immediately turned his stern and angry gaze on the red-haired boy who had just spoken out loudly. He showed Zhang Tu the middle finger and said that defeating him was like crushing a beetle. The rude man's words touched the blue-eyed boy, and he even opened his eyes wide in surprise. Soon his face became serious and his tone stern. Zhang Tu asked Li Chong if he had finally spoken. Rakasa looked at the red-haired guy with bewilderment, who started saying something about Team Number 1. Li Chun was furious when Zhang Tu said that he was very sorry that the Number 1 team had a player like him. In a stern tone, Rakasa asked the red-haired guy to repeat what he had said, and the waitress asked them to calm down. Zhang Tu shouted that it would be better for him not to join Team N1 if he had to play on the same team with someone like Li Chun. At this moment, Rakasa became furious and immediately grabbed the guy by the t-shirt, intending to hit him in the face with all his might. But at the last moment before the blow, a man's hand grabbed his hand tightly. It turned out that it was Ed Zhu who decided to stand up for Zhang Tu and prevent the scoundrel Li Chun from beating him. The protagonist looked Roque seriously in the eyes and said that he had clearly gone too far. Team N1's coach, meanwhile, continued to observe the confrontation from the sidelines, maintaining neutrality. Team N1 player and Coach Ming began to lead Li Chong away, saying that he had drunk too much and they needed to leave. Rakasa broke free from their hands and declared that the NSD could take this red-haired idiot into their team and sink to the very bottom. After these words, Zhang Tu became very angry and again asked who this idiot dared to insult. But Ed Zhu, who was standing nearby, did not allow this confrontation to escalate into something serious and put his hand on the guy's shoulder. The protagonist said that it was too early to say, but Zhang Tu was destined to top the rankings. After these words, an incredible silence reigned in the room, and the red-haired guy looked at the owner of the National School of Drama in shock. Li Chong looked at Ed Zhu with the same stunned expression, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. But after a few seconds he broke the silence by making some strange sounds. Soon he and the rest of Team N1 burst out laughing because they didn't believe this nonsense. Coach Ming approached Mr. Ed and said that defeating Gao Mingliang's Ricardo is not that easy. After what he said, his face became serious, and the coach himself looked at his watch, as if remembering something. Coach Man told Rakasa that they had a friendly match scheduled for tomorrow, so they had to go. The rest of the team patted Lee Chong on the back and said that it was really time for them to leave. Finally, Rakasa called it all nonsense, because the little dog is simply protecting its owner, and they consider this the highest praise. At that moment, Jong too was very tense, and beads of sweat were running down his face from excitement. He thanked Coach Main for purchasing his plane ticket and paying for his accommodations, but said he had decided not to participate in the qualifying competition. The coach turned around and said they would talk about it later and promised to contact him later. Team N1 finally left the establishment, and Team NDS was about to continue their dinner. The green-haired waitress sighed with relief when they finally left. John too called out the same idiots with a serious face, continuing to think about everything that had happened. Ed Zhu calmly asked him to take a break and suggested that they continue the feast. John too did not argue with the protagonist, and only with slight sadness agreed to his proposal. Sitting at the table, he was about to say something to Ed Zhu, but for some time he could not put two words together. In the end, Blue-Eyed John too thanked him and promised that he would reach the top of the rankings and take first place. Ed Zhu smiled and asked him not to worry about it because he just said it without thinking. The protagonist's words stunned John too, and he couldn't understand what Mr. Ed meant. The protagonist said with a smile that they were right, since breaking Light's record was not easy, even for a professional. John too clenched his fist, lowered his head in frustration, and was about to say something to the team owner. He forcefully declared that even if he said this without thinking, he still offered his sincere apologies. Ed Zhu looked at the guy and realized that these were clearly not all the words he wanted to tell him. John too suddenly stood up from the table, which surprised all the sports team players sitting at the table, including Ed Zhu. With his hand on his heart, Jean confidently vowed that he would not stop until he reached the top of the rankings. Ed Zhu was glad to hear such confidence in his words and smiled for a few seconds. The protagonist smiled at the young man and said that in that case he would look forward to it. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, and the group of esportsmen returned to their club building. Jean too was invited to the club and was happy because he finally saw what an esports club looked like. The team players were glad to return home because they were very tired, and the red-haired boy looked at the club with admiration. The worried assistant coach Chio smiled sincerely, happy about the team's return. The assistant, seeing the bandage on little Xian's face, anxiously asked if he had really been beaten, to which the young man replied that everything was fine. Ed Zhu introduced the boy to Zhang Tu, the club assistant, and said that from now on he would be living here, and asked him to show him around. The red-haired boy greeted the club assistant politely, and both were glad to meet. But in his thoughts, Chio wondered who this fat man was and whether he was actually a distant relative of the boss's niece. Ed Zhu gave Zhang Tu a phone because his own was broken and asked him to remember to tell his parents not to worry. The guy said that of course he would do it, but at that moment his look was upset because he left home. Ed Zhu said that the second floor was being renovated, so there weren't enough rooms, and for now he would live in little Xian's room. Pan Zixuan and Zhang Tu were stunned at this moment, and looked at the boss with wide eyes. Ed Zhu smiled at the boys and asked them because they got along well at the billiard club. But the young people cried out and asked with one voice why he thought they got along well with each other. The protagonist told Zhang Tu that if he didn't want to, he would have to live in the same room with those two. When Jing asked Tiao Tiao to give him a massage with a smile because his legs were swollen, but he covered his nose from the stench. Zhang Tu also smelled the unpleasant smell of stinky socks, and his face instantly darkened. Finally, after some time, he was lying in the same bed with Pan Zixuan, with their backs to each other. Little Xian told the red-haired boy that it was already very late, and he was still awake. Zhang Tu didn't pay attention to his words. His blue eyes, looking at the phone, were shining with happiness. In correspondence, Shi Qingyu asked him if he was sure he did not want to go to N1, to which he replied that he had decided to enter NSD. A warm smile shone on his face, and in his eyes you could see the warmth that each message from the girl gave him. Zhang wrote that Mr. Ed is not so bad, but the girl replied that she would support any decision he made and would root for him. Zhang Tu's cheeks turned red with happiness. He hugged the phone and said that Madame Qingyu was very good. Pan Zixuan immediately jumped up and asked if he was really texting her now, and asked to show her. The guy immediately tried to snatch the phone from his hands, and Zhang Tu screamed that this shameless old cripple was trying to steal his phone. The streets were already dark, but the light from the tall buildings illuminated them well. Meanwhile, Li Chong and Coach Meng were in the team meeting room N1, staring at their gadgets. The coach told Rakasa that he had been acting worse and worse lately, and that they clearly needed to talk. Lee Chun did not attach much importance to his words and, sitting on the phone, replied that he could talk. Coach Man asked him to shut his mouth and listen carefully to what he was about to tell him. He said that Jong Tu was recommended by a sponsor, and now the coach will have problems because he will not take part in the selection. His words angered Lee Chong, and he asked with a serious expression whether the sponsor really considered the red-haired guy a gift from fate. Rakasa asked the coach not to take small change with him, and said that the boss had most likely been deceived by some charlatan. Coach Man yelled at him and asked him to finally come to his senses, because he was the one who started all this in the restaurant today. Lee Chunya shouted that Jong Tu was just an idiot, and couldn't compare to Light even if he had a pair of arms. It was a clear day outside, and Jong Tu was given a tour of the NDS team's esports club. Chio took him to the training room and told him that they used the best peripherals for their computers. Edju showed the guy the computer room and said that for now he would play rating matches here. Jong Tu thought that the club owner still attached a very deep meaning to this word. Edju told this guy that if necessary, he could ask Pan Zishuan to play with him. Jong Tu and Little Xian were again stunned by the boss's words and didn't know how to respond to him. Pan Zishuan said that he would not let him score points easily, and Zhang replied that he would not drag this newbie into this matter. The boys quarreled again and turned away from each other in disgust. Jong Tu decided to let off some steam and relax with a game, after which he sat down at the computer and put on headphones. In his thoughts, he confidently told himself that everything would depend on him, and he himself would achieve success. Pan Zishuan, Tiao Tiao and the rest of the NDS Esports team gathered near Jong Tu. The game began, but right at the start, a young man had an unpleasant incident when his support disconnected from the game. Pan Zishuan realized that since the support was disabled at the very beginning, it would now be one shooter playing against two opponents. Jong Tu became very tense when he realized that he was now alone. But this did not stop the young man in the least, and his confidence bore fruit, as he committed a double murder. Tiao Tiao and the rest of the team were pleasantly surprised by Jong Tu's results, and couldn't believe their eyes. The gentleman thought that he had deliberately put himself in such a difficult position so that the storm messenger would be trapped behind the tower. Zishuan also thought to himself that the worst thing was that Jong Tu did all this as if it was some trivial thing. Edju, meanwhile, watched the game, standing behind the rest of the team players and adjusting his glasses. It soon became clear that all of Jong Tu's efforts had not been in vain, and he succeeded in winning the battle. The joyful boy joyfully exclaimed that he was born to win, no matter how difficult the opponent was. Chio told his boss that he had made a reservation at a seafood restaurant, and they could go there right away. When Jing asked with a smile if this was today's special offer from the club, to which Chio replied in the affirmative with a smile. Edju smiled and asked the man born to win if he would go with them to a seafood restaurant. Jong Tu arrogantly adjusted his headphones and answered, no, saying that he would continue playing. Edju did not try to dissuade him, but only wished him luck in his future battles with a smile. Jong Tu looked back and thought to himself that he would later beg him to join his team. Tiao Tiao walked and said with a smile that lobsters and crabs were already waiting for him, and Pan Zishuan asked him to look at the road. Edju was walking last and suddenly stopped, noticing three suspicious guys stopping at the club. A young man in black sneakers with white soles stood right at the main entrance to the NSD team club. It turned out that it was the assistant coach of the N1 team, Lee Chun, who finally saw what the NSD club looked like. He sternly declared that he would teach the red-haired boy a lesson because it was because of him that he had to listen to Meng Chuan's grumbling. Jong Tu, meanwhile, unsuspecting, continued to practice, quickly pressing the keys of the keyboard. But completely unexpectedly, someone kicked him in the side with all their might, leaving him shaken. At that very moment, the young man fell to the floor, and the scoundrel Li Chun kicked him again, without giving him a chance to understand anything. Jong Tu looked at him carefully, and couldn't believe that he actually came to their club to beat him up. Li Chun looked at the monitor screen and said that it looked like he was playing a ranking match while plotting something devious. He began to smile slyly, as if he was about to do something that could harm Jong Tu. The red-haired guy asked Rakasa what he wanted, to which Li Chun asked his two guys to hold Jong Tu while he played. He said he didn't care which celebrity recommended him, or which fortune teller considered him a gift from God. Li Chun grinned maliciously and said that he would make him regret standing in his way. Jong Tu realized that he could not allow this scoundrel to seize power and ruin his account. He made a sharp movement, thanks to which he managed to escape from the hands of Rakasa's friends. But Li Chun managed to hit him on the head with his elbow, and ordered Siren to immediately seize this madman. The boy immediately did what his friend asked and said that, in his opinion, it was enough. Li Chun responded with a shout, and demanded that he be silent and not interfere with what he had started. Rakasa stood up from his chair and with a sharp movement grabbed Zhang Tu by the head, plunging him into a stupor. At that very moment, he hit the guy's head on the floor and continued to press his head to the floor with all his might. A distraught Li Chun shouted that he could do whatever he wanted and no one could stop him. Zhang Tu was not going to tolerate his antics, and when the opportunity presented itself, he bit the treacherous Rakasa. Li Chun screamed in pain and asked if he was really a dog since he allowed himself to bite people. Zhang Tu rose from his knees, wiped his chin and asked him not to think that it was so easy for him to poison someone. Suddenly a beep came from the computer, and a message appeared on the screen. Zhang Tu was very angry because he received a notice that his account was blocked for inappropriate behavior in the game. Li Chun squatted down and mockingly slapped the guy in the face, saying that the talented player was deliberately cheating. After this, Rakasa and his friends began to leave, and finally he showed the middle finger and said that he would sort everything out himself. Zhang Tu shouted insults at them and said that they could fight him if they dared, but he was not afraid of them. The red-haired guy was very stressed and didn't know what to do next because his account was blocked. One day, someone unexpectedly hit Zhang Tu in the face, which greatly alarmed him. The blue-eyed boy grabbed his affected cheek and looked warily at the one who did it. It turned out that the father had found his son and decided to confront him and discuss everything. Zhang Tu did not expect to see his father, and holding his cheek, he screamed and asked what he wanted. The father also shouted and asked if he still had the nerve to ask what had happened. The father again tried to hit his son and shouted that if he and his mother had not seen what fast he had declared, they would not know whether he was alive. Zhang Tu covered his face with his fist and angrily shouted at his father that whether he lived or died was none of his business. The father grabbed his son's hand tightly and led him along, saying at the same time that he was his father, and this was his business. The man also said that one way or another, Zhang Tu would go home with him today. But the boy jerked sharply and broke free from his father's hands, and his father asked him not to dare run away. The suddenness of the movement caused the man to fall to the floor, but he did not see a drop of regret in his son's eyes. Zhang Tu shouted that he wanted to repeat something to him again so that he would understand it forever. He cried out at the top of his voice that he would rather be a scoundrel than the son of a man like his father. The father was stunned by his words and asked him to repeat what he had said. Zhang Tu did so, and shouted that they were no longer father and son, and asked him to remember this. The father was very angry, but he could not find the words, because his son's words hurt him greatly. The man found it difficult to speak, so he knelt down and told Zhang Tu that he was a worthless child. The father felt a heaviness inside, and it seemed as if his clothes were squeezing him and not allowing him to breathe. At that very moment, the man could no longer hold on and fell, which attracted the attention of his son. Zhang Tu's eyes widened in fear when he realized that his father was ill. The NSD players were returning from the restaurant, and Tiao Tiao said that the lobsters were very tasty, so he ate the fat man's portion. Soon the players returned to the club and were stunned because there was an unknown man lying on the floor in front of Zhang Tu. The father lost consciousness and stopped moving, continuing to lie on the floor. Zhang Tu fell into a stupor, beads of sweat ran down his cheeks, and his face turned slightly blue from shock. Ed Zhu entered the room and became very nervous, after which he told the others that it was the guy's father and asked them to call an ambulance. After some time, an ambulance arrived and Zhang Tu's father was taken to the central hospital of the city of South. Two nurses quickly carried a patient on a gurney, and Zhang followed them, very worried about his father. A red sign lit up above the office, indicating that an operation was underway. Zhang Tu sat in the corridor and nervously clenched his hands, because he understood that he himself was to blame for all of this. In the corridor next to him sat Ed Zhu and Pan Zixuan, who remained silent and calm. Zhang Tu was very nervous and did not understand why the doctors had not come out yet, since almost 3 hours had already passed. Suddenly a nanny passed by the young man, and he decided that he could ask her about the duration of the operation. Zhang stopped her and asked how long the operations took, to which the girl replied that it all depended on the circumstances. Ed Zhu intervened in their conversation and calmly asked the guy not to worry, because the operation would last a maximum of 10 more minutes. John too was very worried, but at the same time he looked at the protagonist with some surprise. Eju told the guy in the same calm tone that the operation would end at exactly 7 o'clock. Complete silence reigned in the corridor again, and every second only the ticking of the clock could be heard. It was approaching 7 o'clock in the evening, and John too stood anxiously waiting for the operation to be completed. Finally, the clock hands showed exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, which made the guy's heart beat even faster. The corridor was still silent, and John too nervously looked at the sign above the door, expecting changes. His hand trembled with excitement, because he understood that soon everything would become known. Not a drop of excitement disappeared from John too's eyes, and he continued to stare at the tablet without taking his eyes off it. The clock continued to tick, making the young man even more nervous in anticipation of change. Finally, before John too's eyes, the sign above the entrance to the operating room disappeared, and he was about to learn the results of his father's operation. The operating room door swung open and the confused young man stood frozen in a daze, hoping that his father was okay. The young man's father, while unconscious, was connected to a life support machine. Worried, John too approached the doctor and asked in a trembling voice what his father's condition was. The doctor reported that the patient was diagnosed with cerebellar hemangioblastoma, but the surgery was successful. John too breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his father, who hadn't even heard him at that moment. The doctor said that he might have problems with memory or speech. It will all depend on how he recovers. The momentary calm disappeared from the young man's heart, and his eyes were once again filled with excitement and anxiety. The doctor asked the nurses to immediately transfer the patient to the general ward, where he will stay for some time. John too just stood there in a daze, silently watching as his unconscious father was taken to the general ward. He turned around silently, and behind him stood Ed Shu and Pan Zixuan, ready to support the young man. John too felt awkward, but still asked Mr. Ed if he could lend him some money. But the noble hero patted the guy on the head and said that he had already paid all the bills, so he didn't need to do anything. He smiled at the worried boy and asked him to just take care of his father. Tears of joy welled up in John too's eyes, and he began to stutter as he thanked Mr. Ed. The young man began to wipe away his tears and leave, and Ed Zhu and Pan Zixuan looked after him with a smile. Little Xian smiled as he looked at the boy who literally blossomed in his eyes. Ed Zhu turned around and walked away, telling Pan Zixuan that they had better go out for some fresh air. The young man tapped his boss on the shoulder and asked how he knew that the operation would be completed in 10 minutes. The protagonist looked down at the floor, smiled and answered the young man that he knew a lot of things. Pan Zixuan found all this strange, and he wondered if this leader had been some kind of prophet in his previous life. In front of a vending machine, a passerby asked another passerby what he should get, to which he replied, mineral water. Ed Zhu became wary, and Pan Zixuan asked what was wrong, to which the boss replied that he was simply allergic to vending machines. John too meanwhile looked at the team players sitting in the ward next to their father, who was still unconscious. The young man read information about the MZ team's jungler, Light, who was invited to America for an exhibition match. Suddenly, the young man's father opened his eyes tiredly, slowly coming to his senses and not yet realizing that he was in the hospital. The man tiredly turned his head to the right and saw his son sitting next to his bed. The boy's father was stunned because he did not understand where he was and why he was there. He saw the name of the game written on his son's phone and immediately got angry because she was already tired of it. The father immediately tried to attack his son to knock the phone out of his hands, which stunned the young man. John too turned to his father and asked if he was really trying to hit him even though he had just woken up. His father shouted that he needed a good spanking because all he did was play games. All the pity and worry disappeared, and John too was once again boiling with anger like a kettle, because his father was driving him crazy again. He stood up and shouted at his lying father, asking what was so bad about him playing games. The father shouted at him to get out of sight, because he no longer had a son, and he could play until his death. John too exclaimed that he would play in the next life, and in the life after that, and so on until the end of time. The boy again became hysterical and simply ran out of his father's room, who was unable to object to him in any way. A few minutes later, the red-haired guy ran out into the street, where the sun had long since set below the horizon. Ed Shu and Pan Zixuan were standing on the street, and were surprised to see Zhang Tu running at breakneck speed. Little Xian asked the young man why he was there because his father was lying in the ward. But the embittered young man only said in response that he wished his father death, which greatly surprised the guy. Penzichuan immediately grabbed the boy's wrist tightly and asked what he was carrying, because it was his father, and Zhang replied that he did not need him. This guy said that he remains his father no matter what happens, but now he is left alone in a serious condition. His words did not change anything for Zhang too, and he jerked his hand away. The boy screamed that his father had not hit him on the finger, but that he had beaten his mother, and then left him in the care of his grandmother. He screamed that his father constantly insisted that he was earning money for the family, but he himself had not brought home a penny all these years. In anger, Zhang too kicked a trash can, shouting that he did not deserve to be his father. The boy shouted that he was not like his father, and that he should stop sticking his nose into other people's business. Penzichuan stayed by his ailing father's side and was about to challenge him again. But Eju approached him and, placing his hand on his shoulder in a calm tone, asked him to leave this guy alone. Some time later, the protagonist went to the room where the red-haired boy's father lay. The young man wore expensive black patent leather shoes, which beautifully accentuated his appearance. Eju asked the boy's father if he remembered the game console that Zhang Tu gave him as a child. The man was stunned and immediately remembered the day he gave his little son a gift. He remembered very well how Zhang Tu, holding a portable game console in his hands, was full of vivid impressions. The boy, who was still very young at the time, didn't yet understand what it was, but his father began showing him how to play the console. Father said it was a console and asked if he liked it, to which little Zhang Tu replied in the affirmative and thanked his father. The father hugged his son and said that there were many funny games on him, and promised to immediately teach him to play them. The man began to control the character, and a small curious child began to ask who it was. The father explained that he was playing and that in the game you can move left and right, and also showed how to shoot. Zhang Tu looked at this with particular interest, since for a small child all this was new. He said it was a lot of fun and now he wanted to try it, and his father was happy to give him the opportunity. The little boy did everything right the first time and successfully destroyed the green monster. Zhang Tu was currently trying to relieve stress by participating in several battles in the game, God of Battle. But the day turned out to be completely unlucky for the young man, and he suffered a defeat in his favorite game. Anger took over the guy's mind again, and he hit the table, because he was very tired of everything that was happening to him. He didn't know what to do with himself and grabbed his head, because everything that was happening around him irritated him. Zhang Tu was extremely tired, having played all night and suffered 10 defeats that evening. He gave up in despair and did not understand how to reach the top. The young man's smartphone suddenly vibrated when the phone rang. The tortured Zhang Tu immediately answered the phone and asked who was calling. The man immediately jumped up upon hearing the bad news, screamed and asked how this was possible if the doctor said the operation was successful. Zhang Tu immediately jumped up from his seat, abruptly knocking his chair over onto the floor, and started running, as time was running out. A short time later, he was already standing at the door leading to the intensive care unit. Outside the window, his father lay, hooked up to life support again, and Zhang felt guilty about it all. The doctor said that his father had another brain hemorrhage last night, and they had to operate again. She said it was difficult to say whether he would wake up or not, because everything would depend on whether he woke up within the next 12 hours. Zhang Tu became even more worried and looked at the doctor, asking what would happen if he did not wake up. The doctor answered the young man without hesitation. In this case, there is a high probability that he will remain in a coma forever. Zhang Tu, tormented by mental anguish, scratched at the door of the intensive care unit, feeling powerless and depressed to the limit. The boy fell to his knees in pain and didn't know what to do, and the doctor silently and sympathetically looked at the suffering young man. Fighting back tears, Zhang Tu asked the doctor if he could come into the room and be with his father. The doctor allowed him to enter, and within a few minutes he was already standing next to his father, who was in a coma. Zhang Tu gently took his father's hand and began to say that he had always been full of strength. With a slight grin, the boy continued, saying that his father tried to beat him up at every opportunity. Finally, Zhang could no longer hold back and gave vent to his emotions, causing tears to flow from his eyes onto his father's palm. The boy fell to his knees and burst into tears of grief, saying that it was all his own fault. Zhang Tu continued to cry and begged his father to wake up, saying that he was ready to listen to him no matter what he wanted to tell him. Suddenly the door to the room swung open, which immediately attracted the guy's attention. The tearful Zhang Tu immediately turned around because he did not understand who else could enter the room besides him. The young man immediately smiled, because it was Ed Zhu who turned to the boy's father and said that he could open his eyes. Zhang Tu was surprised because he did not understand what the protagonist was talking about, and asked him again what he said. The boy's father opened his eyes and turned to his son, causing him to fall into a stupor. Zhang Tu immediately jumped up and shouted, asking if they were just playing a joke on him. The father asked his son to simply listen to him, but he burst into tears and, leaving, said that he no longer wanted to listen to him. Even Ed Zhu, whom he respected so much, did not become an obstacle in Zhang Tu's path, but simply pushed the protagonist aside. At this moment, the protagonist dropped the game console his father had given him. Zhang Tu immediately turned around and looked at her in surprise, and the tears instantly disappeared from his eyes. Ed Zhu still remained calm and asked the young man if he remembered the prefix. Zhang recalled how, as a child, when he was being beaten, the bullies would ask if he really thought he was cool because he played well. They mocked him and said that he was just an orphan, because only his parents did not go to parent-teacher meetings. Zhang Tu also shouted that they were just losers who would take up arms against someone just because he was better. The young man recalled that after this he was at home, sitting on the couch, playing the console, and then his father returned from work. The father asked his upset son what had happened and whether he had gotten into a fight again, but the boy replied that he had simply fallen during gym class. The father just smiled in response and did not focus on it, because he wanted to encourage his son. He smiled and said that he had bought a new game and asked Zhang Tu if he wanted to play it. But the boy was not in the mood and boldly answered his father that he did not want to play games. However, after some time, father and son were already playing this game, completely immersed in its charms. The father beat the boy and laughed, and Zhang Tu was nervous because he was losing. A happy blue-eyed boy asked his father if he could play games with him every day because it was so much fun. The father smiled back at his beloved son and said that if he beat his record, he would definitely return. Zhang Tu said that the conditions were right for him, and if he beat his record, his father would come back and play with him. A few days later, the boy's efforts bore fruit, and his father's record was successfully broken. A joyful Zhang Tu asked his grandmother when his father would return because he had already broken his record. The grandmother told her grandson that his father was working outside the city to earn money for them, and would return when he finished his work. Zhang Tu dropped his hands and the happy smile disappeared from his face, because he was waiting for his father, but he could not come. A boy called his father, and said that he had beaten him 10 times, and also reminded him of his father's promise to play with him upon his return. But the father answered the boy that he was currently very busy with work and would return for the Chinese New Year. Time flew by, but my father never returned, always saying he would come next year. Zhang Tu grew up and his father kept telling him that he couldn't come for the New Year because he had a lot of things to do. After some time, the young man grew so much that the prefix no longer interested him, and his father said that he would return in the winter. Zhang Tu remembers his father yelling at him for spending all day playing games, calling him hopeless. A young man said that at school everyone said that his parents had abandoned him, but he didn't care because he believed that his father would come back for him. The boy's father said he wanted to apologize to him for not keeping his promises. He said that things had been going badly for him for the last couple of years and he was barely making ends meet, so he was angry. Zhang Tu, barely holding back tears, looked at his father and realized that he was repentant and admitted his guilt. A father said he was afraid his son had become addicted to video games and was going down a slippery slope, but he forgot that he loved games just as much as his son. Ed Zhu calmly asked the boy if he could forgive his father, and Zhang Tu's eyes widened in surprise. The young man remained silent for a while, and the protagonist continued to stand behind him. He smiled faintly and touched his fingers to his face, pondering the boy's future fate. Ed Zhu recalled how Zhang Tu, in the future, gave an interview and said that he was grateful to his father for introducing him to the world of video games. Only such an event must occur for Zhang to reveal his true feelings, and there is no better time for this reconciliation. The red-haired youth finally came to an agreement, and told his father that he could not forgive him. But at that very moment, sincerity appeared in the boy's eyes, and he told his father that nothing could be done because he was still his son. Tears of joy flowed from the man's eyes, because after so many misunderstandings, the family reunion had finally taken place. A doctor knocked on the door and asked the man to refrain from emotional stress, otherwise he would indeed fall into a coma. The man was overjoyed and, with tears in his eyes, thanked the doctor, saying that he understood everything. The boy's happy father thanked Mr. Ed for taking care of his son. But at that very moment, his father put on a serious face and said that he insisted on John 2's return home. 2 weeks later, a magazine cover featured a man described as a mysterious 16-year-old professional gambler. A report has appeared in the esports news community that Light's record has been broken and a new star may emerge. The sudden appearance of an incredibly powerful marksman caused a stir in professional circles. A mysterious player will take part in an auction where the owners of professional teams will compete for him. When Jing and Tiao Tiao read the news and were shocked to see that John 2 had actually reached the top of the rankings, Little Bao said that there was still no news from this guy since he left. The 4 esportsmen turned their attention to Ed Zhu, who was silently sipping hot coffee. He didn't join the conversation of the young cyber athletes and, finishing his drink, put the cup on the table. Ed Zhu stood up from his chair and said it was time to leave, and one of the players asked in surprise if he would also take part in the auction. The protagonist turned around and smiled, telling the young man that he would do it just for fun. The weather was clear outside, and all the ladies and gentlemen were warmly welcomed in Times Square in South City. The host welcomed everyone to today's event and introduced the player sitting next to her who had broken Light's record. Influential people sat as a jury before all those present, including the protagonist. Wine magnate and team and one manager Han Chan said he believed John 2 was already under Ed Zhu's protection. The protagonist smiled back and said that he could try to take the young man away from him. The blue-eyed presenter asked for a moment of attention and loudly announced the beginning of the auction. She said that each party could specify its own terms of the agreement and the proposed amount. The girl also said that then John 2, the new ruler, would make his choice. The starting price was 100,000 yuan, and the club manager, nicknamed Rocket, offered a piecework wage of 150,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the manager of the club, Ace, doubled the amount and offered a payment of 300,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Team Tier offered 500,000 yuan, which was a serious offer. The host said that only NSD and N1 remained, and Han Chan smiled slyly as he looked at the protagonist. The host said that the NSD team, being young, would be very lucky if such a strong player as John 2 joined them. Everyone was curious to see if they would take advantage of the opportunity, but the girl was stunned when Mr. Ed raised his hand. Everyone was stunned when Ed Zhu offered 100,000 yuan, which was the starting amount. Han Chan and all the other administrators looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, as they expected something completely different from him. The wine magnate remarked with disdain that Ed Zhu seemed overconfident, having already offered the starting price. He immediately stood up and said that, unfortunately for the protagonist, that guy would be shocked by the amount he offered John 2. He began to approach the man and said that he saw no point in holding auctions, and that what others were offering was simply nothing. Han Chan approached John 2 and said that this should have been done long ago, but his subordinates were simply unable to do it. The red-haired youth was absolutely calm and looked at the wine magnate standing in front of him. Han Chan asked the boy to sign a contract, promising that he would not only become the chief assistant of Commander No. 1, but would also receive payment for it. He picked up the envelope and declared that John 2 would receive a piecework wage of 5 million yuan. The young man's eyes widened when he heard this amount, as he could not even dream of such a sum. Those present in the hall were shocked, because for 5 million you could buy half the club, and no one could refuse them. People didn't believe that this guy was really worth that much money, but Ed Zhu looked at all this with a serious expression. The host stirred up interest by saying that there had never been this kind of money in the professional gaming industry before, and John 2 didn't know what to do. The young man realized that it would be foolish to refuse such money, and was about to pick up a pen to sign the contract. John 2 was very worried and extremely confused because he did not know what to do in this situation. The presenter looked at the guy and thought to herself that it seemed like no one could refuse such a sum of money. Han Chan looked at the young man with a proud smile, realizing that he had made him an offer he could not refuse. John 2 eventually signed the contract because he didn't want to part with such a sum. Han Chan grabbed the signed contract and began showing it to everyone, proudly declaring that from now on, John 2 would be one of the number ones. But Ed Zhu noticed something suspicious in the contract and took a closer look. He realized that John 2 was not so simple and turned to the proud Han Chan with a smile. Smiling even wider, the protagonist said that he should check the signature on the contract first. Han Chan followed his advice and was surprised when he carefully examined the signature on the contract. It turned out that John 2 had signed the contract on behalf of Jiang Tong, whom Ed Zhu did not particularly like. Han Shan became very nervous, shouted and asked the man who he was and why he was not here. John Tu smiled and said that Jiang Tong was a cleaner at their club, adding that he thought he should hire him for a position at N1. The onlookers were stunned when the young man turned down 5 million and chose the worst offer. John Tu stood up from the table and said that he was only expecting one person at this press conference, and it didn't matter whether he came or not. The blue-eyed guy confidently stated that he had already made the main decision regarding the team a long time ago. He looked at the protagonist and turned to Boss Ed, who silently looked the guy in the eyes. John Tu smiled and thanked Ed Zhu for allowing him to develop his passion and give him the chance to reach the top. At that moment, the boy remembered how his father told the protagonist that he insisted that his son go home with him. John Tu became very worried and tears began to flow from his eyes, as he dreamed of achieving success in esports. The father did not try to dissuade his child from this, but only smiled and thought for a few seconds. He patted John Tu on the shoulder, and said that it seemed like his son wanted to become number 1 in the rankings, and he must have witnessed such an important moment. The young man said that he would join NSD for the love of games and would henceforth and forever be the main shooter of the NSD team. Han Shan listened to him attentively, and then, with a serious face, silently looked at the boy. At that very moment, in anger, he tore up the contract for 5 million that he had offered the young man. Han Shan said that it seemed nothing would make him change his mind, but unfortunately, fools have no future. After these words, Ed Zhu approached him and patted him on the shoulder, which attracted his attention. The protagonist smiled and said that what he said could also be applied to himself. He whispered to Han Shan that he had evidence of Rakasa's atrocities, and if he squeaked, he could forget about the competition. The winemaker became angry and, shouting, thanked him for reminding him of all this. An angry Han Shan began to leave, and the host asked those present for forgiveness for this sudden scene. Finally, the magnate asked John Tu if this was really his final decision, to which he confidently replied in the affirmative. The blue-eyed youth turned to Ed Zhu and asked if he could still join the NSD team. The protagonist was happy and said with a smile that he could join the team, admitting that he had been waiting for this for a very long time. After some time, Ed Zhu and the new team member approached the team's clubhouse. John Tu was happy and thought to himself that from today on, he was officially a player for the NSD team. But the young man's joy was interrupted when he and Ed Zhu entered the clubhouse and saw something strange. John Tu was shocked because he and the protagonist were witnessing something completely arbitrary. The movers were about to remove large boxes from the club, although the protagonist had not given such an order. Jiang Tong ordered the movers to immediately remove all this unnecessary rubbish, and said that they must finish everything today. Ed Zhu became angry when the scoundrel, being a cleaner, began to consider himself the boss. Jiang Tong turned around in fear, because he did not understand what his boss wanted from him, and what his mistake was. The cleaning lady asked the boss with a smile what had happened and whether he was dissatisfied with the performance of his duties. Liao smiled sweetly at the nervous Ed Zhu and suggested they talk privately elsewhere. But the guy looked her seriously in the eyes and said that if she wanted to say something, she should say it right there. Liao was stunned and wondered why he was in such a mood. Perhaps it was because of the pressure the club was putting on him. She hugged Ed and asked him not to upset him because more and more people were joining the club and he would need help to cope with the situation. Liao said that Jiang has experience in management, and besides he knows the club very well, so there is no point in him being a cleaner. Ed Zhu asked her if she was telling the truth when she claimed that she was doing all this solely for his own good. Liao smiled and continued to deceive the guy, saying that of course it was so because she was his girlfriend. Ed Zhu nervously stretched out his hand, shouted and asked Xiao to bring him the laptop immediately. Jiang Tong and Liao looked at each other with worry, realizing that everything was going wrong. Ed Zhu turned around and shouted at Xiao to move faster, and finally brought him the laptop. A frightened assistant at the club brought his boss a laptop in a panic, beads of sweat running down his face from excitement. Ed Zhu said that he tried to help Liao save face in order to maintain his previous relationship, but he never expected how it would all end. He nervously and abruptly threw the laptop onto the table, simultaneously turning on the recording from the security camera. CCTV captured the moment Jiang Tong shouted that he didn't want to take the job of cleaner. Then he shouted that he wanted to join the board of directors, because only with the help of goal-oriented people could they make a lot of money. Liao then announced that Ed Zhu was running out of money and was looking for investors for his team. In the video, Jiang Tong can be heard calling his daughter baby, and saying how smart she is, which makes Li Yao very nervous. At this moment, Eju looked sternly into the eyes of the girl who had been deceiving him all this time. In a panic, she began to shout that this was not what he was thinking at all, and asked the silent Jiang Tong to at least say something. But at some point, the guy lost his composure and hit the girl in the face with such force that she could barely stand on her feet. Jiang Tong could no longer contain his anger, shouted and asked the girl what they could say now. Li Yao pressed his hand to her cheek and, barely holding back tears, shouted that he dared to raise his hand against her. Jiang Tong shouted that all this was because of his stupid plans, and Eju calmly listened to their conversation from the side. Li Yao realized that she was in an extremely difficult situation and realized that she could lose her main character. She fell to her knees before Eju and insisted that she could explain everything, but the protagonist did not even look at her. Li Yao grabbed his leg and began to cry, claiming it was just a misunderstanding because nothing had happened between them. But the protagonist no longer believed a single word she said and with a sharp movement pushed her away with his foot. Li Yao was shocked by his actions and said that he had never treated her like that before. Eju looked at her seriously and said that their relationship ended the moment she betrayed him. Li Yao was very worried and looked at the cold-blooded protagonist with particular surprise. At this moment, Jiang Tong nervously adjusted the collar of his shirt, and then buttoned it all the way to the top. He ran his hands through his hair and shouted at Eju to stop pretending because he was already tired of him. Jiang Tong approached the protagonist, and said that one day he would remember all the shame and insults he had suffered here. Finally, he boldly pointed his finger at Eju, rudely insulting him and calling him blind. Eju tried to remain calm, but with a sharp movement he grabbed the villain's wrist tightly. He told Jiang Tong that as soon as he left his small village, he was already wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Eju continued to hold the scoundrel by the wrist and said with a smile that he saw through him as soon as they met. Jiang Tong boldly pulled his hand away because he no longer wanted to communicate with the protagonist. Eju asked if it was true that his stocks had been falling recently, and he admitted that he had deliberately revealed this information to him. Jiang Tong was stunned and even more enraged when the whole chain of logic began to come together. Eju smiled and said that he should get rid of the stocks as soon as possible because their price would fall further and further. Jiang Tong was overcome with anger and shouted that he would kill the protagonist for this heinous act. Li Yao screamed at the top of her lungs to make sure he heard her, as resistance was already futile. Jiang Tong, noticing a crying girl kneeling, stopped just as he was about to strike the protagonist. Li Yao, in tears, asked him to stop because they had to admit defeat. Jiang Tong did not strike Eju, but, gritting his teeth in anger, declared that he took back his words. He gritted his teeth even more and said that one day he would pay for everything and return it tenfold. Jiang Tong and Li Yao began to leave the club, and Eju, remaining completely calm, did not even turn around to follow them. He hung his head because his soul was wounded by the betrayal of a loved one. Eju was slightly surprised when Zhang Tu started giving a thumbs up, hinting that the boss was calm. A red-haired young man tried to cheer up the protagonist, and said that he was very cool. Eju quickly dismissed thoughts of the girl's betrayal, and adjusting his glasses, was about to say something to the young man. He smiled and said that he hoped Zhang Tu would fall in love with his money, not his kindness, sense of justice, and looks. The red-haired boy was completely stunned by the nonsense that the protagonist had just uttered. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the smartphone in Eju's pocket vibrated loudly. It turned out to be a fair-haired Dao, who was very nervous and shouted that he had an emergency and urgently needed help. Eju was stunned because his brother was shouting into the phone at the top of his lungs, which meant that things were serious. The main character, driving a red sports car, pressed the gas pedal with all his might because he was in a hurry. Looking in the side mirrors, he saw that 3 motorcycles were following him at high speed. One of the helmeted motorcyclists checked with the others to see if their target was indeed riding ahead. Eju asked Xiaomi where Uncle Dao was, and the girl asked him to sit down and wait a bit. The protagonist noticed that one of the customers was arguing with the delivery man and complaining about the service. The food delivery man apologized and said he tripped, but the man told him to get out of sight and not interfere with the ranking game. A man shouted that he would file a complaint against him if he did not leave immediately, and he begged him not to do so. Eju was stunned and stood frozen in a daze upon realizing that it was Tang Xian. He lowered his head and smiled slightly, because he could not even imagine that he would meet him here again, even after everything started over again. Eju realized he needed to help Tang Xian and asked Xiaomi to come up with an excuse to give the guy money. He left the girl some money at a reception, sincerely hoping that she would help him. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, causing Eju to immediately turn around. It was Uncle Dao, who said in a serious tone that they were running out of time and needed to go to Kaiyue's kitchen. They soon arrived at Kaiyue's kitchen, where a calm and warm atmosphere reigned. Uncle Dao, Eju, and a lovely lady in a burgundy dress clinked glasses of red wine. Dao thought she was a model, and only now was he able to ask her out on a date, and without Ed's help he wouldn't have been able to do it. The model nervously finished her glass of wine, trying to figure out who this guy was she was chatting with online. She looked at Dao and realized that he was unshaven and laughing like an idiot, and the cute guy next to him was clearly her type. The model turned to Eju and asked if she had understood correctly that he was not particularly fond of drinking. Dao intervened and said with a smile that today this guy doesn't do such adult things because he's driving. The model said she had no doubt that if he didn't drink, he would succeed in other adult endeavors. Eju was stunned by her words and could not understand what the woman wanted from him. The model reached the edge of her shoe to the protagonist's foot, hinting that she was beginning to lift the hem of his trousers. The protagonist didn't like this at all, and in response he only looked seriously at the girl. He jerked his leg away, not allowing the model to touch him. Eju accidentally touched Uncle Dao's leg, causing their legs to become entangled. The blue-eyed blonde felt something strange in his legs, but at the same time pleasant. The model began lifting the hem of Uncle Dao's trousers with the tip of her shoe, which could not possibly make a bad impression. A fair-haired man told the girl that Eju was definitely a good driver. The girl smiled sweetly at the guy and asked if he would take her home later, to which the hero simply remained silent. The beauty continued to tempt, touching her feet with her legs, thinking that she was still touching Eju's leg. Dao intervened again and said that this guy would do it, and the girl in her thoughts wanted the old man to stop interfering. Eju suddenly stood up from the table and said he would go pay the bill for dinner so the two of them could have a good time. When the protagonist got up from the table, the girl was stunned, because it turned out that she had been doing all this with this old man. Dao handed Fei Li a glass of wine and romantically offered to drink it, since it was just the two of them left. A girl stood up abruptly, poured a glass of wine in a man's face, and called him a dirty old man. Dao was stunned by her actions and did not understand what was wrong, because it seemed to him that they were communicating well. Some time later, a man was smoking a cigarette in the street, thinking about the incident. Eju, walking next to him, began to cover his mouth from laughter, and an angry Dao asked what he was laughing at. The hero said that Dao didn't need someone like her, and invited him to join his club if he wanted to interact with girls more. The man replied that if I joined his club, he would only find stars like Su Qingyu, which was too much for old men like him. Uncle Dao's mood was completely ruined, and he continued walking alone, saying goodbye to the protagonist. Fei Li realized this was her chance and decided to make sure Eju took her home so she could give up her soul. As the protagonist approached his car and opened it, a motorcycle drove past at high speed. The motorcyclist pressed the gas as hard as he could, fascinated by the speed of his machine. Eju looked to the side and saw a motorcycle, the driver of which was heading straight for him and did not think to stop. The protagonist was stunned and very tense, because he understood how this could end. A young man unknown to us shouted at the protagonist to protect himself, and get out of the way. He rushed at the protagonist to save him, after which he screamed in pain, and Fei Li was very scared because she witnessed what happened. The blood of the young man who saved him and sacrificed his health splashed onto Eju's cheek. The protagonist opened his narrowed eyes to look at the man who saved his life. Eju looked at the young man and was stunned, because his savior turned out to be Tang Xian. Meanwhile, Dao smoked and meditated on the bridge, wondering why it was so hard to be with someone you truly loved. Suddenly, a telephone rang in his jacket pocket, and a pleasant song played as the ringtone. Dao immediately grabbed the phone with joy because it was Fei Li's call, after which he answered and asked what happened. Eju, meanwhile, was very nervous and asked Tang Xian to wait, planning to take him to the hospital. The motorcyclist reported that Ed was lucky because the impact landed on some guy, and he himself was completely unharmed. 3 motorcyclists were chasing the protagonist, and the leader ordered that he be caught at any cost. Eju was extremely tense because time was running out and he needed to go to the hospital urgently. He managed to take a corner superbly at great speed while the motorcyclists continued to ride behind him. But unexpectedly, a blue cart appeared on their way, becoming an obstacle. Ed Shu turned around with a smile and realized that it was Uncle Dao who had come to his aid. The uncle gave the young man a thumbs up and shouted at him to go to the hospital while he dealt with the bandits. Dao smiled and said that now these guys will see with their own eyes the God Guide of Mount Akina. At that very second, the blond man stepped on the gas pedal in his black patent leather shoes, intending to show what he was capable of. He blocked the motorcyclist's path from all sides, preventing them from catching up with the main character, which greatly irritated them. It was already dark outside, and Ed Zhu successfully delivered Tang Xian to the hospital, where he received medical attention. The protagonist called Uncle Dao and asked if everything was okay, to which he replied that 10 years ago he was the best racer. After that, he told the protagonist that he should warn him that someone might be hunting him. Ed Zhu became very wary and immediately wondered if N1 could be involved. The doctor smiled and offered Tang Xian a monthly fee for hospital treatment, as this was the second time in half a month that he had been hospitalized. The doctor said his wounds were more serious, so he would have to be kept under observation overnight. Tang Xian panicked a little and said that he absolutely could not stay in the hospital. But the doctor angrily replied that this was a hospital, and the doctor, that is, she, made the decisions here. But Tang Xian said that he should not do this because he had a strong constitution, and if he was late, his salary would be cut again. Ed Zhu looked at the boy, then looked down, trying to find a way to help him. The next day, Tang Xian apologized for being late, saying he had an accident, but was taken away again. A man told the customer that his food was good and asked for money, but the customer simply told him to get lost. Tang Xian was extremely upset, and at that moment, Ed Zhu was next to him. The main character decided to help the guy, took a banknote out of his pocket, and gave it to him. Ed Zhu smiled at the young man and said that if he wanted, he could come to his club. In the future, the protagonist and Uncle Dao come to a club, and it's raining incredibly hard outside. Dao asked the protagonist if he was sure of his decision, to which Ed replied that he was stuck here and they needed to move forward without him. Ed Zhu smiled and said that there will always be both good and bad people, because that is life. Uncle Dao smiled, smoked a cigarette, and said that he never ceased to amaze him. Ed Zhu then recalled how he had insulted Tang Xian in the future, and the young man began to run away at incredible speed. The protagonist remembered how the guy, running away, called him a complete disappointment for his unfulfilled promise. Ed Zhu watched him at the vending machine and wondered if even Tang Xian couldn't understand him. Meanwhile, the doctor told the young man that she would come in the morning and monitor his condition, so he should behave well. The doctor began to leave the room, and Ed Zhu was left alone with Tang Xian, smiling at him. The hero continued to think that if he returned him to the club and let him work, even despite his lack of talent, it would not be the best idea. The doctor slammed the door of the room, and the protagonist approached Tang Xian to talk to him. Ed asked what he was doing, to which he replied that he was running away, otherwise he would not receive his monthly salary as a messenger. Tang Xian said that he wanted him to return the money because his grandmother taught him not to take money from people without reason. The protagonist was stunned because he did not expect the young man to be so well-mannered. In his reflections, he said that even if this guy was a fool, there were few such kind people left in this world. Ed Zhu left the money in Tang Xian's hands and asked him to come to him and work for it with his own hands. Some time later, the protagonist brought the guy to the club and invited him to come in and have a look around. They walked further down the corridor and heard a loud argument between the crew members. John too angrily shouted at the stranger that the boss had never mentioned him, so he would never believe that he was the team captain. Ji Chen, a forester of the NSD team, said that a handsome man like him is always the center of attention. But Zhang Tu just laughed at his words and said that any newcomer in the middle lane would be much more popular than him. His words angered Zhu Chen, and he grabbed his arm, ready to start a fight. But suddenly, team leader Ed Zhu shouted at them to stop, which caught the team's attention. The protagonist says that Jie Chen is getting 3 more hours of training as punishment for causing trouble for others. Zhang Tu stood behind the boss, smiling defiantly, and the forester thought to himself that he would soon get his revenge. Club assistant Chiu pointed at Tang Xian and asked the boss who he was, to which Ed replied that he was a new employee. A young man in bandages smiled sincerely and greeted everyone, introducing himself by name. Chiu looked at him and wondered why there was a new employee and why the boss liked to bring in weirdos. Tang Xian smiled and said that they had chosen the right place, and Ed Zhu thought to himself that now no one would laugh at him. Some time later, all members of the NSD team were training hard in the training hall. Tiao Qiao stood up from the table and asked the players if they would like to play basketball during the break. Zuochen smiled and said that he thought some people should just behave themselves and stay in the hall. He added that otherwise they would become impudent and ask for it again and again. Just give them a reason to go out into the yard. John too immediately jumped up from the table, realizing that they were talking about him, and asked what he meant by this. But Zuochen remained calm and said with a smile that he didn't mean to say anything, but was simply reminding. Reflecting, he said that he had been unable to take revenge on John too for the past few days, but today he would get what he deserved in full. Tang Xian smiled and asked the boys if he wanted to play basketball with them because he loved it too. Pan Zixuan smiled at the new member of their team and said that of course he could join them. Some time later, the team was playing basketball, and John too shouted that he would do his best to cover Zuochen, which angered the boy. But at some point, the boy held the ball in his hands and was about to deftly get around the red-haired player. Zuochen jumped up and shouted to Tiao Tiao to catch the ball without letting John too interfere. But suddenly the young man struck the red-haired boy in the face with a sharp blow with the ball, which he did not expect at that moment. Zuochen smiled and said it was an accident, citing the ball slipping from his hands. The competition continued, and the boy moved deftly around the basketball court. John too failed to throw the ball into the opponent's hoop, causing it to bounce into the hands of Zuochen. This delighted the young man greatly, and he mockingly remarked that even the ball had fallen into the handsome man's hands. John too called him a narcissist, and shouted that he would only score a goal over his corpse. When Zuochen jumped up to throw the ball into the hoop, a red-haired boy stopped him by tugging at his arm. But this cunning and wily guy also turned out to be no easy feat, and he hit John too on the head with the ball again, but this time much harder. Pan Zixuan, Jiao Qiao and Wen Jing were stunned by this action of the team's forester. Zhua laughed, and said it was just an oversight, and John too thought to himself that he wouldn't play by the rules like him. Pan Zixuan shouted to the other players to watch the ball carefully and catch it. Zuochen dribbled the ball in front of him again, and was finally close to hitting the opponent's basket, thus scoring the first goal. He realized that victory was in his hands and joyfully exclaimed that his finest hour had come. But suddenly, a completely unexpected action occurred on the part of the red-haired boy, who wanted to take revenge on him. Pan Zixuan, Tiao Qiao and the rest of the team were stunned, their eyes widening in surprise. John too laughed loudly with Zuochen because when he scored a goal, Zuochen pulled down his pants. The young man immediately blushed, because he realized that the red-haired scoundrel had disgraced him in front of everyone. The rest of the crew felt uneasy at the time, as this couldn't happen every day. He immediately became angry, and John too said with a flippant smile that the ball just slipped, and he was probably learning from him. Zuochen got angry and chased the guy away, and the red-haired man just smiled in response. One of the team members tried to make peace between the guys, but a basketball hit him in the face. Zuochen grabbed John too by the shirt and angrily declared that he would kill him, to which John too demanded that he take his hands off. A player who was hit in the face by a ball accidentally swallowed blood flowing from his nose. A young man approached two feuding men and tried to calm them down, but was struck in the face again by a heated hand. John too said that he fought in school more times than the narcissistic Zuochen looked in the mirror. Suddenly, someone turned to two guys who were endlessly figuring out different things and caught their attention. Tang Xian said that there was no need to fight over someone's misunderstanding, and as his grandmother had told him, one should be merciful. Zuochen was still angry and shouted at the merciful young man to mind his own business. Tang Xian was offended by his rude behavior, and asked why he insulted him and spoke in such an impolite tone. Zuochen smiled defiantly and said that he still spoke well of him, to which Xian only glared at him. A cheeky fellow asked a boy if his grandmother had really raised him to be some kind of hooligan, then punched him in the jaw. Tang Xian told the scoundrel that he could insult him, but not his grandmother, and John too asked him not to interfere. Zuochen wiped his face and said that they were both incredibly stupid and he could defeat them both. John too and Tang Xian wanted to attack the overconfident scoundrel, but Tiao Qiao and Wen Jing began to restrain them. But in the end they were unable to contain the onslaught, resulting in a major fight. The team owner suddenly came up to the boys and asked what was wrong, and they immediately calmed down. Eju sternly asked if they all really wanted to write 10,000 words and reflect on their behavior. Tang Xian and Zuochen began to smile, pretending to get along well, while Zhan too turned away with displeasure. Eju informed Pan Zixuan that the Divine Battle Cup was about to take place, so he was appointed as the temporary captain to oversee it. John Tu and Zwiching unanimously asked the chief why he and not one of them. Ed Zhu said that before the start of a competition, the captain must take responsibility for all his teammates. He asked if any of them could do it, and heard no response from the boys. Some time later, Pan Zixuan, as the team captain, was in the hall where preparations for the cup were underway. A sign stated that the hall was being used for the drawing of lots for the national cup dedicated to the god of battle, and that entry was prohibited to outsiders. The hall was not crowded, and the atmosphere was tense, as the cup was not awarded every day. Pan was nervous because the team had less than a month to prepare, and he was not confident that he could lead the team to victory. The presenter turned to a representative of the National School of Drama team and asked him to come on stage and draw lots, but the young man did not respond. Pan Zixuan interrupted his thoughts, jumped up and exclaimed that he was a representative of the National School of Drama. He looked at the cheerful photograph his boss had handed him and hoped that it would really help him. Soon the team captain came up on stage and put his hand in the box to draw lots. He passed the lot to his assistant, after which the sweet girl passed the lot to the leader. The host was surprised and said that the guy had received the number 16, and they began to announce the NSD team's first opponent. He said the first opponent would be the MZ team, and someone in the audience laughed, saying they had no chance. Ed Zhu remembered well that 5 years ago, in the first round of the same championship, his first opponent was the MGB team. He stared at the telephone and wondered who was running it all. Passers-by were talking about how the National School of Fighting had signed its own death warrant as they were about to face one of the top 4 teams. At that very moment, the National Dramatic Society team, which at that time was in full force and headed by its owner, was walking down the street. Passers-by commented that they looked quite confident, but it was a pity that they were only a stepping stone to light. Dao said that it seemed like it was Ed's turn to be the villain, and the protagonists replied that the team would do just that. Ed Zhu suggested that in addition to psychological preparation, players also needed to relieve pressure. The hero patted Uncle Dao on the shoulder and asked if he had promised to treat the boys when they were taken to rest before the match. The crew immediately rejoiced, but the uncle angrily asked when he had promised to treat them. Some time later, the team arrived at an establishment that looked quite inviting. Tiao Tiao pointed to the crowd of people and said that he was surprised by their number in this establishment. At some point, Ed Zhu became very wary and his eyes widened in surprise. All the team players were surprised and wondered if this was their championship opponent. It was Team MZ's jungler, Zhao Mingliang, whose realm was light and who was the leader in the rankings. Ed Zhu thought to himself that he wasn't the only one who could reach the top of the rankings, and he looked at the serious Zhang Tu with a smile. Meanwhile, a red-haired guy was trying to make his way through the crowd to turn on the jukebox. This greatly irritated those around him, but the young man paid no attention to their insults directed at him. A few minutes later, Zhang Tu was already playing a musical game, watching the rhythm. The blue-eyed boy played brilliantly and even managed to break someone else's record. Those around him were shocked because he performed several combinations in a row at the 9th level, which testified to his mastery. Zhang Tu smiled and pointed his finger at Zhao Mingliang, saying that it was now his turn to demonstrate his abilities. The enemy looked at the young man with cold blood and his reddened eyes, remaining silent. People around said that it was getting hot, and that this only happens once in a lifetime. Zhao Mingliang remained absolutely calm and silently looked into the eyes of his opponent. In blue-eyed Zhang Tu also remained silent, preparing for a new round of fighting. The round began, and the boy mentally said that the score was still excellent, and that he would soon break the record. Zhang Tu looked at Zhao Mingliang with a proud smile and thought to himself that the fact that he was light did not change anything. But suddenly the smile disappeared from the confident young man's face, and his eyes widened in surprise. He saw Zhao Mingliang playing with one hand, completely calmly, while maintaining the same dexterity. Zhang Tu thought this guy was competing with him with only one hand, but he was on par with him in terms of score. The crowd watched the game with admiration and wondered if this guy was from the MZ team. One of the players from Zhao Mingliang's team approached the captain and said that it was time for them to leave. The team captain didn't linger and calmly lowered his hand from the jukebox. After this, he stood up and took his jacket, which he had previously hung on the chair on which he had been sitting for some time. Zhao Mingliang silently put on his jacket and headed for the exit, while those around him wondered if he really intended to leave and not continue on his way. Zhang Tu shouted and asked him to stop, saying that they were not finished with the competition yet. Zhao Mingliang exhaled and continued to move forward, as he no longer had time to play. He said that they would finish the tournament and asked Zhang Tu not to let him down, as he had heard that he had broken his record. The upstart Zhuqian intervened in the conversation and declared Zhao Mingliang his opponent because he was incredibly handsome. But the captain of the MZ team simply turned around and calmly declared that he didn't care about him. The people around him and the MZ team players laughed at the narcissistic upstart, but he stood silently in his place. Eju looked at Light, who was calmly walking away, and thought to himself that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Tiao Tiao said that the time spent in the gambling hall had lifted his spirits, and Zhang Tu thanked Uncle Dao for bringing them together. The news anchor announced that the organizers had invited a special guest commentator to the God of Battle Championship. Tiao Tiao noticed this and asked the rest of the team to listen to the news on television. The news on television caught the attention of the captain of the MZ team, Zhao Mingliang, who also followed the events with interest. A man in glasses turned to the audience and asked if they still remembered him. All the members of the NSD team were stunned, and Zhang Tu asked if it was the former head of the Ministry of Health, Yi Jingjin. It turned out to be a 21-year-old guy, the owner of the gaming domain Wind, the former leader of the team. Zhao Mingliang was very surprised and wondered if such a thing was even possible. The announcer asked him why he decided to become a commentator, to which Wind replied that he had started rooting for new teams. He said that MZ was the best team of the four and it would be easy for them to win, but NSD could also take advantage of this opportunity. At that moment, the former leader of one of the four leading teams was a little tense, which was visible in his eyes. Zhang Tu thought that this didn't change anything, and tomorrow he would show the MZ team what he was capable of. The host of the Fengyun Esports Arena greeted everyone and introduced herself as Fishy. The spectators loudly and joyfully shouted their belief in Zhang Mingliang, his team, and their unconditional victory. Fishy greeted the players and said that the first team would be the best national team, namely MZ. Spectators were crazy about the charming Light, who was an excellent team leader. The girls cried with happiness, and said that Min Liang was even more beautiful in real life than in the video. Fishy introduced Team NSD, which, despite being only 3 months old, had already recruited RH and midlaner ADC Zhang Tu. Uncle Dao was doing his best to support the team, and Hua was shouting that little Xian was the best. The announcer said that the fans of both teams were full of enthusiasm and asked the teams if they had anything to say to each other. The owner of the MZ team told Eju that they would show no mercy to any of their opponents, so they should be on their guard. The protagonist merely smiled in response and said that they, too, had a secret weapon against their enemies. The man in dark glasses joked a little and said he was looking forward to it. The host said she was sure everyone already knew that former MZ leader Yi Jingjin was now one of their commentators. Win said he was very happy to be the commentator for this God of Fighting Cup, and Nono said she loved everyone. A girl asked the team's former leader what battle strategy the team would choose for this round. Yi Jingjin said that when the National School of Drama bans heroes, they should definitely focus on heroes who occupy these two positions. Eju approached Wenjing with a request to ban the performances of Evelyn, Rexy, and Warwick, but the young man became nervous. Yi Jingjin continued commenting and became wary because all the forbidden heroes were foresters. It was said that the NSD didn't even have a coach, and the manager decided who to suspend from games, so it was no wonder they were causing so many problems. Zhao Mingliang was completely calm, drinking orange juice through a straw while sitting on a chair. Nono said that Light was not afraid at all and would prove that his fortitude was as impeccable as his appearance. The commentator noted that Light immediately chose the cold-blooded Forester Haziks, and this was a worthy response to the NSD's provocations. Eju assessed the situation and thought that if the enemy wanted to use Light as a carry, their formation should work. The commentator said that they didn't even help Pan Zishuan kidnap the hero Fox, and therefore want to resist the Light Haziks. Jingjin said that this guy's hero isn't that popular, so NSD can probably only play with themselves. MZ players picked Duelist, Fiona, and Syndra, with Burning Brance in the top lane and Damien Assassin in the bottom lane. The commentator claimed that MZ tried to knock their opponent out of the game before it even started and called them cruel. Jingjin said that the NSD would use ninjas and the sun goddess Liana, but without support they would simply lose. At some point, the former head of the MZ team became very wary and announced that he knew what their secret weapon was. Eju approached Zhang Tu and asked him to show his hero, which he did at that very moment. Spectators were surprised, and some even admired, the choice of a brilliant adjutant for the NSD team. John too chose bomb thrower Tristan, and the commentator wondered if they could last until the end of the game. Uncle Dao was pleased because they had chosen a strategy where 4 protect 1, creating an invincible carry. The commentator said that 4 heroes would protect Tristan, and that forming the NSD was worth it. Zhao Mingliang leaned back in his chair and asked his coach what he thought about all this. The coach said that the NSD had chosen the safest, but also the most dangerous, formation, and if even one of them was killed, the team would lose. The commentators greeted all the spectators watching the battle in the Canyon of God. 3 minutes later, the battle began, and the troops were finally given the order to begin the attack. The MZ team had prepared a treacherous ambush in the grass for their opponents, and was ready to strike from behind. Light emerged from the grass and began to attack Lucifer, who was completely unprepared for such a stab in the back. Zhao Mingliang used one of his magical techniques, and the enemies caught fire. Lucifer was able to understand from the attack that the light was now standing behind him, and it was not going to spare him. At that very moment, Zhao Mingliang struck the blow that led to the first bloodshed. Yu Jinjin said that 3 minutes had passed, and the ambush in the bushes from the MZ side had already borne fruit, and the NSD needed to be careful. John too became very tense, and shouted that the enemy had indeed set up an ambush at the very beginning of the battle. Zhao Mingliang asked one of the players to monitor the river and prevent opponents from extracting resources. After 7 minutes of combat, one of the MZ players declared that the enemy was out of the game, and asked to prepare for an attack. He mockingly asked where Lucifer was going and used one of his tricks. Light used one of his tricks again and sent Lucifer to hell. John too became even more angry and wondered why this scoundrel was here again. 10 minutes later, Zhao Mingliang asked his comrade to mark his position and said that he would attack from behind. Light said that Lucifer would tremble before the void and was about to strike again. He turned around and shouted, asking how he always managed to shoot him. Zhao Mingliang replied that it was obvious, since by killing him he would ruin all their chances of victory. Fans, with love in their eyes, continued to shout that Light was so cool when he touched his lips. Nono said that Light had already killed Zhang 2-3 times since the match began, smiled, and called it merciless. Yi Jinjin said that the NSD tactic is excellent, but if the defending player is inexperienced, the NSD will not be able to do anything. One commentator stated that the MZ was trying to destroy Zhang 2 and was making every effort to do so. Penzishuan declared that if the gold shortage became any worse, they would not be able to move on to the next stage. Zwichan shouted at the red-haired player to play passively because he needed to mine gold. Zhang 2 responded by advising him to watch his language and not allow his opponents to mock him. He told himself that if he couldn't farm in such difficult conditions, then there would be no talk of victory. 25 minutes into the game, Jinjin said that the MZ were gathering and heading towards the NSD towers. Light deftly approached one of the team's towers, and in that moment it was destroyed by a tremendous force. Hua was afraid of the defeat of the NSD, and Uncle Dao said that they still had gold, despite the fact that John too was in a difficult situation. He said that if a team could catch their opponents in their mistakes, they had a chance to win. The commentator said that the NSD team, lined up in 4 rows, was waiting for its chance. One of the MZ team players told the others that they would first kill the dragon and then destroy their opponents in one fell swoop. The other players supported him, and one of them said that they were very strong, so they could easily destroy the dragon. Meanwhile, the huge NSD dragon was enraged, intent on wreaking havoc on its opponents. Light told the team not to stand so close to him because the opponents might start a fight and they would have little chance because of the dragon. One of the MZ players said that even if we give this worthless team 10 more chances. At some point he fell silent. He literally froze in place and became very nervous because he did not understand what was happening. Yi Jinjin said that the NSD waited until the MZ began to capture the dragon and attacked them at that moment. Uncle Dao watched the battle with particular enthusiasm and said that this was their chance, and the time had come. The MZ team's players were stunned when their opponents took advantage of Sunstroke. One of the NSD players shouted to the opponents that they would now hear their verdict. Zhang 2 sent another MZ player to hell with his powerful strike. Jinjin said bomb thrower Tristan quickly rushed to the scene and immediately killed Team MZ's ADC. Zhang 2 laughed evilly and said that everything would be different now, because he had come to take revenge on Light. Nono was shocked when Killer Damien was killed instantly by a series of simultaneous blows. A surprised Yi Jinjin said that although it was hard to imagine, it was possible. He said that, firstly, Damien the assassin took the forward position, which allowed the sun goddess Liana to launch an attack. Then Tristan, the bioweapon launcher, took advantage of the opportunity and stepped forward, carrying an eco-bomb. Jean said Damien's killers were blown up by bombs in the blink of an eye, so his death was not a surprise. The commentator also told Nono that when a dragon is blocking the way, it is very difficult to start a fight using a standard formation. He said that, besides, attacking an ADC alone is even more difficult, but the 5 NSD heroes are heroes who can attack from the rear. Zhao Mingliang, trying to keep his cool, asked Xiaoyu to kill Shang Tu while Iko was still away. A player from Team MZ obeyed the captain's orders and immediately used his methods to kill Lucifer. Xiaoyu used purple bombs and declared that the enemy would now know the power of his bombs and go to hell. When Lucifer was at his lowest point, one of his teammates came to his aid. A teammate told Xiaoyu that before he could kill his teammate, he would have to fight him first. Lucifer screamed at the top of his lungs, then used one of his techniques and dropped several bombs. Suyu became very nervous because he couldn't understand how this was even possible. Lucifer shot at the enemy, after which he said with a smile that his fiery sparks were much better than he himself. Yi Jinjin said that Iko demonstrated mastery. Tristan was resurrected and committed a double murder, killing Syndra. Nono said that Tristan's jump is updated immediately after she kills someone. Lucifer lashed out at the enemy, declaring that they would now see how arrogant he could be. Zhang Tu fired a shot, and within seconds the enemy was burned alive by his attack. With a smile, Lucifer turned to his opponent, and said that he might not even think about the possibility of escape. Zhang Tu entered into combat with the Agile River, who had very little health left. One of the MZ team players said that the damage had been completely reflected, so they needed to retreat. The team captain, Zhao Mingliang, gave the order to attack again and stated that he had a plan, so they must keep the dragon furious. But the team player got angry and asked the captain what he was even thinking if the situation was so difficult. Lucifer took aim at River and said that he was going to hell and was going to shoot. The enemy tried his best to dodge Zhang Tu's shots, but the young man continued to shoot. He shouted to River that he had clearly lost because he had no chance of remaining unharmed. Lucifer fired the final shot, causing a red cloud of fire to appear over the battlefield. Nono exclaimed that Tristan Zhang Tu had committed 4 murders in an instant despite the extremely difficult conditions. Yi Jinjin said he dared to guess that Tristan would be the first player in the tournament to perform a pentacle. MZ captain Zhao Mingliang was thinking very carefully about his next move. He deftly tapped his fingers on the keyboard and was about to deliver the next blow to his opponent. With a sly smile, he mentally said that this was all part of his plan, and the real show would begin right now. Meanwhile, Zuixin shouted to Pan Zixuan to be careful because the enemy was behind him. But the young man didn't have time to react, and the insidious light had already approached him from behind and struck. Zhao Mingliang killed his opponents one after another, and the NSD didn't even have time to react. Lucifer was stunned when Light managed to score 4 kills in a row. Pan Zixuan sweated and shouted at Zhang Tu to run away from his opponent immediately. The young man didn't understand how he could kill if he hadn't yet killed Light and earned his pentakill. Zhao Mingliang grinned maliciously and said that he had already made a will for Zhang Tu. Lucifer had no intention of backing down and confidently aimed at his enemy, intending to shoot. Zhang Tu shouted that Light's hour of death had arrived, and now he would watch as the young man committed his 5-fold murder. Lucifer fired a series of shots at the enemy, but did no damage, leaving him in a stunned state. Zhang Tu was angry and did not understand how this was even possible, and realized that he had to retreat. He immediately turned around and started running before the enemy could strike back. Behind Lucifer was a huge black dragon, which was breathing fiery breath at his back. The dragon waved its tail, after which Tristan flew away, and Zhang Tu screamed that it was too early for him to die. He stood behind the NSD player, and was ready to deliver the decisive blow. At that moment, Zhao Mingliang said that although their tactics ensured victory 4 times over 1, there was one problem. He delivered a crushing blow and stated that his tactic was to convert one of his 4 attempts, after which he was awarded a pentakill. Zhao Mingliang's fans were crazy about his fighting tactics and admired the way he dealt with the enemy. Yi Jinjin happily announced that it was Light who ultimately succeeded. Nona laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and said that he probably looked gloomy, at which point Win smiled. Zhao Mingliang had no intention of stopping and told the enemy that this was not the end. The commentator stated that Light was fighting a dragon, and the dragon still had low health. Zhao Mingliang fought the dragon skillfully and dealt massive damage to it by constantly moving from side to side. At that very moment, a stunned commentator announced that the dragon had been killed by Team MZ. Yi Jinjin was extremely puzzled and said that he now understood everything, and the duelist Fiona died intentionally. She had a chance to escape, but she decided to return and take the damage to prolong the dragon's rage. Eju was surprised by the opponent's tactics, and wondered if they had really thought through even this step. He lowered his head slightly, and said that he needed to train more if he wanted to defeat Light. The protagonist, looking at the concentrated players of his team, mentally said that their journey was just beginning. Zhang Tu became very angry and shouted that there was nothing wrong with killing the dragon, and if he won, everything would be different. The young man said that he could win now, and the player behind him replied that wherever he went, he would be killed again. The crowd of opponents looked intently at their rivals, preparing for the final battle. One of the NSD players told his opponents that they had simply greatly underestimated them as opponents. A crowd of players had gathered in the center of the map, and the situation was extremely tense at that moment. Pen Zishuan shouted to the forester not to rush into the attack headlong, as it was dangerous. The enemy stood behind him and demanded that he stop such reckless behavior, because the enemy was already here. Pen Zishuan became very tense, and said that he was being controlled and that he would not have time to press the buttons in time. When Jing nervously replied to his teammate that it was okay because he still had his ultimate. Zhao Mingliang put on a stern face and said in a serious tone that they were moving too slowly. Light decided not to waste a minute and rushed towards Zhang Tu to eliminate him. MZ Ninja was stunned and wondered if anyone really cared about him. Zhao Mingliang suddenly approached Lucifer and began to attack him with all his might. Zhang Tu became very tense and nervous because he didn't understand why he died so quickly. Yi Jinjin said that Leda managed to kill the NSD player in less than a second, and now everything became clearer. The commentator also noted that Team MZ had no trouble defeating NSD. MZ began actively destroying the place where the NSD team was mining resources. Team Captain Light was more active in destroying crystals than all the other team players. The crowd chanted Light's name, and Yi Jinjin declared that MZ had won the round 12-4. Nano applauded the winners and, with a broad smile, thanked the players for such a wonderful performance. The NSD stared silently at their monitor screens, realizing their defeat. Zhang Tu's eyes widened and he tried to accept the reality because he didn't believe the team would lose. MZ laughed and said they must have liked how quickly MZ defeated them. The tycoon looked at the NSD team and asked if they liked the gift he had prepared especially for them. After some time, the NSD team gathered in the break room, where complete silence reigned. Zhang Tu poured himself some water, taking sharp gulps and making loud sounds. Pen Zishuan asked him to calm down, and said that MZ was the strongest team, and it was no wonder they lost to them. Zhang Tu was hurt by his words and shouted and asked why he said he was not surprised. He shouted that if it weren't for Zhuqian and his drunken stunt at the carnival, he would have been able to make a pentakill. The bottle flew at the guy, he screamed and asked where he got such confidence from if Light killed him in a millisecond. Zhuqian got angry and threw a bottle of water at the red-haired sender's head, causing the bottle to bounce off. The boy, with tears in his eyes, told Zhang Tu that protecting him would mean protecting a useless idiot. A small bottle of water fell to the floor, the water spilled out, and silence reigned in the room again. These words hurt Zhang Tu. He gritted his teeth, trying his best to contain his emotions. But the young man still couldn't hold back, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Zhang Tu punched Zhuqian in the jaw and said that an idiot like him had no right to teach him. He grabbed the guy and said that he would finish him off. The young man himself called for help, and Zishuan shouted at Zhang to stop. He pushed the red-haired guy away and demanded that he stop the fight, and also said that he was asking for trouble. An SD player's attention was drawn to someone's annoying laughter, and they turned around. It was Lu Cha who mockingly said that a bunch of stupid kids were fighting each other. The number 1 player if he should have attended the match. He heard on the news that Team Number 1 had advanced straight to the second stage of the God of Battle Cup. Lo Cha said that they hadn't performed on stage for a long time, so they couldn't hold back and sent their opponents home. Zhang Tu was surprised because they defeated another professional team in just 14 minutes. Lo Cha approached the guy and sarcastically asked if he was the best shooter in the rankings and why Light beat him to tears. He told the fat man that he must now understand the difference between mere luck and real opportunity. Lu also said that things would have been different if it weren't for their boss, and in the meantime, Ed Zhu and Tang Xian arrived. Zhuqian got angry and hit the scoundrel in the groin, after which he shouted and asked who he was and why he was sticking his nose into their affairs. The boy turned around and asked the stunned John Tu why he was standing there uselessly and not hitting him. As a result, a fight broke out between members of both teams, and no one was in a hurry to separate them. Tang Xian was about to intervene and told Ed Zhu that he would help the team members in the fight. But the protagonist stopped him and asked him not to rush, because it would be too easy to beat up the opponents. Ed Zhu watched the scene calmly and told the guy that he had a better idea. The hero said that this was a gaming tournament, not a combat tournament, so if they wanted to fight, it could be arranged in the game. Ed Zhu smiled and said that next time they could teach that impudent team a lesson. Lo Cha laughed and told Siren that the team that lost after the first round wanted to teach them a lesson. He noticed his teammate lying near the trash can and asked what he was doing there. Ed said they need practice to beat MZ, but wearing down N1 would be a piece of cake. Evil Lu said that if it weren't for Han Shan, who bribed the organizers of the prank, everything would have been different. He pointed his finger down and shouted angrily that he would have smashed their team to smithereens long ago. Siren, still sitting by the trash can, stood there dumbfounded as Lo revealed the secret. Ed Zhu laughed at his aggression, and the angry boy asked what he was laughing at. The protagonist took out his phone, on which he had written down the secret about bribing the organizers of the prank, and asked him what he thought about it. The blonde got angry, screamed and asked Ed Zhu how dare he record this on a tape recorder. The protagonist smiled and said that he would like to play with him further, but did not expect that he would confess his feelings so quickly. He looked Lo Cha in the eyes and emotionlessly called him terribly boring. Player of team number 1 tried to attack the main character in order to take away his phone with a recording of his voice. But Ed Zhu deftly dodged and did not allow the guy to snatch the phone from his hands, which surprised him. The protagonist told the impudent man that he should aim better if he wanted to achieve his goal. Lu Chao became even more angry and angrily asked Ed Zhu not to be so cocky. He swung his hand sharply, trying to snatch the phone again, and the protagonist threw the phone. Pen Zishuan picked up the phone call, and Ed Zhu once again reminded Lu Chao that he should aim better. The guy got even more angry and kicked the trash can because they were just playing games with him. The policeman burst into the room and demanded that it stop, and also stated that fighting was not allowed there. The police immediately grabbed Lo Cha and demanded that he behave properly, and the manager asked what had happened. He asked Ed Zhu if everything was okay, and the hero replied that he had an audio recording that he wanted to give him. After some time, Han Shan became very nervous because the cup organizing committee accused him of rigging the draw results. He slammed the table and shouted, asking if they really believed the words of a player who didn't know how to behave in public. Ed Zhu calmly stated that Han Shan's assistant had admitted to the secret agreement. Khan asked how this was possible, and the hero replied that Shan liked to find uses for money in order to decide what to do with it. Ed Zhu held up 2 fingers and said in a serious tone that this time he paid twice as much as he did. A commission representative stated that the organizers had decided to exclude team number 1 from further participation in the cup. At that moment, Han Shan was stunned and asked if he heard what was said. He immediately turned to Lo Cha and said that it was all his fault, to which Lo Cha responded by blaming him. Ed Zhu smiled and told the boy that he also had something for him, then put his hand in his pocket. He said he remembers how before the tournament started, a wild dog approached them and a fight broke out. Lu Cha asked what was wrong with teaching a weakling a lesson, since it was his own fault that he started acting so arrogant. Han Shan slapped the guy in the face and demanded that he stop embarrassing them, after which he declared that he was no longer part of number 1. After some time, he told Ed Zhu that he admitted defeat, to which the hero replied that he would pay him back in the same coin. Han Shan began to leave silently, and the protagonist told him that they would see each other next time. Even though they got their revenge, they still failed to finish in the top 3 of this tournament, and need to find another way to advance. Near the conference hall of the National Public Administration, above the entrance, there hung a slogan that they would win. Zhuqian entered first, ahead of Zhang Tu, and brazenly slammed the glass door in front of him, stunning the latter. The guy looked angrily at the red-haired youth, who was puzzled by the current situation. Ed Zhu approached the boys and asked if they really wanted to avoid the match report, which left them stunned. He was at the meeting and said that it was quieter here than in the deceased's house, after which he asked if they wanted to say anything. Ed Zhu picked up the small TV remote control to turn on the Esports news. The host asked Light how he could comment on today's match against the NSD team. When Jing called him a disgusting cockroach, and Zwichin was sure that Zhao would say something hypocritical. Zhang Tu, meanwhile, listened to the news with a serious face and thought to himself that Ming Liang was clearly very happy about his defeat. The NSD team is actually amazing. He said that in professional sports there are no teams that constantly win, there are those that stop developing. The NSD teams, without exception, were extremely surprised by the statement of the MZ team captain. Wen Jing was speechless with surprise, just like little Bao, who didn't understand why Light had spoken about them that way. Eju turned off the TV and asked the team if they could begin full training. Pan Zhishuan bowed his head and apologized to his boss, admitting that he had not led the team well. At that moment, Zwichin said that he had dragged everyone along with him because he had been too reckless. Zhang Tu, with tears in his eyes, began to beat his chest and shouted that he had let everyone down, but next time he would definitely win. Wen Jing and Little Bao couldn't hold back their tears and also began to admit their guilt in the team's defeat. All the team members promised that they would not let the boss down next time, and Eju listened to them silently. At one point, he smiled promisingly and asked if they knew who their next target would be. But he pointed to a poster for a ranking tournament taking place in November, for which registration would open soon. Tiao Tiao was extremely surprised because the boss really wanted them to participate in the ranking tournament. Eju smiled and said that their next goal would definitely be to win the ranking tournament. The protagonist smiled kindly at the players and said that in 3 months he wanted to qualify for promotion to the ASBL. All team members listened to the boss and unanimously declared with confidence that they would not let him down. Eju said that in order to help them achieve better results, he invited a special coach. At that moment, the door to the NSD team meeting room opened and a foot in a brown boot entered the room. Uncle Dao entered the room, greeted the boys and said that they met again. All the NSD team members were stunned by the man's appearance, but there was no joy on their faces. Dao told them that he only agreed to be their coach temporarily, and the protagonist replied that he could only use him. Zhang Tu told the boss that the coach must have a clear understanding of the heroes, the game, and strategies, and that an eccentric like Uncle Dao would hardly be suitable. Zwichin supported this guy and asked the boss whether this incompetent coach would ruin the teenagers' careers. Eju smiled and replied that Uncle Dao had a lot of tricks for them, and if they didn't believe him, they could just play with him. NSD were confused because they had never seen their uncle play. A short time later, the players were already in the game and found themselves in the quiz arena in a fictitious situation. The protagonist used a hammer and a gong to signal the players to start a friendly match. Eju announced that he would openly announce the contestants of the God of Battle quiz, standing in front of them in a white suit. Zhang Tu asked how many points he currently had in his ranking, intending to confuse Uncle Dao with the first question. But the confident blonde replied that he had 1,531 points in his rating. Zhang Tu pointed his finger at him and exclaimed that Dao was spying because he only updated the rankings last night. But the man replied that knowing player statistics is the first step to becoming a good coach. Uncle Dao lit a cigarette and asked with a sly smile what his rating was, to which Zhang Tu replied that he couldn't know. Eju announced with a smile that his uncle had won the first round of the quiz. In the 13th round, Pan Zhishuan asked why Huzhe was not awarded the MVP award even though he had the highest score. Zhang Tu, who was lying face down on the floor, appreciated such a serious question and raised his finger, indicating that the question was excellent. But Uncle Dao remained completely calm and said that the whole point was that Huzhe went to the toilet frequently. When Jing mockingly asked if that was the reason, to which Qiao Qiao replied that his uncle had won. Dao said that Huzhe had gastroenteritis, low match attendance, he could only harm the team and he didn't care about it. It was like a knife in Pan Zhishuan's heart, and he said that Uncle Dao was absolutely right about this matter. The blonde laughed and asked how many women Huzhe had cheated on the most. Pan Zhishuan, stunned by this question, hesitantly replied that there were 3, but the answer was incorrect. Dao said that all gamers are born unmarried and the correct answer was 0, after which Eju declared him the winner again. The 100,086th turn arrived, and the embittered Zwichin confidently declared that it was now his turn. He asked how many spikes were on the blood shadow bracelet, and said he could bet that Dao would not answer that question. But the blonde remained completely confident and smiled, since this question did not frighten him at all. He smiled and replied to Zwichin that there were 10 spikes on the blood shadow bracelet, and Zhang Tu called him a devil. At the same time, Uncle Dao asked the young man what color Blood Shadow's underwear was. The charming red-haired devil invited the guy to try to guess. Zhuchen was completely perplexed, his nose started bleeding, and his eyes turned very red at that moment. He said that he would rather die than answer that question and declared that Uncle Dao had won again. At this moment, Eju struck the gong with a gavel, preparing to announce the results of the quiz. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, continued to stir up the intrigue, dragging out the time until the winner was announced. In the end, Eju announced that he was declaring Uncle Dao the winner of the quiz show. The team members lined up in front of their uncle and admitted that they had no idea how capable he was. Uncle Dao started lying that it was nothing special because he was just a mentor to a few players who later became world champions. He waved his hand and said that if they wanted to win the championship, they first had to go to the same place as him. After some time, the coach brought the team to the Fengyun Sports Arena, where the competition was taking place. Pan Zixuan asked Uncle Dao if the matches were over yet, and why they were here. The coach smiled at the guy and said in response that you need to know yourself and know your enemy. He told the team's players that if they wanted to reach the top of the pyramid, they needed to understand their opponents. Dao said that their opponent in the last round was MZ, where, besides Light, the best jungler, there are two other top players. One of them is Xiaoyu, a new mid laner from the Korean server whose favorite hero is Burst Mage. This guy always played until the end, gritted his teeth and said that no one could do anything to him. The second player was Xiajia, an old friend of Light's, and no opponent could intimidate him at the top of the tournament table because he plays aggressively. In battle, he maintains his composure and declares that no armor of his opponents will help him. At that moment, Pan Zixuan said that he was not surprised that he had never heard of Xiaoyu, since he was a mid laner from Korea. Wen Jing became very nervous and told the captain that this Xiajia had fought alongside him and was incredibly aggressive in battle. But Pan Zixuan's words did not frighten him at all, and he laughed and asked the young man not to be afraid. Meanwhile, Uncle Dao declared that this was just the beginning and began introducing the rest of the players from the opposing team. He talked about the legendary ADC from Team RH, who plays the hardest heroes, Yuzu. Qiao Qiao exclaimed that this charming girl was beautiful and attractive, but Zhan too just looked at him silently. Uncle Dao grabbed the stupid boy by the hair, and told him that he was a boy and not a girl, as he had first thought. He also said that Yuzu not only looks feminine, but also plays in an unusual way and cannot be defeated with normal strategies. Uncle Dao said that there was still one person left, and he would be even stronger than this boy. It was Hao Shuai, Gigi's topper. Sol, the league star, plays every position and is always ranked second in the rankings. Zhuchen laughed softly and said that this guy was the best player in the 150 kg weight class. Dao began to talk about the rising star of Team Terre who knows the forest better than anyone, namely Lil Shuga. Tiao Tiao was surprised by the guy's professional performance, and said that he was simply a monster who couldn't be defeated so easily. Uncle Dao said with love in his eyes that there is the most famous of them, whom fans nicknamed the Queen. He said that the Queen was Su Yu, the killer of thousands, whose slender fingers were very dexterous and fast. The girl always approaches the game with a positive attitude and, with a smile, asks her teammates to cover her, promising to finish off all the enemies. In battle, the girl always chooses the role of the archer and shoots accurately at her opponents. In one battle, Huzha was very tense because Suyu used her ice arrows. The girl calmly answered him that it was too late to resist and that he simply should not move. She mockingly called Huzha a living target, after which his character was hit by an ice arrow. Eugene Jean said that Ice Princess Escher's ultimate hit the RH player directly, and now he is under control for a full 3 seconds. The fans were shouting how much they loved the girl, and Jean too, watching the fight, said that this girl was very dangerous. Suyu was very happy that fans showed her love and admiration, supporting her in every possible way. The beauty turned to the rest of her team and said that it was time to finish off the opponents and win the match. The Ice Queen showed her teammates the way and exclaimed that it was time to turn the score in their favor by killing their opponent. Commentator Nano asked if Team S was all-female and called their strategy very interesting. Win said their ADC was unique, Manhwa, and asked if they would make history by assembling an all-female team. Huzha slammed the table furiously as his opponents managed to destroy his character in battle. Suyu said that in their first battle, Team S would accept their blood as a sacrifice. The charming girl asked Xiaoxing to work hard to quickly defeat his opponents. The Ice Princess activated the shield and said that the girl could be protected by it. Huzha was very nervous because his health bar was almost 0, and he had nowhere to run. One of the opponents said that if someone fell into his net, he would not be able to get out, and Suyu replied that he had poor aim. She decided to quickly deal with the enemy, took an ice arrow in her hands and prepared to shoot. The Ice Princess drew her bowstring and asked her opponents to finally admit defeat, after which she fired. Jin said that Suyu was extremely impressive because the mid-support was killed instantly and it was a very easy round for Team S. Zhang Tu was stunned because she eluded the support's control during the attack and stated that her speed and reaction were unmatched. Edshu replied, "Of course, she's the famous Thousand Killers." And the guy asked what that was. The protagonist said that in 2010, Suyu joined MZ and began participating in the God of Battle tournaments. The girl put in a tremendous amount of effort, and, in 2 years of performing on the professional stage, managed to make 1,000 successful shots. She shed rivers of blood wherever she went, because she always strived for victory in battles. She also became the first God of Battle player in history to earn the title of Thousand Murderer. After the protagonist's story, Zuichun was shocked and said that a real monster lived in the old MZ. Dao said that MZ has achieved heights in the gaming industry since its founding when God of Battle was not yet popular. Their mid-laner Jin served as captain and led the team to 10 consecutive wins, earning them a large following. Zhao Mingliang, a jungler who always occupied the top positions in the rankings, struck down the best of the best with his deadly sword, and everyone feared him. Eju said that together they were considered the same team, and for the first 3 years they basked in the glory. He said they even won the championship in America, becoming the winners of the first ever World Championship. All the team members were extremely surprised by the main character's story, and Tiao Tiao said it was very cool. Penzishuan said that at that time they were idolized by many professional players. At that moment, Zhang Tu was serious and thoughtful, and in his thoughts he said that they could reach the level of the previous MZ. His thoughts were interrupted by the announcement that Team S had already won, which shocked the young man. The audience shouted that they loved the Queen and that Team S was the best team of all. Eju noted in his reflections that back then, gamers played anonymously, and the influence of God of Battle was not yet as great as it is now. The protagonist bowed his head, because he was very sorry that the Iron Trio broke up, and the former MZ became just a part of history. After some time, the entire NSD team headed towards the VIP exit. The sweet girl turned to her boss, Ed, and asked him to stop because she wanted to say something. Suyu asked the protagonist if he was busy and if it was possible to distract him for at least a minute. Eju asked Uncle Dao to take the boys to the club, and Uncle Dao asked why he left all the hard work to him. The hero congratulated the girl and said that her team had just been formed and they had already defeated some of the best. But Suyu did not respond to his pleasantries and said that he could keep the flattery to himself. The girl pressed the main character against the wall and placed her hand a few centimeters from his head. She looked him seriously in the eyes and sternly stated that she had come here to interrogate him. The girl again sternly demanded that the protagonist answer her question about why he was insulting her younger sister Su Qingyu. Eju remained silent and watched as Jin entered the room and immediately saw Suyu. The protagonist immediately laughed and realized that this was his chance to attract the attention of the former MZ mid-laner. He took Suyu's hand with a smile and began to approach her face, but the girl herself did not understand what was happening. The main character hugged the charming girl around the waist, continuing to pull her towards him. At that moment, he abruptly walked around her, causing her to be pinned against the wall and unable to escape. Edshu began to slowly approach the girl's lips, and Suyu, blushing, asked him what he was doing. The protagonist asked how likely it was that he was trying to get her attention. Meanwhile, Tiao Tiao was watching them and began recording what was happening on his phone. The young man was very surprised and mentally told himself that this was a real sensation, because the boss was flirting with the girl right in public. The young man turned his head slightly to the left and wondered who the man in the business suit was in the photograph. The man turned out to be tournament commentator Jin, who was angry as he watched the proceedings. He looked at Zhao Mingliang, who stood next to him and remained silent, in bewilderment. But at some point, lights switched to Ed's boss, which attracted the attention of the protagonist at that moment. Mingliang said that even if he wanted to congratulate Suyu, doing something like that in a public place would be a bit inappropriate. Eju let the girl go and said with a smile that they were just discussing something with her, and that he had not done anything bad to her. He looked at Jin and said that it was inconvenient to talk here, so he and Suyu could continue the conversation later. MZ midlaner looked sternly at the protagonist at that moment, but never said a word to him. And Eju was at the club where the party was being held to celebrate Team SS victory. A blonde man in a leather jacket told Miss Su that she was funny, and she asked if he really thought so. Su-yu suddenly saw the protagonist, and told him that she needed to talk to someone. Eju smiled at the girl and walked over to her to finally talk alone. Su said that she didn't say she would be at the club, to which the hero replied that she needed to talk, but he would find out anyway. In her thoughts, the girl said that, be that as it may, he was just a rich major who knew how to have fun. Quite unexpectedly, the girl leaned against the guy, after which she put her knee between his legs. Su-yu said that any date that does not involve intimacy is just irresponsible flirting. She held the card to Eju's lips and said that deep down she thought he was a true gentleman. The protagonist looked coquettishly into the girl's eyes and began to take off his coat, and Su wondered if he was giving himself away too early. Eju said that some people are lucky in relationships and others are not, and the same can be said about menstruation, which made the girl think. But at some point the girl realized what he was getting at, and, looking at her skirt, she saw a very noticeable red spot. Eju acted like a gentleman, covered her with his coat, and told her that she could cover herself with it. At the other end of the bar, one man was telling another that things hadn't been going so well for them lately. Suddenly someone grabbed the guy by the jacket, causing him to become severely stunned. Guowei asked Yi Jin what he was doing, to which he replied that he had already asked him not to associate with suspicious people. This guy said he would be surprised if Wind could get into capital himself, because he was a commentator who wrote exclusively about enthusiasm. Guowei turned to Brother Yi, who was distracted by something else at the moment, and barely heard him. He turned his gaze to the bar counter, and wondered if it was Su-yu who was in Eju's company. Guowei asked Yi Jin where he was going, but he did not answer. Su-yu told Ba said that she would handle everything herself, and no one asked him to poke his nose into other people's business. The main character was absolutely calm and told the girl that there was nothing to worry about, and besides, helping her was a good deed. Yi Jin stood next to them and seemed to want to pick a fight with Eju, drawing attention to himself. Su-yu turned around excitedly, wondering where the wind came from and what it wanted. Jin called Eju a fashionista and mentally added that, fortunately, the girl did not understand that he wanted to compete for her. He hugged the protagonist, and said that he had already prepared drinks for their important business conversation. The protagonist said that he was very interested in what the relentless Reaper needed from him in the mid-lane. Yi Jin asked if he dared to fight him like a man, and said that if he lost, he would stay away from Su-yu. Eju smiled at the angry boy and asked if he really thought he was afraid of him. After that, the protagonist smiled and asked if this was the drink that Yi Jin had prepared for the business conversation. In front of Eju stood a table with about 10 bottles of premium alcohol on it. Yi Jin asked the protagonist to stop talking nonsense, and suggested that he finally start talking. The battle began and Wen demonstrated excellent marksmanship, accurately hitting the glass bottles. When he finished, he asked the protagonist why he didn't try shooting, since it was so interesting. Ed clapped his hands and said that he was good at shooting spinning bottles and was a real professional player. But after a wave of compliments, Eju put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he thought he was a little nervous. The protagonist pointed to the bill and asked Yi Jin why he shot at his bottles too. Wind was very angry, but tried to contain his anger, and Eju smiled as he loaded his gun. He said that Yi Jin immediately gave him a 6, and the guy asked if he was too confident in his abilities. The protagonist decided to demonstrate his training and accurately, without a single miss, hit the wine bottles. Yi Jin gritted his teeth and tensed up, knowing that his opponent was very accurate. A short time later, Eju fired the decisive shot and hit the last bottle of wine. The protagonist stopped shooting and grinned slyly, as if he was planning something at that moment. He still held the gun, aiming, and said that the next one would be next, and mentally added, "Top bottle." At the same second, a shot rang out, and the bullet hit the top bottle in a straight trajectory. A moment later, the bullet hit the wine bottle precisely, and Wind was shocked by such incredible accuracy. Eju smiled and said that he was very lucky because all the points in this competition went to him. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had almost forgotten that, fearing loss, the guy had given him 6 points. Yi Jin was extremely shocked when he saw the score was 29 in Eju's favor. Those around him said that the guy was actually quite good, but Wind was stunned and silently looked at the bill. Ed Zhu said that even if Jin Jin used all 4 remaining bullets, he would only be able to earn a few points. Wind was very nervous and told himself that if he lost, Ed would definitely continue to pester Suyu. At some point he closed his eyes and told himself that he needed to calm down because there had to be some way out. He suddenly took aim at the wine bottles, then closed his left eye to increase the accuracy of the shot. At the same moment, 3 wine bottles lying nearby were shot through by the well-aimed shots of this guy. Yi Jin looked at the standings, where he had 12 points in his favor, which was not even close to the protagonist's result. Ed Zhu looked at the guy and asked why he continued to waste time if he was clearly not catching up with him in points. Yi Jin looked at him seriously and confidently stated that he was doing this because their competition was not over yet. The extremely tense young man again took aim at the wine bottles, preparing to fire his pistol. After a few seconds, he fully concentrated and fired, but the bullet ricocheted to the side, missing the bottle. Ed Zhu was completely calm and wondered if his opponent had made a misdirected shot and missed. But at that very moment his eyes widened in surprise, because the enemy never missed. Wine bottles fell one after another, breaking in mid-flight, which was nothing short of stunning. Ed Zhu was amazed when his opponent managed to cause a chain reaction by shooting the top bottle of wine. Yi Jin managed to overtake the main character by 1 point and scored 30 points in his favor. The guy immediately clenched his fist in joy and exclaimed that he was able to overtake his opponent on points. Ed Zhu said that Preen is truly the merciless reaper of the god of battle because he changes the score in his favor while being on the verge of death. Yi Jin pointed his finger at him, exclaimed that this was the right way to shoot bottles, and declared himself the winner of the competition. He said that now Ed Zhu must keep his promise and stay away from Suyu. The protagonist asked her with a smile if he liked her, to which Yi Jin angrily replied that he did not like her at all. He said that Ed lost the bet anyway, so he had to keep his promise. The words that he would keep his promise caught the protagonist's attention, and he was about to give the guy a clear answer. He smiled and said that he didn't think he had promised him anything, which made Yi Jin even more angry. The protagonist said that he doesn't care whether he wins or loses because he has only one goal. He looked the guy in the eyes and said that he would not stop until he won Suyu's heart. After a while, the commentator wished Suyu good luck and said that now everyone would understand how dangerous Thousand Killers was. The final match began, and the Ice Princess immediately encountered Light's character, who was distinguished by his agility and mastery of movement. The girl wanted to attack the enemy, but he suddenly walked around her from behind, which she did not expect. A second later, the Ice Princess was completely pierced by the tip of the blade belonging to Zhao Mingliang's character. The round was won by Team MZ, whose captain easily killed the Ice Princess. Yi Jin said that Thousand Killers was killed 3 times in a row, and Nano said that he really knows how to die. Suyu sighed tiredly, took off her headphones and said that even she couldn't handle this guy. The girl lowered her head and smiled with a sparkle in her eyes, not at all upset by the defeat. She said that in the end it was Light, who in the meantime was holding the tournament trophy in his hands along with the team. The host congratulated Team MZ on their win, and also congratulated Team South on their second-place finish, and said they were the best dark horse. She also said that she knew that the NSD team leader had prepared a special gift for them from the fans. After these words, Suyu turned her attention to the gift prepared for her team. The presenter expressed hope that, regardless of the outcome, Team S would be able to move forward with their heads held high. Suyu's eyes sparkled with genuine happiness, and her cheeks turned red, because Ed Zhu's gift was incredibly beautiful. She looked at the main character, who was smiling sweetly at a girl from the crowd of spectators. Meanwhile, Yi Jin watched with anger as Suyu was happy without him. The end of the God of Battle tournament was announced, and all players and guests were asked to leave the area calmly. Suyu walked out of the room and noticed that Ed Zhu was looking straight at her and walking towards her. She said that his gift was very interesting, and the hero replied that he was very glad that she liked it. The charming girl handed the guy a card and said that he could consider it her return gift. Ed took it with a smile, and Sue said that her team had just been formed and she wanted to thank everyone for the experience they had at the tournament. She said that as a token of gratitude she was throwing a party and he could come to it. Zhao Mingliang said that it was a great honor for Boss Ed to be the first to receive an invitation from Suyu. The young man asked the girl with a smile if he could be present at such a joyful event. Suyu smiled and said that she would of course be happy to invite the champion, and Lu Xiaoxing looked at Mingliang with admiration. Not far from the MZ team captain was Yi Jin, heading towards them. Xiaoxing said to Sister Suyu, "The wind is already here, and it has been a long time since the Iron Trio saw each other." The girl asked her sister if she would invite him to the party, which surprised the guy. At this moment, Suyu and Zhao Mingliang looked at Yi Jingjin, who was standing nearby, expressionlessly, and gave up. Eju noted in his reflections that people with different principles have little in common, so the chances of their reunification are slim. Zhao Mingliang started to leave, saying that he still had things to do, so he was leaving now. Xiaoxing panicked greatly and assumed she had said something clearly inappropriate. Eju smiled at Yi Jingjin and showed Suyu the party invitation he had received. The guy thought to himself that he couldn't let this impudent guy continue to pester her, so he had to get an invitation. Yi Jingjin walked down the corridor and told himself that he had to think of a way to attract Suyu's attention. A crowd of fans had gathered in front, eager to get an autograph from the former MZ midlaner. The girls rushed towards the legendary esports athlete with love, and Suyu drew attention to this. Yi Jingjin lightly slapped himself in the face and told himself that this was definitely not the best option. Suddenly he noticed that there was an invitation to a bachelorette party on the table, and no one was around. The guy realized that there would be no more opportune moment, and he looked around, trying to remain unnoticed during the theft. He whistled softly without showing it, and extended his hand towards Suyu's party invitation. A little boy behind him pointed his finger at him, and shouted at the top of his voice that there was a thief there. Yi Jingjin suddenly closed the boy's mouth and demanded that he stop talking nonsense, calling him a brat. He grabbed the boy's hand and ran away, his heels sparkling, and Suyu watched him go. Soon Yi Jingjin approached Xiaoxing and, to get the girl's attention, coughed into her fist. The girl caught his attention and he politely asked if they sent out party invitations here. Xiaoxing became worried and told the young man that she had already sent out all the invitations to the party. But after that she said that Suyu's sister still had one more invitation, and Yi Jingjin looked at the girl at that moment. The girl looked at the young man with slight pity, because deep down she wanted to call him. Yi Jingjin stood silently in place, looking at the floor in annoyance, knowing that he would not receive the invitation. Suyu apologized and said that her party was only for friends who continued to play no matter what. She looked at him angrily and said that this party was not for successful people who got their benefits by deception. Suyu advised Yi Jingjin to continue selling meat cakes. The girl's words stunned the young man. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, and he himself did not know what to answer. In the trash can, among all the trash, lay a bright, shiny invitation to a bachelorette party. The girl, angry at Yi Jingjin, began to leave, and the young man silently followed her with an irritated look. For some time he couldn't even move, because his soul was completely empty. Suddenly, an invitation appeared before his eyes, which greatly surprised Yi Jingjin. Eju said that Suyu liked his gift and in return he sent him an invitation to the party. Yi Jingjin boldly knocked the invitation out of his hands and declared that he had nothing to do with such events. 2 law enforcement officers patrolled the territory of the Fengyun Esports arena. One of them asked who had just passed them, and the second replied that he had probably imagined it. Meanwhile, Yi Jingjin pounced on the trash can where Suyu's party invitation had been placed. He began to throw trash in different directions, trying to figure out the invitation that had been thrown to him earlier. Finally, Yi Jingjin found the tattered invitation and breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. The young man calmed down a little, because, fortunately, the invitation was still lying in the trash can. At that moment, a pink-haired boy wearing a white robe stood behind Yi Jingjin. He noticed the young man and told himself that this man reminded him of someone. It was getting dark outside, and meanwhile the main character was in the Shenlan Resort Hotel. Xiao Teng asked the boss why they didn't take Shan Tu and Pan Zixuan with them. Eju replied that they should train hard now, and when they win, then they can talk about rest. The protagonist approached the reception desk and said that he wanted to book a room. Suddenly a guy with pink hair came up to her and started pinching her cheeks, saying that he didn't think she would see him here. Xiao Tang watched the scene in surprise, not understanding who this person was. Jing Feng, Ed's close friend from university, said he wanted to meet them, but who would have thought he would come so early? He hugged Ed Zhu and said that they definitely needed to go into the same room to talk, but the hero ruled out that option. Jing Feng said that if he didn't agree, he would tell everyone that Ed wore earrings, which angered the hero because he had already told about it himself. Xiao Tang began to imagine what the boss looked like, and Ed Zhu shouted at him not to even dare to imagine it. The protagonist introduced Qing Feng to Xiao Tang and said that he was the manager of the GC club. Meanwhile, the suspicious masked man politely asked for a private room, which caught the attention of the pink-haired boy. Qing Feng immediately saw through him and asked if he had really misunderstood, and it was Yi Jingjin. He immediately approached and spoke to him, but the young man in a cap and mask began to deny everything and said that he was mistaken. Qing Feng exclaimed that he couldn't introduce himself because he saw his invitation card in the trash can in the hall. Due to his own carelessness, Yi Jingjin dropped the document confirming his identity from his hands. An awkward silence fell over the room, and everyone turned their attention to the documents lying on the floor. After some time, Qing Feng asked the hero why he had dragged him to swim, and Eju replied that he would thank him again. Smiling, he said that in the end he had more memories of the events of 5 years ago than of those times. In the pool was the charming Suyu, who was playing water polo with particular interest. She smiled and told Xiaoxing that she hadn't played water polo for so long that she seemed a little out of practice. The girl's beauty made Qing Feng drool, while Eju and Xiao Tang silently watched him from the side. Yi Jingjin, who was watching the girl from behind the palm tree, became very nervous, because the appearance of the boys could not please him in any way. He gritted his teeth angrily and quietly said that if Qing Feng looked at him any longer, he would gouge out his eyes. Eju turned his head and noticed a guy in shorts peeking out from behind a palm tree. Qing Feng admired the beauty and asked the hero how he knew that there would be so many beauties here. The pink-haired boy's nose sweated from the pleasure he felt when he saw the girls. He immediately jumped into the water and shouted to the girls that he would soon join them, calling them babies. But at that moment, Suyu threw a ball in his face and asked where he saw his children here. But still, in a fit of pleasure, Qing Feng said that it looked very cute when the beautiful goddess was angry. The charming girl's ball bounced off and landed at the feet of Yi Jingjin, who was standing behind a palm tree. He leaned out from behind a palm tree and stopped the ball with his foot, showing himself to the others. Eju politely and calmly asked the boy if he could hit the ball back to him so he wouldn't have to go get it himself. Yi Jingjin angrily replied that no one would dare take the ball away from him. Eju said it sounded arrogant, but his movements were very unnatural and he knocked the ball away from his opponent. The impact was so strong that the ball rolled across Qing Feng's face again, which this time he didn't find cute at all. The boy with pink hair accidentally bit the ball, and it quickly began to deflate. An awkward silence fell over the pool as Qing Feng stood next to the deflated ball, damaged by the bite. Xiaoxing became very worried and said that it seemed like their water polo game had come to an end. Suyu barely contained her anger and turned to the group of guys who had appeared and interfered with their game. However, the brown-eyed beauty could not contain her anger and screamed at the guys to get out of there immediately. After a while, Eju and Yi Jingjin sat on the sun loungers by the pool and remained silent. The man with yellow eyes turned to the protagonist and accused him of deliberately pursuing Suyu. Eju did not give in to the provocation, smiled and asked the guy why he needed this. He added that, moreover, not alone, but in a crowd, Yi Jingjin asked why he cared about Suyu if he didn't like her. Suddenly they heard a woman's scream of pain, and at that moment both young men became alert. Xiaoxing asked Sister Suyu with particular excitement what had happened, and the boys immediately prepared to help. Eju took off his shirt with a sharp movement, and very excitedly shouted out the name of the charming girl. At that very moment, the protagonist and Yi Jingjin jumped into the pool to save the girl. The boys swam towards Suyu with all their might, very worried about her life and shouting that they would save her. Meanwhile, the charming beauty emerged from under the water, not yet understanding what was happening around her. When she stepped outside, she saw the tense faces of the two guys standing right next to her and didn't understand what was going on. Suyu didn't hesitate to punch them in the face, calling them lecherous idiots and asking what they were doing here. Yi Jingjin wondered if his nose was too big, and Eju couldn't figure out why his nose was like that either. Suyu covered herself and said that her leg was just cramping, and they started screaming. She said that they had spoiled her mood and told Xiaoxing that it was time for them to leave. The beauty threw a jacket over herself and angrily declared that this was not a pool, but a den of lustful men. Xiaoxing hugged Sister Su and tried to calm her down while the boys were sorting things out in the pool. Meanwhile, the number of the girl's pursuers did not decrease, and the stranger watched her from behind a tree. While in the room, Sister Suyu asked Sister Suyu why she was in such a bad mood. She asked her sister if it was because she didn't swim with her that she felt so lonely in the pool. Suyu replied that it was none of her business, and that the whole point was that she was faced with two idiots. She started complaining of cramps in her leg, and the two of them rushed towards her like crazy people, which scared her to death. At that moment she went to the window, after which she fell silent for a few seconds, which surprised the girl standing next to her. The sister asked Sister Suyu what happened, and the girl looked out the window in surprise. But she still replied that nothing had happened and said that it had become a little colder. The girl tried to stop thinking about the incident in the pool and pulled the curtains on the windows. She patted herself on the shoulder and said that now her whole body would ache from the cold, so she would go and take a hot bath. A few minutes later, the girl was already standing under the shower, enjoying the hot water. The charming beauty ran her fingers through her hair, washing every strand. But suddenly the water from the shower stopped flowing, which alarmed the girl, because she really did not have time to wash herself. She immediately became nervous and wondered why the water had stopped flowing from the tap. Deep down, she saw her own face reflected back at her, and everything that was happening only got on her nerves more and more. Suyu couldn't contain her emotions any longer, but she tried to do so for a few more minutes. But at some point the girl clenched her teeth in anger and said that this was a terrible hotel, because it was impossible to even wash properly there. Suyu came out of the shower, and her sister asked her why she finished so quickly when it had only been 5 minutes. The girl took a deep breath and said that the room was very hot, and her sister reminded her that she had already said that she was terribly cold. Suyu sat on the bed and said that Mercury retrograde had already affected her because something strange had been happening to her all day. The girl fell face down on the pillow and said that it was all because of those disgusting idiots, and asked him to let her rest. The blue headband sister looked at Suyu's sister, and only smiled slightly as she looked at her. Xiaoxing approached the girl and told her that she should sleep because it might help her. One of the girls continued to prim in front of the mirror, and in the meantime someone knocked on the door of the room. The girl immediately looked at the door with apprehension, and Xiaoxing asked if they had heard that strange sound. She also suggested that it was mice running around, but none of the girls went close to the front door. Suyu jumped out of bed, threw away the pillow and said angrily that it was probably those two who were fussing outside the door. The sister took the girl by the hand and said that she would talk to them herself, because she was not even dressed. Angry and very tense, Suyu agreed with the girl, after which she simply froze in place. The girl approached the door, but was very wary because the knocking suddenly stopped. She decided to look through the peephole to make sure there was no one behind the door. The girl found everything that was happening very strange, because there was no one behind the door, and the knocking stopped. But suddenly a red human eye appeared in the peephole, which greatly frightened the girl. She immediately screamed in fear at the top of her voice and took several sharp steps back. Yi Jingjin was very alert because he heard a woman scream while he was in his room. Eju was also alerted because he was nearby and realized that the sound was coming from Suyu's room. Yi Jingjin immediately opened the door and realized that the scream was coming from Suyu's room. The guy immediately rushed into the girl's room and opened the door with a sharp movement, because he was very worried about her. He entered the room and called the girl, but no one answered him, and the room itself was empty. Beads of sweat were running down the young man's face. He was very nervous and wondered if something serious had happened to Suyu. Meanwhile, Xiao Tang was talking on the phone and was ordered to clean the room immediately. Qing Feng asked what was the matter, and the guy replied that the boss said that Suyu, Xiaoxing, and Feng Qinghua would spend the night in their room tonight. At that moment, the pink-haired boy almost lost his temper because he was captivated by the charming girls. He said they were probably still reeling from seeing him in the pool and had made up an excuse to see him. Suyu and Xiaoxing led the frightened sister down the hallway, while Eju walked ahead of the girls, escorting them to the men's room. When they opened the door, they were at a loss because Qing Feng stood in front of them, holding a red rose in his teeth. The guy said that the most handsome man in the universe was ready for their services, and would be very happy to become their personal slave. Suyu angrily kicked the inspired boy and said that she had not seen any diligence from him during the competition. Eju opened the door to the room because he was curious about what was coming from there. Xiao Tang said that he decided to board up the windows tightly because that way a voyeur would not have the idea of peeping in. Meanwhile, the voyeur could barely hold back tears and wondered if he really thought the hotel belonged to his family. Meanwhile, Yi Jingjin, straining herself, eavesdropped on the conversations from behind the door. He looked through the peephole and thought to himself that they were talking and laughing at the same time, and Suyu looked like a sheep caught in a pack of wolves. The guy was still standing at the door, very nervous, trying to come up with a plan to save the girl. Yi Jingjin was very tense and kept telling himself that he wouldn't be able to sleep, so Suyu had to be saved. He closed his eyes and began to think about how to save the girl and present himself in the best light. Yi Jingjin felt like he was transported back in time and remembered how the coach showed him the training room when he was still a player. The guy remembered how he approached the manager, and at that moment someone lightly hit him on the buttock. It was Suyu who put the guy in an awkward position and said that there were new attractive guys in the club. She extended her hand to Yi Jingjin and introduced him, then thanked him for his support and understanding. Some time later, the MZ team was congratulated on winning the annual Professional Unified Competition APL. Yi Jingjin remembered how Suyu had hugged him tightly, overjoyed at their victory. She asked if he could hear the applause of the audience, and looking into his eyes she said that they were the pride of the god of battle. After some time, Yi Jingjin decided to leave the team, and a worried Suyu asked why he was leaving. The guy remembered how at that moment she told him that from that moment on they were no longer anyone. Yi Jingjin remembered that he had said something to the girl as she left, but she hadn't even listened to him. At some point he stopped remembering the past, opened his eyes, was very wary, beads of sweat ran down his face. The masked man began to strangle him with a white cloth and said that this was revenge for him trying to win Suyu away from him. Yi Jingjin looked into the eyes of the masked man, completely confused about what was going on and who he was. The man tied a cloth around the young man's neck and dragged him along, after which he finally kicked the door down. Eju heard strange sounds and woke up feeling extremely alert because everything that was happening seemed strange to him. Everyone in the room was asleep, and the main character got out of bed because he heard some strange noise outside the door. He decided that there might be danger behind the door and took a fire extinguisher to protect himself in case of an emergency. The protagonist walked out the door and saw a man in a black mask holding Yi Jingjin hostage. Eju, without thinking twice, immediately threw the fire extinguisher straight at the criminal's head. But the masked man didn't fall and ran away, while Yi Jingjin, trying to catch his breath, fell to the floor. Eju asked the guy who the stranger was, and he replied that there was a person who wanted to harm Suyu. The protagonist remembered that 5 years ago, after a party, a crazy fan attacked a girl, and everything seemed to be repeating itself again. Eju thought in his mind that that guy had run into Suyu and escaped, and he wouldn't miss this opportunity at the event tomorrow. The protagonist told Yi Jingjin that there was only one way out, and they had to protect the girl. The guy began to listen attentively to the hero, still in a state of shock and, moreover, surprised by his words. Yi Jingjin looked the hero in the eye seriously, and said that he would be angry if he saw him evade his words. But Eju hugged the guy and said with a smile that he was still with us, so everything would be fine. Meanwhile, the criminal returned home, and insisted that no one would dare take Suyu away from him. He laughed wildly and wickedly, drooling from his mouth, like a wolf about to pounce on its prey. The next evening, an event organized by Suyu began at the Shenlan Resort Hotel. Guests were politely greeted by staff standing at the entrance to the hotel and showing them the way to their tables. Eju was dressed in a smart white suit, and the rest of the guys in his entourage came to the party with him. Yi Jingjin stood behind the protagonist, prepared for anything, because he knew that the bandit would definitely not miss such an opportunity. The host asked those present to welcome the most brilliant guest of the evening and invited Suyu to come up on stage. A charming girl with brown eyes and a luxurious white dress appeared in front of the guests, and waved to everyone present. Xiao Tan asked Qingfeng why his nose was bleeding, and he replied that it was due to the sharp sticks he had been hit with yesterday. Suyu thanked the guests for finding time to come to the party celebrating Team SS victory despite their busy schedules. She also expressed special gratitude to Mr. X, who anonymously provided them with financial support, which surprised the guests. Yi Jingjin smiled, realizing that she was talking about him even though she thought he was not at the party. In his thoughts, the young man was glad and said that Mr. X was already pleased that he had the opportunity to hear these words. Suyu smiled and told the guests that her sister Su Qingyu would now sing and wished everyone a wonderful evening. Edzda put his hand on Yi Jingjin's shoulder and asked if he seemed worried about the news about Mr. X. He said that he too would like this man to help his club, and the man in response only coughed into his fist. Yi Jingjin was serious and asked the guys not to forget about the plan for their joint operation today. The plan was for Eju to keep an eye on Suyu in the east, Xiaotang in the north, Qingfeng in the south, and Wind himself in the west. Beautiful fans approached the main character and expressed admiration because he is a young man from the NSD Corporation. Meanwhile, Xiaotang stood by the tables laden with food and was very surprised by its abundance. Meanwhile, Qing Feng was enjoying life to the fullest and drinking red wine in the company of a new girl for him. Yi Jingjin watched everything that was happening and strained himself to contact them. The young man kept repeating to himself that today he couldn't take his eyes off any man who wanted to get close to Suyu. Yi Jingjin saw how a blonde man in a white suit suddenly approached the beauty and invited her to dance. The young man immediately rushed towards the girl and pushed the blonde away, which greatly shocked them. Yi Jingjin told him that he had absolutely nothing to do and asked if he could join him. He looked at the young man and thought that whoever had attacked him was wounded and there must be a mark on his forehead. Yi Jingjin began to dance with the young man, but he could not see his forehead and wondered if he was deliberately avoiding him. At some point, the young man grabbed his head and decided at all costs to carefully examine his forehead. He moved forward sharply, bending the man in the white suit over and examining his forehead. The boy adjusted his white hat and smiled and told Yi Jingjin that he was as hot as fire. After that, his loving eyes sparkled sincerely, he hugged the guy and said that he really liked him. The young man in the white suit started flirting with the guy, and Yi Jingjin, displeased, noticed that something was wrong with the guy, and realized that something was wrong with him. Behind them, one of the men was dancing with a girl and mockingly pushed the guy so that he fell on the blonde. Yi Jingjin fell on top of the young man in the white suit, and they almost kissed, but everyone around them thought it was cute. The wind immediately rose from the floor and almost tore it away, and the guy in the white suit was delighted with what happened. However, Yi Jingjin looked at his forehead again and realized that it seemed like he had made a mistake after all. But at some point the guy became even more wary and began looking around. He looked around carefully and realized that Suyu had disappeared somewhere and was not in the hall, after which he became very nervous. At the time, the girl was walking down the hallway with her sister, who said she saw the man deliberately step on her dress. The sister asked Suyu if everything was okay, and she replied that it was not the man's fault because she looked unusual in an evening dress. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses, holding flowers, appeared in front of the woman and turning to her, asked for forgiveness. Surprised, Mrs. Suyu asked the man if he had just stepped on the hem of her dress. After these words, the girl smiled sweetly at the man and said that he did not need to apologize for this incident at all. The man in glasses smiled strangely and said that he had actually come today specifically to ask the girl's hand in marriage. Suyu and Xiaoxing looked at each other, shocked by her statement, and everything that was happening seemed a little strange to them. But in fact, behind his back, this treacherous man was holding a sharp knife with which he was going to harm the girl. Soon, Suyu and her sister were tied up, and the evil stranger had no intention of letting the beauty go. The girl exchanged excited glances with her sister, who was also tied up, but both remained silent. The man grabbed Suyu's face and asked her with pain in his voice why she didn't want to marry him. The man looked at the girl threateningly and asked if she really wanted to say that she despised him. But he didn't become like this for no reason. His mother constantly yelled at him that he was stupid and sat at home all day. The mother slammed the door and finally wondered why she had given birth to such a stupid son. The guy sitting at the computer got angry and asked if he were smart. In his opinion, he would have been born into a poor family. He shouted that because of poverty he could not enjoy a full life and did not intend to do physical labor. This guy insisted that a genius like him was capable of making money without leaving home and promised that he would become a leading gamer. After some time, he became immersed in the gameplay, but all his efforts were in vain as he was again considered defeated in battle. He slammed the table and said his team were idiots and that when he turned pro, money would flow into his pocket like a river. The man recalled how Suyu's guards kicked him out because he couldn't buy an entrance ticket to the hall. He remembered that at that moment a charming girl approached the guards and asked what had happened. The security guard reported that the intruder claimed to have lost his entrance ticket and wanted to enter the hall without it, but was detained. Suyu said that perhaps he lost the ticket due to carelessness, and besides, beating someone was not normal. The man, who had been beaten at that moment, rose from the floor, after which he silently but with surprise looked at the beauty. The sweet, brown-eyed Suyu walked up to the man and extended her hand, asking if he was okay. The man, distraught with grief, looked intently into the eyes of the tied-up girl and said that God saw how unhappy he was. He said that God sent him Suyu to atone for his guilt, after which the man angrily threw a bouquet of flowers on the table. The man began to destroy everything around him and screamed as he asked the tied-up girl why she had betrayed him. Drooling, he called Suyu his little wife and proposed to return to the old days when they loved each other, asking if she would agree to it. He showed her the photograph with a smile and said that it was their wedding photo, which he often liked to admire. In the photo, Suyu was standing with another man, onto whose face the man had pasted his own. The little sister screamed and asked what right he had to claim the heart of her beloved sister. She asked him if he had done anything to change, because he had sunk to such a state, and, without doing anything, had become embittered at the whole world. Suyu was very nervous and looked at her confident sister, whose eyes did not show any fear of this man. The girl's brown-eyed sister asked the man because all this time he had been living in a fictional world that he himself had created. But the man himself became even more angry and, calling the girl trash, ordered her to shut up immediately. He kept repeating at the top of his voice that he was innocent, and accused the whole world of injustice, and Suyu realized that she had to act. While tied up, she reached her hands towards the sharp knife with a blue handle that lay right next to her. The agitated man turned around, shouted and asked what she was doing, which caught the girl's attention. He grabbed the knife, told her to bend over and not to move under any circumstances, and then asked if she really wanted to run away from there. The man shouted that she shouldn't even think about escaping, and meanwhile someone was knocking on the door of the room with all his might. The man turned around and glared at the door, then asked who they had brought here. In response, a male voice said that they had brought the girl props, and the man nervously headed for the door. Suyu was still tense, but the familiar male voice gave her hope that she and her sister would be able to escape. Yi Jingjin, wearing a business suit, calmly asked if he could enter the room. The young man calmly opened the door, and the cunning man hid behind the wooden door to attack him. Suyu was very worried about the young man, and yet she shouted that danger was waiting for him outside the door. Yi Jingjin was attacked with a knife by a man who would stop at nothing. But this guy was not at all timid, and apart from wariness, no other emotions dominated in him. He immediately turned around and with a sharp movement knocked the knife out of the hands of his unprepared opponent, hitting him in the face with his fist. The sharp knife immediately flew to the side, and silence reigned in the room, which did not last long. The criminal became enraged and shouted that this guy was constantly interfering in his personal life again. In anger, he grabbed the young man's face tightly, and Yi Jingjin became more and more furious with each passing second. The man pressed his head against the wall with all his might, continuing to press and scream that he wanted this scoundrel dead. Suyu realized that this was a great opportunity to distract herself, and at the same time a chance to escape by cutting the ropes on her hands. At that very moment, the ropes released from her hands fell to the floor, meaning that the girl was finally free. Suyu acted quickly and saved her sister, then rubbed her wrists, which were badly chafed by the ropes. The sister noticed the red button to call security, and without thinking, pressed it. The red security button immediately worked, and a loud alarm sounded in the room. Suyu walked up to the man who was beating Yi Jingjin and kicked him in the groin. Her actions enraged the psychopath even more, and he wanted to take immediate revenge on the girl. The psychopath saw a sharp knife lying there and immediately grabbed it, intending to threaten the girls with a bladed weapon. Clutching his groin, the man declared that the impudent girl had the courage to brutally beat him. At that very moment, he opened his mouth wide and shouted that if anyone betrayed him, he would no longer be forgiven, and rushed at Suyu with a knife. The girl didn't want to look at it, and closed her eyes, and Yi Jingjin stood in the way of this psychopath, who covered the girl with his body. A sharp knife pierced the young man's body, and a few drops of the wounded man's blood fell on the brown-eyed Suyu. Yi Jingjin immediately fell to the floor and tried to pull the knife out of his chest, while the frightened girl held him back. The psychopath grinned evilly and told Suyu that this would happen to anyone who tried to harm him. At that moment, police officers burst into the room and ordered no one to move. They immediately twisted the villain's arms, and one of the policemen again ordered the man not to move. Edju also entered the room and asked in a frightened voice if they were okay and asked them to call an ambulance as soon as possible. Suyu was very scared and begged Yi Jingjin to wake up and come to his senses because she had not told him everything yet. She remembered how she had previously told her boyfriend that tomorrow would be the decisive match, and their dream would finally come true. Win said that they had been training for so long and now they would fight shoulder to shoulder, so that the championship would be in their hands. She asked if he remembered that thanks to his support and belief in victory, they managed to realize their most cherished dream. She also recalled how, barely holding back tears, she asked if he really wanted to leave the team. Brown-eyed Suyu looked after Yi Jingjin, who did not answer her, and mentally said that he would offend her. She hugged the wounded man even tighter and asked why he decided to risk his life for her if they had parted long ago. Tears streamed down Suyu's eyes, and she pressed her chin to his head and asked if he wanted her to be in his debt. Jing Feng burst into tears and told Eju that he should back off because they had true love. But the main character remained completely calm and only smiled slightly in response. Yi Jingjin could barely speak, but he still said that he felt a sharp pain in his chest and found it very difficult to breathe. Suyu was stunned because she didn't think that things would be so serious, and that the guy would be on the verge of death. Stunned, Jing Feng asked the boy how he was feeling, and Eju, very surprised, remained silent. Su Shui asked the guy if he was okay, and Yi Jingjin coughed and reached into his jacket pocket. He took out his phone and said that his Nokia was protecting him and even the Lord of Hell couldn't take it away. Suyu was surprised, because it was the gift she had given him for his birthday a long time ago. Yi Jingjin smiled at the sweet girl and said that it was just his habit and he couldn't part with her gift. Suyu was very worried and asked the exhausted young man if he was really injured. Yi Jingjin answered in the affirmative and said that only her neck hurt a little, probably because she pressed on it with her foot. Jing Feng said with a smile that he could try to give him artificial respiration, and Suyu let him go. Meanwhile, Eju silently watched everything that was happening from the side and thought to himself that the performance had finally come to an end. The protagonist and Jing Feng decided to leave the room, and Yi Jingjin and Suyu were left alone, still sitting on the floor. Win suddenly turned to his boss, Ed, and said that all his actions had been planned in advance. The protagonist turned around and didn't answer, but Jing Feng looked at him in surprise because he didn't understand what was going on. Yi Jingjin said that from the very beginning he noticed that Ed Shu had become particularly close to Suyu. He refuted the assumption that the hero was plotting something, since he followed her everywhere, tried to protect her, but at the same time remained completely calm. Yi Jingjin also said that he believed the protagonist deliberately wanted him to fall into his trap. He couldn't understand why Ed Shu was constantly hanging around Suyu and at the same time constantly picking on him. Finally, he said that now the hero knows that if he is left alone with her, he will want to leave. Yi Jingjin looked at the hero and said that he suddenly realized what goals he was truly striving for. Ed Shu remained completely calm, smiling and preparing to tell the whole truth about his actions. He admitted that he wanted to force Yi Jingjin to give in because he wanted him and Suyu to get back together. Win's cheeks turned red and he became very embarrassed, causing him to exclaim that there was nothing between them. Eju whispered to him that he had a new chance, and he should thank fate for meeting him, because he might not be so lucky again. Yi Jingjin, looking thoughtfully at the floor, realized that the protagonist was absolutely right. He told the departing Eju that he didn't know why he was helping him, but he should understand that he was now in his debt. As he left, the protagonist waved his hand at him and asked him to calm down, after which he said that he would repay him in kind very soon. At that very moment, Eju smiled confidently and said that he would return it not only to him, but also to the NSD team. Suyu asked Yi Jingjin, who was sitting on the floor, if he really intended to lie on the floor until the morning. The young man was completely exhausted and tried to say something to her, laying his head on her chest. Suyu tried her best to wake him up and asked him to get up quickly, but the boy was too tired to move. Eventually, he lost consciousness as lack of sleep and fatigue took their toll, and the girl hugged him and became lost in thought. She understood that if Win had not left MZ then, everything would have been different, and Eju, meanwhile, was driving a car along the night highway. Suyu was riding in the car with him, looking very thoughtful and upset, looking out the window. She told the hero that he didn't really need to drive her because she could call a taxi. Eju said that the hotel is far from the city, and at this time the demons go out to hunt, so the star will not be safe here. Suyu's words hurt him and he asked who he was trying to scare here, replying that there were no demons. The protagonist decided not to stop the girl and let her see everything with her own eyes, after which he slowed down. He asked with a smile, "Since she thinks it's all nonsense, why doesn't she stay and check it out?" Eju left Su Shui on the mountain bridge, and then, without thinking twice, stepped on the gas pedal while the girl screamed, demanding him to wait for her. She screamed at the top of her voice that she would not check and asked him to come back, begging him not to leave her. Eju called someone on the phone and asked them to pick up the celebrity at the mountain bridge because he had always dreamed of getting her autograph. Meanwhile, Yi Jingjin was still fast asleep, and the beautiful Suyu turned on the light in the room. The girl dragged the sleeping young man to the sofa and carefully tried to lay him down on it. She said that the guy slept like a dead man, because he didn't move once during all this time. Suyu also said that he didn't even spare her, and she had to forcefully drag him to the sofa. She looked around and mentally told herself that, frankly speaking, this was her first time at his workplace. Brown-eyed Sue was very surprised when she noticed the photographs hanging on the wall. On the wall hung photographs of Yi Jingjin in a happy state with his team, which he had once left of his own free will. She looked at one of the photographs and remembered that it was taken at the very beginning of the team's formation, during a trip to the mountains. Another photo was taken 2 years ago at an international competition, and in it they posed with Gary at the airport. Suyu felt the warmth in her heart, and in her mind she called Vetra a fool, realizing that he had not forgotten anything. A male voice came from outside the door, saying that it seemed like there was someone in Yi Jingjin's room, and he headed towards the entrance. The door was opened by a guy in the first shirt, who, without realizing it, knocked on the door of Suyu's room, asking who was in the room. The guy saw Win sleeping on the couch and said it was him, and the guys thought there was a burglar in the house. The young man asked his friend if he smelled women's perfume, and the young man replied that perhaps the boss was hiding the girl from them. Suddenly, the brown-eyed Suyu came out from behind the door, which scared the young people to death, and they screamed in fear. But after a few minutes, everything became clear, and the boys realized that Suyu's sister was standing in front of them. The boys began to apologize to their sister and asked her to sit at the table, after which one of them asked how the wind brought her to them. The brown-eyed beauty did not answer the question and asked a leading question: why are they here? The boys seemed to have swallowed their tongues and silently looked at each other, not knowing how to answer Sister Suyu's question. Former MZ team players told the girl that they work here, which surprised her. One of the guys said that after leaving MZ he couldn't find a team, but then he moved to the Windows team, where the salary is better. The second guy said he had always been homeless, but after joining the Win team, he got a decent job. At that moment, everything became clear to Suyu, and she thought deeply about who Yi Jingjin really was. Memories flooded her, and she remembered asking him to come back and sell his pork pies. Suyu narrowed her eyes and thought even more deeply, and in her thoughts she told herself that she had been very cruel to Wind. The boys started to leave and told Sister Sue that they were going to have dinner, and then said goodbye to her. The young people slammed the door behind them, leaving the girl alone with her memories and Wind. Suddenly, the brown-eyed Suyu's eyes widened as she heard a rustling sound behind her. She turned around abruptly and looked at Jingjin in surprise, because he had finally woken up and come to his senses. The young man scratched the back of his head and asked the girl with a smile if she would like to drink some hot coffee. Suyu wanted to talk to the young man and, a little nervously, immediately walked towards him. She covered the white glass of coffee with her hand and at the same moment turned to Windu to say something to him. Suyu asked the guy to let him know if anything happened to him, and he deliberately hid it from the team. This question put Yi Jingjin in an awkward position, and he remained silent for a few seconds. However, the guy smiled and asked the brown-eyed Suyu to drink coffee first, and then he would tell him everything. With these words he infuriated the girl, after which she angrily knocked the glass out of his hands, which greatly surprised the guy. With a loud cry she asked why he was evading her question if he was a man. Yi Jingjin did not give in to her emotions and remained completely calm, ignoring the girl's screams. Suyu grabbed his shirt and asked him why he was hiding the truth, then demanded that he answer her question immediately. But Yi Jingjin remained silent as before, which caused the girl to leave, and she angrily turned around and began to leave. As she left, she told the guy that she thought there was at least the slightest chance that their relationship could remain the same. A few seconds later, Suyu walked out the door and slammed it, leaving the guy alone with his thoughts. Yi Jingjin only quietly apologized to her, and said that he didn't have the courage to tell her the truth. The young man recalled how in the past he and his team walked around the arena, and the spectators admired him. Images of Zhao Mingliang and Suyu appeared in his mind, telling him that this time he himself had lost the fight for a place on the team. Meanwhile, Guowei was accepting gifts, and his friend gave him a stone he had brought back from his trip to South Africa. With tears in his eyes, the young man thanked his friends for the gifts, and said that he liked everything very much. One of his friends hugged him and said with a smile that Guowei was so moved that he even burst into tears. Yi Jingjin smiled and asked him to wait, saying that there would be cake soon and they would sing a congratulatory song for the guy. Guowei was still crying with happiness, and wanted to kiss the boss, but Wind laughed. When the young players on his team were delighted, he said he would go and open the door because someone had arrived. Yi Jingjin came to the door and asked with a smile if he understood correctly that this was a cake delivery service. But the young man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in surprise, because this wasn't a delivery at all. Suyu stood in front of him and asked what was wrong, and was he really dissatisfied with her appearance? After some time, the young people gathered at the table and had a good time, telling funny stories. One of the players said that the incredible Suyu actually came to them and asked if they could take turns singing in that case. Yi Jingjin smiled at the young man in response, and said that he completely agreed with that. Suyu asked him if he had forgotten what a great singer he was and said that it was impossible to listen to him, and that it would be better to commit suicide. He was reminded that the last time he had time, his fan base had dropped by 20,000, and Win denied his poor singing. At that moment, Suyu said she had an idea, hinting at an alternative to untalented singing. She asked those present with a smile what they thought about the role of the king. One of the guys said it was a great idea because he hadn't played the game in ages, and the other guys were supportive. Yi Jingjin was different from everyone else in that he didn't feel particularly happy about this adventure, and was a little nervous. Soon a group of young people began to play sovereign, and each took the required number of cards. There was a joyful atmosphere in the room, and someone said that he was sorry that he only had the king, but he still had to win. Meanwhile, Suyu looked at her card and smiled slightly, as if she was confident of her victory. In one of the photos, the girl smiled proudly and said that she was the ruler because she had the Joker card. One of the guys asked Guo to show him the signature move of the ruler Sailor Moon. The young man smiled and joyfully demonstrated the movement, after which he said that in the name of the moon he would punish her. Meanwhile, Suyu drew another card from the deck, maintaining complete calm throughout the game.